word and the love, of course.
Amen and amen. Yeah. Thank you. And so Jim, I don't know whether Ian or we have another beautiful country coordinator with us too, or we can just go to other people around the call. And you can go ahead and just come on audio so I can hear you, Jim. And Dee, you might want to send Stephanie James a link. It looks she was just trying to call me. She might be trying to come in. Okay, let's go to other hands up. So I see, David. Oh, great. Let's let David in, his hands up. And then Melissa after that, her hands up. David, and he's our country coordinator from England. Yeah. Good day to you, David.
Hello, hello. Hi, Steve. How are we doing?
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. Good to be here with you. I just got back from Spain here in this beautiful London city, and I was lucky to bring some sunlight in my luggage. So today is beautifully sunny here in London. And yeah, very good weather to actually enjoy this global oneness day, really happy to be part of this team. As you know, I love team communities and yeah, absolutely trying to, get together, bring all this energy, and enjoy the ride and the journey. I think this has been quite a journey and still a lot of adventures to do together. So happy to collaborate, to contribute, and to co-create this future that is emerging and is looking really good.
Yes, it is. Yeah, David, thanks so much for coming on. David was with me. There, these days there are these impact investing, impact events that are all over the world, right? Because people are tuning in now to this whole elevated consciousness thing. There's more and more concern that living the way we have been in this separation thing that's not real anyway isn't working. So, boy, we had an unreal group there in London, and David was with me for that whole experience. That was special. David, thank you for joining me. Fantastic. Okay, and we have, so Connie and Andrew, and then Melissa, if you all want to come on, just share briefly.
So here we are. We're so happy to be here with our Humanities Team family. You guys are just doing the deal. Bringing spirituality and the science together is so important, which I know is one of your emphasis. And we just are right here in Loveland, and we just want to say that for me, in my world, the frequency is rising to the place where we're getting that we are one, where the veil is thinning, and we're getting to that place. And we're in this higher frequency. There's more abundance than we can fathom. So there's no one to fight with, and there's nothing to fight over as we proceed in this upward spiral. So peace on earth is a given, and the love in the human heart transforms all of creation. So that's my reality.
Oh, God, so true. Yes, it is. Thank you, Connie.
Steve, I'll jump in with a few words as well, if I may.
Please.
I just want to say that our book is called The Trust Frequency. Many of you know that. And the 4 words that sum up the Trust Frequency book, all you really need to know are these 4 words: trust the loving universe. And as I am from Durban, South Africa, and we have a friend from South Africa on this call, greetings to you, my friend. That's really nice to just hear that beautiful accent. And I want to share a word from where I grew up, which is in Zululand, the land of the Zulus. And that word you've probably heard, but I'll teach you the proper pronunciation, is Ubuntu, which in Beetle language is I am you and you are me and we are all together.
Yes, we are. And that is Ubuntu. Yeah, beautiful. We have an incredible program on our streaming channel, Masterclass on Ubuntu. Right. Yeah. And of course, we gave our Spiritual Leadership Award to Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Yeah. And then
he was my bishop when I lived in Cape Town.
Yeah. Extraordinary, huh? Yeah, totally. So thank you. Thanks so much for coming on. And let me share too, haven't shared this before, but I'll share it now. Barbara Marks Hubbard was big in our world there with Andrew and Connie. And she is very active in the afterlife. And you get ready, you all. There's a program coming that you're going to see Barbara again. She is like massively active in the afterlife right now. So get ready. Okay, so we're going to go now to some other people here. Melissa, and then Reverend Valerie Love. I think wants to come on too. Melissa.
Hello, welcome. So glad to be here. And what I want to say about love is I think that we all come in here on a journey to love, to discover love again. At first, I think it starts out as like self-love, and then it goes into like love of others, and we have to see how that experience, like from the outside, has, this thing. And then we come into this deeper realization that I am love. I'm literally part of the frequency, the field, unified field, consciousness, God, source, whatever you want to call it, is love. And I am that. And I'm a spark of that, like as above, so below, connecting us in together. And I think everyone is on that journey of like uncovering the cultural ideas and the experiences and the pieces of us that have kept us from finding the frequency. I literally talk about like plugging it into it and becoming the frequency of that. And from becoming the frequency of that, we then become we get to feel the unity of that piece together within ourselves. And I know for myself, and my journey of like learning, my son is 26 years old. His middle name is Love. I have love tattooed on my body over like 15 times in different languages. I've been on a journey through all my trauma and my things to find love. And I always seeked it from outside of me. Like I was an international drug trafficker in my 20s, and my book that's coming out next year. It talks about how I thought love was this connection in these things, and how coming back in and then finally realizing that I was that, but that I was a part of that with everyone in this field becomes the experience that I think every single one of us is learning through this lifetime, with our own challenges, with our own experiences, and our own way of like, how do I then become that frequency? And I know when we become that frequency, then we get to walk in the world, and everyone around us is affected. Our hearts become fields of information for everyone, and you don't have to even say anything. We're going to shout out love today. Yeah, we're going to say it. But there's a frequency that you become that then impacts everyone that is around you, that then has this thing like, they're like, oh, wow. I just want to be around that person. I just want to have that experience. I just want to know. And you get to be, by your beingness, you get to allow other people's frequencies to then tap into this field that we all are a part of.
Wow. Yeah. Valerie or Melissa, thank you. That was beautiful. Thanks for being vulnerable. Wow. And sharing, that's not an easy thing to share, but look at that U-turn. Unreal. Wow. Yeah. Totally unreal. And everything you're sharing is so true. Thank you. Thanks for coming on camera.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And the Reverend Valerie Love, I believe, is next.
So good morning. And Steve, as soon as you asked the question, the inspiration came to me to offer this snippet from my life. In 2006, I had been on the spiritual path for a while, and I was at a retreat in the Catskill Mountains in New York. And I had a question. What is my name? I was born with one name. I got married. I got another name. I got divorced. I got a different name. I got married again. I got another name. What is my name? So I stood under the trees and I looked up to the sky, just frustrated. What is my name? And the voice said, your name is Love. It was almost as if it had been waiting for me to ask the question. It said, your name is Love. I left that retreat. I went to the courthouse when the retreat was over, and I legally changed my name to Love, because your name is your nature. So that's my share this morning.
Oh my God. That is a stunning story. Yeah. And then you did it. This wasn't just some narrative like, oh, and put it on the shelf. Like, this is your name. Your name is Reverend Valerie Love. You did it. Yeah. So thank you. There's an inspiration to everybody watching. So this is like an everyday thing where we stamp ourselves, boom, love, because that's who I am. Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for coming on, Reverend Valerie Love. Okay, and then we're getting close to the top of the hour, but we've got a little more time. So, Anna Maria,
Yes. Oh my goodness. Valerie, when you talked about standing under the trees, right? You were definitely in my neighborhood. I love hanging out in that sweet spot where science meets spirituality. And this is why I love and resonate with Humanities Team so much. And I wanted to offer to everybody who's gathering to go outside or at least sit near a window where you can look, because all of nature reflects this love, this unity consciousness, and it's about us raising our vibration, and it becomes a natural fact for us, just as everyone has said. So go outside, hug a tree, sit on a rock, and remember and shout it right from the mountaintops: love. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to remember and embody this.
Oh, Anna Maria, thank you so much. Yes, and true. And let me say too, maybe 5-10 years ago, this might be considered, people would hear this and, oh, this is kind of nice, and I'll just I'm tuned in and hooray let me give this attention for 5 minutes. This is the thing now. This is the one generation. This is the moment of awakening. This is the moment of conscious living. This is where we go into this U-turn and create this whole new way of living on the earth, which, as you know, Humanities Team is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our whole focus is make tipping point by 2040, 16 years. And what we believe is that's far out. We're going to get that done in less than 16 years, tipping point. So this is the thing. This isn't the little thing to put on a shelf. Honestly, and truthfully, this is the thing. So, let me, let's see, we have just a little bit of time left. Was there another hand up? I'm just looking. Oh, yes, Charissa, of course, and then Maja. Wow, great.
Oh, maybe Dr. Lottie and Maja can go first.
Okay, that's just like you, Charissa. She's from the angelic realm. So that's just like Charissa. So, yeah, Maja, do you want to go first?
Well, as you wish. I don't know. So, no, I just wanted to say I started this journey by reading a book, Conversations with God. And that is how I find out about Humanities Team. And here in Serbia, we have a book lovers club also, and we sometimes organize events and gatherings and we meet and we share love as we are all speaking about love. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Just thank you.
Maja, thank you. Yeah, she's the country coordinator for Serbia. It's so great to have you on camera, Maja. Thank you. And
thank you.
People that know my story, it's the same thing. I read book 1 and that was the end of my life as I knew it. It was like, okay, a whole new vision, whole new way to live on the earth. And this is with Neale Walsch, of course, who co-founded Humanities Team with me and was really the inspiration. In fact, Tomorrow's God, one of the Conversations with God books, the whole conversation of Humanities Team, how it would be start, launch, what it would do, which I believe we've stayed true to. So pretty surreal. So thank you, Maja. Thanks.
Thank you.
On camera.
Bye.
Yeah, Dr. Lottie Valentine, please.
Yeah, so I'm so happy to be here and be part of Humanities Team. And I'm going to say my journey began 32 years ago when I had a near-death experience. I was hemorrhaging to death in the ER. And I left my body and went to the other side. And I then had a second near-death experience. But I met the light, and the light is source. And the source is just pure, unconditional love. And we come from this light. We are part of this light, and we carry this light within us. So it couldn't be more true that humanity is all about love. And so I'm really happy to be part of this journey of Humanities Team and create the oneness and uplift consciousness, because we are all connected. We are all one, and it is all divine. And so is all of you out there listening and participating in this journey.
Yeah, thank you. And so true. So you're hearing over and over. So Dr. Valentine, thank you. And here an NDE experience, of yes, that's where it's source. We are all a part of source. There's no separation between creator and created, the desk right here, the window, the earth, which is calling out to us as we know now, saying, hey, I'm not a warehouse. We don't want to just keep sort of grabbing resources and sort of stuffing them through like a commodity. This is our sacred planet. It's part of the one. right? Okay, thank you so much. And Charissa, would you like to come on and share now?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lottie. Wonderful to hear your message. So inspiring. And just by the way, she has an incredible course on Stream Plus for all of you looking to learn more about the other side and spirits. So for love, for me, I used to think it was something outside of me that I had to find, like a romantic love, or a love for another in friendship or with my kids. And now, with my experience with Humanities Team, I've found that it's like a field. It's like we are all connected, like Dr. Lottie said, and all of our hearts are one, and we can emanate that love inside of us through all. And while we're looking for it, look inside, and there it is. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Isn't that funny? And of course, there are books that are written too that said we down through the ages, we're looking outside ourselves. It's over there. No, it's over there. It's up there. It's, and then, oh, no, what? It's here? It's here? Yeah, as you mentioned, we don't need to look anywhere. We just need to. Last night during the Spiritual Leadership Award ceremony, some of the people, I think it was Ross Hostetter and Mary Hostetter, his wife, were sharing this of, within our DNA, it's just in hibernation, right? We know the hibernation story of the bears and many animals during the winter. It's just sort of cold and quiet, right? But it's within our DNA, and it's now awakening within our DNA where we're coming alive with, oh my God, it's within. I need to, I can keep looking up in the sky and over here and over there. It's everywhere. Yes, but it's here. So beautiful. Yeah. And so true. Charissa. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And Carissa's, thank you for all of your service. She mentions an on-air host. So see her out with a lot of the incredibly important programs here, including today. Boy, make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the program at the top of the hour here in just a minute. We're going to do the shout, but stay on. There's a program with Gregg Braden that's the very next program after this shout. And then Suzanne Giesemann is in 2 programs. She's in the second one after Gregg, or the first one after Gregg, and then another program after that. And amazing, amazing programs for 6 days. It's all a free summit. Be sure that if you're out on social media, be sure you get registered so you can go through the entire 6-day free summit. Okay, Brian, you want to come back on camera? We're about here to. We're going to do this shout here, and
yeah, let's do it. Let's do our usual countdown.
Okay. Yeah, you want to count us down? Here, let's go.
Everybody, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Love. Okay. Well, our lungs are full. So thank you.
It was beautiful.
That was beautiful. Yeah. Thank you all so much. The people that came on camera here to do the shout. I hope, by the way, as we mentioned, this was an active thing. So I hope you weren't just watching us. I hope you were standing at your window shouting. So
keep
or in
shouting.
your house. Yeah. So, and importantly, okay, carry this with you, right? This is our invitation. It's here. We don't need to look outside of ourselves. We're an expression, an emanation, an embodiment of it. So let's carry it around. Everybody's been officially knighted, right? That silver sword on the right shoulder, the left shoulder. We are all ambassadors, emanations of the Most High, of love. So let's carry that out into the world. And we're at the top of the hour. We're going right into the Global Oneness Summit. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
For being with us here on the 15th year. Thank you. Okay. And So this might be the last summit we create all by ourselves. Many thanks to Olivia, Hansen, Diane Williams, and others who are deeply involved with this project here at Humanities Team. And thank you to each of you for your support in making the Global Oneness Summit something important in our everyday lives. Welcome to this panel called The Science-Backed Future that is part of our Global Oneness Summit. And I'm here with Gregg Braden, as you can see. Welcome, Gregg. Good to be with you.
Oh, Steve, I am so honored to be with you today. I knew this was an important summit. I did not know until just now. It's the 15th year. So congratulations. This is your vision, Steve, your vision, your perseverance, your wisdom, your guidance, your dedication, and you've created an amazing, just an extraordinary hub of community. When we can't be together personally, it's obviously a global community, a virtual community, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. So thank you for that, Steve. I'm honored to be with you today. And the truth is, we haven't done this before. It is loosely scripted, and I'm going to follow your lead.
Okay, fantastic. And thank you for that, Gregg. And somebody once said, we are all one. So that means you and all of the viewers here and all of the faculty and these partners all over the world really have helped to bring oneness, this focus on oneness, which is ultimate reality, but living into it, which is what this summit is all about. So thank you, brother. Thank you for being here for this massive panel. Really, I've been looking forward to doing this panel with you. So I'm going to share a little about Gregg to get things started. He is a 5-time New York Times bestselling author, scientist, and international educator. Gregg is known for bridging science, social policy, and human potential. Gregg's work led to the 2003 discovery of the intelligent information encoded in the human genome and the 2010 application of fractal time. A few years ago, Humanities Team gave Gregg our highest award, our Spiritual Leadership Award. He was and is truly deserving. So welcome again, Gregg. Great to be here with you in this opening panel.
Well, I am honored to share the stage with so many esteemed colleagues and people now that are dear friends over the years. We've done this for so many years, but the focus of this panel, I think, really brings it all home, Steve. And I'm going to trust you to lead us through just the right questions to share just the right information to help people in their lives right now.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do, and we're going to jump right in. And of course, this Global Oneness Summit is focused on the art and science of raising consciousness. So perfect that Gregg is with us here at the start. So new scientific breakthroughs is where I want to start, Gregg. And as we get started, do you want to share some of the latest cutting edge research that listeners may not be aware of?
You know, Steve, I think, we could do an entire program just on this one topic of what the research is showing. There are so many new discoveries about us, our relationship to our own bodies and our relationship beyond our bodies to the world around us. They used to come out in 30-day periodicals in peer-reviewed journals. There's so many discoveries that those periodicals now are supplemented with weekly newsletters just to keep the scientific community abreast with the new discoveries. And I think I'm going to talk about two themes just very quickly here. I think the first big breakthrough, Steve, the discoveries follow a shift in thinking. Someone has to have an idea or an intuition about the way things work. And then they will attempt to prove that out through the scientific method and the rigorous scientific studies. But it all begins with intuition. And I think what I'm going to share with you goes a long way because it's only possible as scientists are developing their own intuition as well as the technology and the scientific research. What the big breakthroughs are showing us, Steve, and the reason they're possible is because scientists have begun giving themselves permission to think of the human body as something more than sticky, wet, gooey, substance of biology. They are now looking at the human body from an IT perspective, information technology. That's a mind blower when you start to think about it. The new discoveries are being published in the engineering journals, not the medical journals. They're being published in the journals of computing science, not the technical Journal of American Medical Association and New England Journal of Medicine. So what they have found, Steve, is that we are literally a highly advanced, technologically sophisticated soft technology. Now, soft technology is something more than the hard silicon chips and wires and chemicals and sensors and transmitters of hard technology and computers. Soft technology is neurons, human neurons, and cell membranes and crystalline structures in the body, ion potentials moving across cell walls. And when we begin to think of ourselves from this perspective, we truly are an advanced technological marvel. We are literally the technology. We are the technology that we're trying to build in the world around us. We already do all of the functions in the machines and the devices around us, except we do them better. And the beauty is, Steve, we don't have to know any of that. You don't have to know any of the science, because one of the interesting facets of technology is the more advanced the technology is behind the scenes, the simpler the interface is to make it accessible to the users. Well, our user interface is no exception. Our user interface are the principles that have been handed down from mother to daughter and father to son, and spiritual tradition to spiritual tradition, and generation to generation. Our user interface: thought, feeling, emotion, belief, breath, focus, nutrition, movement. These are all epigenetic factors that influence this soft technology. But to think of ourselves as technology, I'm going to lay this out now, and then we can tie into it as we go through this conversation. The average human body's got about 50 trillion cells. That's give or take. That's pretty much acknowledged. Every one of those cells, Steve, has an electrical potential. It's small, 0.07 volts. You say, well, that's not very much, but you do the math. 50 trillion cells times 0.07 volts, we're talking roughly 3.5 trillion volts of potential. What would it mean if we could harness that potential and focus it toward our healing or the healing of others, or deep states of intuition and resilience? But it doesn't stop there, because in addition to the potential, every cell can be mapped as a little electrical circuit. It's called a gated circuit. It's got an input and an output. And within the cell, within that circuit, we have transistors, the equivalent of transistors, resistors, capacitors. We emit photons of light. We receive photons of light. And of course, light is information. So we're constantly in communication with the world around us. We store information in our DNA through the equivalent of what we now call blockchain technology in the world around us. And that's why the blockchain technology is modeled after our DNA. Every successful genetic transaction in human history is encoded into our species. It is transparent, if you know how to read it. It is secure. It is immutable. And these are the features that make blockchains so attractive to the new technologies of decentralized finance, for example, and things like Bitcoin. They're modeled after the DNA. This goes on and on and on, Steve. And I wanted to share this because it's a very different way for some people to think. So here we are, this soft technology communicating. What are we communicating with? The second piece is that scientists now acknowledge the existence of an underlying field of energy, which is information. But here's the kicker. When they talk about it, their hands do this. They say there's a field out there that connects all things. We are the field. Every one of those 50 trillion cells has about 100 trillion atoms. These are rough estimates. About 100 trillion atoms in every one of our cells. And those atoms are not static, Steve. They're dynamic. They are constantly emerging and collapsing from the field. We literally are the field. We are conscious wrinkles in an otherwise homogeneous, dynamic field of information. And this is where our potential comes from, Steve, because what it says is if we choose to change something in our lives, in our bodies, the way that that information is emerging from the field, it fills in the template, the blueprint that we create through the way we think of ourselves, through our conscious and our subconscious beliefs of who we are, what our potentials are, what our limits are. As we transcend those perceived limitations, then we have the opportunity literally to remake ourselves time and time and time again. And this is where miraculous healings and longevity implications come in. So these are all new insights. It's a very, very different way of thinking for some people, and I want to acknowledge that. And for others, it's the science that confirms in our minds what we've always believed to be true in our hearts. And that is that we are not what we've been told, and we are so much more than we've been led to believe. So I'll stop there, and I'll tie into this template as we go through the conversation today.
Yeah, wow, so amazing. And I just was thinking as you were taking us through that, Gregg, how back through time we've just looked outside of ourselves for right now to AI and technology for magnificence. And you know, as you take us through this, you're saying the magnificence is all right here, right now. We are the field. so let's jump into the practical application. So, can you share how these discoveries can be applied in daily life to improve well-being and success?
Sure, Steve. What the studies, once again, they're very clearly showing we are in a dance, a constant dance with the field that is us and the field of the world outside of our bodies, the field within our bodies, and so is everyone else. We are one. This is why global oneness is so powerful. Our bodies don't stop. We don't stop at the barrier of our flesh and our skin. When you see the scans, the energetic scans of a group of people in a room together, what you find is the bodies may be separate from one another, but the energetic fields overlap. And we literally share those fields. And there are many, there's an electromagnetic field. What we know is the human heart is the physical heart generates a field, an electromagnetic field. Originally, they said between 5 and 8 feet beyond the physical heart. And when I asked the researchers, if the heart's so powerful, why would we stop at 5 to 8 feet? And they said, oh, Gregg, that's the limitation of the equipment that's doing the measuring. The equipment can't measure anymore. They said to me, in all probability, Steve, and this is a powerful statement to make. They said, in all probability, the field emitted by a human heart continues infinitely on the quantum level. And there are studies suggesting, and they continue to do these studies, showing that we influence physical matter through our hearts, through the love that we feel or the fear that we feel in our hearts. Send out very, very different kinds of information. And as we embrace these relationships, they give us insights into how to be more effective in our everyday lives. So, for example, there is a relationship. There's a neural network in the heart. We all know that. It was discovered in 1991. Of course, there's a neural network in the brain. But we're the only form of life, Steve, that we know of today that can consciously harmonize those two neural networks into a single potent system at will, on demand, when we choose, not waiting for something out there to trigger it, but when we choose to do this, to create what's called a coherent field between the heart and the brain. And in that coherence, we step up everything. It enhances our immune system on demand. It strengthens our resilience to change in the world on demand, awakens longevity enzymes on demand, super memory, super learning, super cognition on demand, deep states of intuition on demand. And all of these are facets of our humanness that we can apply in our everyday lives so that we can become the best version of ourselves, create the best world possible. And what's interesting, Steve, I'm going to use a word, when one of us chooses to elevate our humanness, energetically, it gives permission. This isn't the kind of permission that you need from an authority figure. It's not that kind of permission. It's an energetic permission that becomes the bridge that makes it easier for another person to do the same, and then the next and the next. Someone has to do it first. You know, a perfect example of this. I'd love to tell this story. The first 4-minute mile, humans could not break that 4-minute mile for almost 100 years. And they were close. And all of a sudden, when that first 4-minute mile was broken, within 45 days, 17 other people had broken that 4-minute mile. And you say, well, what changed? And, was it a different running track? Were they using different shoes? And researchers have looked at all that. In consciousness, seeing another person accomplish this feat that was believed to be impossible gave emotional, energetic permission for another one to do it and another. And now it's relatively common for both men and women to run under this 4-minute mile. For 99 years, almost 100 years, they couldn't break that. And that's an example of a psychological bridge, an emotional bridge. So we're not out there running 4-minute miles, but we are living our lives in very clear view of our loved ones, of our coworkers, of our friends, of our family. So another practical example: if you're in a boardroom or you're in a toxic relationship or a difficult relationship, say with a family member, you know what they say about family. I mean, you can't live with them, you can't live without them. So you're in it. When you create this coherence between your heart and your brain, it doesn't change the conversation necessarily, but it changes how we can respond to that conversation. Here's the reason: because our brain is a polarity organ, left and right brain. We'll always see things through the brain: good, bad, right, wrong, success, failure, worthy, not worthy. When you create the coherence, we move out of that polarity. We become more objective. We can listen to criticism. We can listen to other viewpoints more objectively with less knee-jerk reaction, which empowers us to think before we act and to allow others to vent and share their feelings and their perspectives without taking it personally. And I personally have done this in the boardroom. When I was working for Cisco Systems, I was their first technological operations manager, first tech ops manager, 1990, 91. I was the youngest in the boardroom and I had ideas, and people around me didn't always accept those ideas. And I caught a lot of criticism for those ideas. And the first few times it happened, it hurt me. I'm a Cancerian male, a double Cancerian male. All of our emotions are locked up in those Cancerian traits. And I took those criticisms personally. I learned to create that coherence so that I could listen to those criticisms and let those others vent. And then I would ask, have you considered this? Or what would happen if we looked at it from this perspective? And would shift that whole energy. It's a very practical application for accessing our own human technology. And it goes beyond that. There are certainly spiritual implications, there are esoteric implications of creating deep states of intuition when we need it the most, of being able to ask ourselves when we hear a piece of information, or we are enticed or encouraged or maybe even mandated to do something that is very different for us in our lives, Steve. And there's nobody to ask. You can't always Google it. You can't always ask your neighbor, but you can always go within. When you create the states of awareness that we can create through these kinds of coherent states, and say, is this true? Is this right for me? Is this good for my body? You can ask those kinds of questions, and it's not coming from the fear of your mind, that it's coming from the objectiveness of your heart. Now, the last piece of this, there's a peer-reviewed journal came out in the 1990s, the Journal of Complementary and Alternative Medicine. And I didn't know I was going to say this, so I don't have the article with me, but from the top of my head, what it said is that the physical heart is coupled to a field of energy and information that is not bound by the classical laws of time and space. Now, what that means is that we can go through our lives every day and live as mundane beings, and there's not a thing wrong with that. If we want to be exceptional in our lives, we are wired, biologically wired, and the heart is only one part of this, to access this field that underlies all existence. And in that field, we are not limited by the laws of physics as we know them. There's a part of us that is not limited in time and space. This is why our prayers are so powerful for our loved ones on the other side of the planet. So once again, we could go on and on with this, Steve, but there are many practical applications once we embrace the truth of our relationship to our own bodies and the field around us from an IT perspective, information technology. Then the question becomes who or what gave us this information technology? And that's another conversation. That's another global oneness panel. But what we know is that we are wired to access these extraordinary potentials. And we've had the ability, Steve, since the time the first of our kind mysteriously emerged on Earth 200,000 years ago. We can see our genome is the same today as it was then. It hasn't changed. We didn't grow these technologies slowly, gradually over time. We appeared with them fully intact, fully enabled. They've always been with us, and we're wired to exceed our normal expectations. We are wired to be successful and healthy and embrace the deep truth of what it means to love fearlessly in this world. That's what we're made to do.
Wow. So you've got a powerful call to action in here, Gregg. I'm going to just summarize it as I hear it, which is we're living in this unified field. There's this wholeness, this oneness, this completeness, which is this world around us, of which we are a part, this energetic, vibrational universe of which we are a part. And then you bring in this 4-minute mile and you say, now, so each of us has this incredible potential and power. Will we boldly go where others maybe haven't gone in this oneness, in this compassion, in this connection, in this love, in this service? Will we answer the call, so to speak? Because we know the light is, this is our moment. All of us that would consider ourselves light workers, will we be in service to the world around us and really answer the call?
I want to encapsulate that maybe in a little bit different way. I didn't know that we were going to go exactly in this direction. I think the question that we can all ask ourselves is, do we love ourselves enough? Do we love ourselves enough to embrace the deep truth of what it means to be a human in this earth realm? And we don't have to answer that verbally for one another. The choices we make in our lives reflect the answer in the way we feel, the way we perceive ourselves. Do we love ourselves enough to accept what it means to be human and the responsibility that comes with that?
Yeah, boy, that's beautiful. And love ourselves. And that's of course what our work is about. This panel, the Global Oneness Summit. Oneness, of course, its basis, its essence is love. And it has to start with love for ourselves. And then we can bring love out into the world. So beautiful. What a beautiful way to frame it here. So Gregg, let me go then to research on how individuals can direct their own biology. So let's just kind of go deeper in that direction.
Sure. Well, we've already laid the foundation for that very clearly. We actually began touching upon that, Steve. And I want to be really clear. These are all potentials that we have as individuals that some people may choose to awaken in their lives. Others, this may not seem to be the time or the place, and that's okay, because they still benefit. When we become the best version of ourselves in our lives, in our world, others benefit from that. And we all have different life circumstances. We all know that we've got friends and loved ones who are just trying to get through the end of the day that is presented to them. They're not even thinking about the future. They are dealing with health issues. They're dealing with family issues. Many of them emotionally have been traumatized and are struggling to heal those traumas. So there is absolutely no judgment in anyone that chooses just to navigate with the tools that they came into this world with. For those that choose to become more, to become the best version of themselves and feel that inner calling. And I think this is really the key, Steve. It's not something you go out and do because somebody else told you to do it. It's when we are drawn to awaken this deep potential. And I think most people, at least in our community, if they're honest, when you talk to them, they always feel, they say this, they feel like there's more to them than they've been led to believe, that there's something missing in the story. There's something missing in their relationship to the world. It's got to be about more than having a job, making money, and maybe finding some love and chocolate and rainbows in the world. Those are beautiful things. But many people, and especially now, Steve, we're living a time of extremes. And those extremes are pushing us to the very edge of who we believe we are and what we've been taught are our limitations. And as we find ourselves teetering on that edge, emotionally, psychologically, physiologically, mentally, spiritually, we have a choice. We either look deeper and say, there's something more to me, and there's something more to what's happening, and that's the calling. And when that calling happens, the conversations that we're having now, that's where they come into play. And for others that don't feel the calling, these conversations don't have the same meaning. However, living with friends and family, where that awakening is happening, people have told me it's contagious. It's kind of like the movie When Harry Met Sally. You know, people that awaken the best version of themselves, they're happier, they're healthier, their lives are more fulfilled. And others look around, they say, hey, I want what they're having. That was When Harry Met Sally. I want what she's having. And so often by example, simply living by example, our lives could be the catalyst to light up a potential or a possibility for someone that may not even be thinking along these lines. And I think that is important for us to recognize as well. For us as individuals, Steve, you know, the world is changing very, very quickly. And it's changing in ways, I think some ways are really beautiful and some ways are a little frightening. There is a movement right now, and policies are being enacted, laws are being implemented to in an attempt to replace the gift of our humanness with technology, with machines, with computer chips in the brain. Artificial intelligence certainly is a big part of this. Chemicals in the blood that mimic our own natural biological functions, sensors under the skin, nanotransmitters moving through our circulatory system. These are all technologies that consciousness has developed, and they can be applied to help us. The underlying thinking in our time of extremes, there's a lot of fear, and the powers that be in their fear often implement these technologies not to help us, but to control. So when we begin to awaken to the potential of our own humanness, I think what we find, Steve, is there's less of a need and less of an urgency to reach outside of our bodies for technology, because we are the technology. What the science is showing is that all of those machines, everything that we're AI, lasers, internet, everything in the world around us, as sophisticated as it is modeled after the principles within the body. We already do what those technologies do, except we do it better. And Steve, can I take just a moment and give an example of that?
Yeah, please do.
This is important because I'm saying the words and people say, yeah, and they're taking notes. But you know that, I mean, scientists are really looking at this stuff. So here's a beautiful example. The Salk Institute and Stanford Research Center did an experiment comparing the human brain to a computer microprocessor. And we're all told, you know, the chips are the ultimate, you know, they're where everything is going. So I want to acknowledge, I have no problems. I respect technology. Computers are fast. They are efficient. Absolutely. No doubt, hands down, they are. Here's what they did. They took the synapses in the human brain where information flows between the neurons, and they equated each synapse to a transistor on a computer chip. And interestingly, the number of synapses in the human brain is very close to the number of transistors in our most advanced computer chips now. And then they began doing the math, the equivalence, and the bottom line, they found that the human brain is 100 million times more efficient than those chips are. And there's two reasons for this. One, a computer chip, definitely fast, definitely efficient, but a computer chip will always be limited in its performance by the stuff it's made of. So the atoms that make silicon, for example, those atoms are a fixed distance from one another. They're not going to get any closer. Information can only travel between those atoms at a certain speed. When we look at a human neuron, what's interesting is every time we think we reach the upper limit of a human neuron, scientists will push that neuron to a limit. And what they find, and this is what we do, is that we morph, we adapt to that limit, and then we open an entire new realm, a whole new dimension of potential. So the term is scalable. The hard technology of a computer chip is only scalable to a certain point, and then it tops out. What is the high end of a human neuron? The answer is we don't know, because every time we reach that, what we think is the top end, we morph, we adapt, and then the cells shift to accommodate the new conditions, and they become something very, very different. That is a hallmark of a highly advanced technology. Engineers would give anything to be able to engineer that into the robotics and into the intelligence that they're creating today, but they can't do it. So that's only one example. The same thing happens with the way that DNA works. Same thing happens with our immune response. We've had immune systems for 200,000 years, Steve. We have a 200,000 year track record of the human body dealing with what we call the programs of external contagions. We know our bodies know how to do these things and do them well if we give our bodies what they need to be the best version of themselves. And I think this is where we are right now. Do we love ourselves enough to give ourselves what we need so the body can do what the body knows how to do? And to answer that question, we have to live very differently than what commercial programming has led us to believe in terms of diet, what we feed ourselves, how we move in this world, the way we think about ourselves. One of the most significant nutrients, Steve, is emotion, and the way that we bathe ourselves with the field of emotion that either contracts in fear or expands in love. And those aren't metaphors. That there is real science behind that, showing how DNA responds to love, how DNA responds to fear, how the immune system responds to love, how the immune system responds to fear. So all this, and this is why I said in the very beginning, do we love ourselves enough to embrace what it means to be human and to accept the responsibility of our humanness? Because with so much power, there's a responsibility in terms of how we use that power in our lives.
Yeah, wow. So beautifully stated, Gregg. And let me just share a few things. One, for people that don't know, Gregg and Bruce Lipton and Lynn McTaggart and Humanities team created a masterclass called Technology, Consciousness, and Evolution. And then we created an enhanced version of that really goes deep on this topic. It's part of the Humanities streaming platform. But I also want to share, as I was listening to you, Gregg, I mean, just so much depth there. I was thinking of just, where we just breathe into, just to make it simple, breathe into the field or this source energy that of which we are a part, this sacred, this love for ourselves, love for the world, where we just breathe into that, knowing there's no upper limit, because that's what you kept coming back to as you were even going into the Stanford research. No upper limit, just unbelievable potential and application. So thank you for that. That was extraordinary.
Steve, the point, you're welcome. And I appreciate what you're saying here. The point is, in this particular panel, is I'm inviting people, and I want people to have a reason to think of themselves maybe a little differently than they've been led to think of themselves in the past, as we're conditioned to see our bodies as flawed forms of life, is what's taught to our young people. And in our flaws, we need something outside of ourselves to succeed in life and to be the best version of ourselves. And those things are available. We all use them from time to time. But ultimately, a deeper appreciation for our humanness, maybe a deeper respect for the delicacy as well as the resilience for our bodies, and maybe the opportunity to think a little bit differently about how we care for our bodies, how we care for what our ancestors literally called the temple of our bodies that contains all of our access to our love, our forgiveness, our imagination, our creativity, our innovation. So it's an opportunity and the science gives us the reason to think differently when our heart calls to us to have those thoughts. The heart says, you're more than you've been led to believe, but we need something to hang that on. And the science, this is where I think the science can be really useful, Steve. It gives us the reasons in our mind to follow what we know is true in our hearts and then to live that in our lives.
Yeah, I'm into that. Yeah, we don't need to look outside of ourselves as with the technology and AI. Here you're going through the inventory of when we look within, what is there, which is, and it's all science-based, which is just mind-blowing. Okay, so Gregg, let me go to just practical ways, because you've brought in what is so true in today's world. Boy, don't we know people that feel stress, anxiety, even depression? So what are practical ways to reduce stress and enhance health and promote healing through scientific models?
Well, first, let me talk about stress itself. There are different kinds of stress, Steve, and what I've found working with our live audiences is when I say the word stress, people think, okay, a tough relationship or a bad day in traffic on the interstate. And we all know about emotional stress. That's what they're talking about. But there are other kinds of stress that we often don't even know are happening, Steve. Molecular stress, all the way down to the DNA level of our bodies. So, for example, when we eat foods that have not been prepared properly or been prepared with oils under high heat, that actually degrade within the body and degrade the body itself, that is a form of molecular stress. Our body has to work to compensate for the stress that it is under. Or when we drink water with impurities, when we breathe air with toxins, we're not always aware of that, can't always necessarily feel it. But the body is always working to compensate for those. That is a form of stress in the body. Stress is the underlying factor for most of the disease that we see in the world. As different as the diseases are from one another, they can be traced back to inflammation in the body. The inflammation is often the consequence of stress that we don't even know we're experiencing. We've already given one of the answers to this. We create coherence, for example, on a daily basis. We create coherence between the heart and the brain. One of the benefits, passive benefits of doing this, just by creating that coherence, you are relieving stress, not only emotionally, not only in the cardiovascular system, but all the way down to the molecular level. You're literally relieving stress. Let me just talk a little bit about how this works. It's so interesting. DNA, we all know DNA is important. It's the blueprint for everything that happens in our lives on a daily basis. A lot of people think that DNA is just like hanging out in a cell. It's like this double helix floating around the cell. And it's actually bound in a protein sheath that's called chromatin. And this is important because the quality of that chromatin determines to what degree the DNA can express. So it's called spooling is the term that's actually used. So when that chromatin is wound up really tight, and you can just kind of imagine that it clamps down the DNA. It's hard for that DNA to fully express. And that's where illness and disease and senescence, ultimately death, can come from that. We can literally fear and stress ourselves to lose life. And the opposite is true as well. When we are able to relieve that stress, the chromatin relaxes, the DNA is able to spool more efficiently, and we can express that DNA in every cell division of our bodies. We call that health and healing and vitality in our lives. So we're not always aware. That's how sophisticated we are. This stuff's going on behind the scenes. We don't even know what's happening. And by relieving the stress and by creating that coherence between the heart and the brain, 3 simple steps. They're asking about practical applications. We shift our awareness from our heart, from our brain into our heart. One of the ways you shift that awareness is you touch your heart center gently, because your awareness will always go to the place where you feel that touch. So if you want to focus on your elbow, you touch your elbow. If you want to focus on your heart, you touch your heart. It's first step. Second step, slow your breathing to a rhythm that is longer on the release than it is on the inhale. You want to exhale for a period of time longer than the inhale, maybe a count of 4 on the inhale and a count of 6 on the release, or whatever is comfortable for you. The ratio is what's important. And the reason is because that longer exhale triggers the parasympathetic response, the relaxation response in the nervous system. It's different than an equal breathing in and out. So do the breathing, step number 2. Step number 3, feel the feeling of a positive emotion. And for most people, what the scientists and the researchers have found is that gratitude for anyone or anything pretty much works universally without a lot of judgment. If you try to use the word love, there's some baggage that can come with the word love. Compassion is a very complex there's a science underlying compassion in the Buddhist traditions. But care, appreciation, gratitude, those kinds of things, those very simple steps. And you do that once a day for about 3 minutes, Steve. And what happened is we begin to relieve that stress all the way down to the molecular level, and you just feel better. You do it for a minimum of 3 minutes. And what the science has shown is that 3 minutes of that coherence will increase the immune response in the SIGA, the leukocytes, the first line of defense inside the mouth, in the membranes in the mouth. So you're increasing your immune response, creating resilience to change. And man, who doesn't want that? I mean, you wake up every morning, who knows what world you're waking up to? So we all live in a world of change. Increases that resilience because it increases what's called heart rate variability. Every beat of the heart, when you see the little EKG and it goes boom, 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 those, the peak, it's called a QRS complex. The R is that peak. And the time from one R to the next, from one peak to the next, varies with every heartbeat. The more variability that we have, the more resilient we are to change. When we're young, we have a lot of heart rate variability. As we grow older, typically, not always, but typically, those heartbeats begin to become more regular and we lose resilience to change. So they're very small differences measured in milliseconds. But what we want to do is create more heart rate variability. And you do that simply by creating that coherence. That has implications for hypertension, cardiovascular health, all kinds of things like that. So these are practical applications. And then, of course, deep meditation. When we go into states of, and there are many kinds of meditation, but mindfulness and deep states of meditation to relieve the mind from engaging in that stress. Alone, it is the energy that you place into that thought, your love for what you are imagining, or your fear for what you are imagining. When you imagine from a place of neutrality, this is the beauty of our humanness. We're the only form of life that we know that can simulate in our mind a situation and all the eventualities, so that we say, oh, we don't want that to happen. Oh, we don't. Well, this would be a good thing to happen. And so we can simulate in our mind and then take action in our lives to support the good things that come from that simulation. So I'm going to invite our community, don't be afraid to think about all possibilities. Be conscious of the energy you put into your thoughts. When you have that thought, are you putting fear into that thought? And if you are, what is it in your power that you've given away that leads you to fear? Because you shouldn't be afraid of anything. We live in a world, we're empowered to transcend whatever life brings to our doorstep, or your love for whatever it is that you're thinking in your mind. And I think this is fundamental. This is baseline, Steve, because once we allow ourselves to consider all possibilities, now we can become responsible. We can become responsible and take action to cover all eventualities, because life is only a problem when we're not prepared. Life is only a problem when our everyday routines are disrupted and we have nothing to fall back on. So this isn't forever, but I think it is responsible. I think it makes sense for a little window of time, and we don't know exactly how long it is, but it's not going to be very long. we are living, this isn't business as usual. And it's hard for some people to embrace that. And I think it all begins with the thinking, Steve. All of the actions that we choose in consciousness and how we apply all of these esoteric teachings and all the relationships that I'm sharing with you between us and the field, that's all good, but it begins with the way we think of ourselves and our relationship to the world. And I want to say to everyone, you are wired. You are wired to thrive. That's exactly the way your body is set up. Let your body and your consciousness do what they know how to do. And when the fears come up, and they will for all of us, because we are the product of indoctrinations into fear. We've been indoctrinated to feel powerless and to fear change in the world that we think we have no control over. If we hinge our sense of well-being on the world out there, it can be frightening. That world is changing and it's not over and it's not going to stop, and we haven't seen the end of it. When we put our sense of well-being in here and we know that we are prepared emotionally, psychologically, mentally, physiologically, and spiritually, and we've done all that we can do to mitigate whatever that process means in our lives. This is the time to be healthier than we've ever been, Steve. We're going to need every ounce of our human potential and our human capacity so that we can do what we're made to do. And that is a clarion call for all of us to be the best version of ourselves, because we love ourselves enough to give ourselves the gift of our humanness during this rare and precious window of change in our lives, in our world today. That's how we become the best version of ourselves so that we can create the best world possible. It's hard to create the best world possible when you are miserable and sick and frightened. And we all know that. We know that. I'm just stating the obvious here. So I think it all begins with the way we think of ourselves and our relationship to the world, Steve.
Yes, it does, boy. And this truly is a masterclass in how to live a life. And as you're mentioning here, Gregg, years ago, this kind of discussion was important. Now it's an urgent discussion too. There is a window that's open. We're all feeling it. This is a moment where we can answer the call, is one way to frame this, where we ask this question that Gregg is surfacing. Do we love ourselves enough to really live into that, to be the expression of that? It's important and urgent now. And so I really want to underscore what you're sharing, because I think all over the world we're feeling now that a window has opened. And it's time to, of course, in Humanities Team, we talk about elevating consciousness, living into our bigger self or higher self. And boy, that's what Gregg's going to here in the most beautiful way. So Gregg, I'll move over to concepts of the quantum field and its relevance in everyday life, where we go maybe a little deeper in that direction.
First, I just want to clarify when physics and physicists talk about the quantum field, there is no single quantum field. Every particle emerges from its own field, technically. And when you talk to physicists, this is what they will tell you. Those particles are not separate from us. And I think this concept is perhaps the hardest for many people to embrace. When you want to see change in the world out there, we must become in our lives the things that we want to see in the world. We must become the peace. We must become the healing, because we are literally feeding the field. We're giving the field something to work with. And we see things in the world around us that trouble us or that we would like to change. We've got to ask ourselves in our personal or collective lives, what are we feeding the field, consciously and subconsciously? When we talk about the quantum field, this is fascinating to me, because we cannot separate us from those fields. It means that the principles that govern those fields also apply in our lives. So what are those principles? One of them is the principle of entanglement. What that tells us, and I think this is where global oneness really comes from. In I believe it was 2022, the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded for actually proving what we're saying and what we have sensed esoterically for so long, is that everything is connected. And that connection is called entanglement. when we go back to the very beginning of the universe, Steve, there was a time our universe was about the size of a single green pea. All the matter in the universe today was compressed into that little green pea. Everything was connected physically and energetically. And as the expansion continued, and it continues today, and matter is actually very sparse. Most of the universe is empty space, what we call empty space. It's full of energy, but it's empty in terms of stuff, physical stuff, including our bodies. Although that matter is separated physically, energetically, it's still connected. We're made of the stuff that birthed the universe. It was connected in the beginning, it's still connected today. That's why a prayer in our living room for our loved one in a battlefield in a desert halfway around the world can be so effective, because the prayer is already with our loved one. The principle of entanglement, the holographic principle. The holographic principle suggests that every particle reflects the whole. So when we make small changes in our lives, those small changes to some degree are reflected on the larger whole. We could go into much more detail with that, but that's a very powerful principle. The fractal principle is important. The fractal principle is very closely related to the holographic principle. There are a few patterns that play out in the universe on different scales. When we think about an atom, we have a nucleus and electrons moving around, looks a whole lot like a sun with planets moving around, looks a whole lot like a Milky Way with solar systems moving around. It's the same pattern, but it's on very, very different scales. So when we influence the small in our lives, we're actually, those repercussions happen on larger scales that we may or may not be aware of. And these are all consequences, implications of being quantum. It's not that we live in a quantum field. We are the quantum field. We are the consciousness wrinkles in this field. And our wrinkle, my Gregg wrinkle and your Steve wrinkle, is held in place by our consciousness, the way that we perceive and think of ourselves, our relationship to other people, to the world, to our own capabilities and our perceived limitations. Because when we begin to accept our humanness and the potential of our humanness and what is called divinity, our divinity literally is defined. Contemporary definition of divinity is the ability to transcend perceived limitations. That's all it is. The ability to transcend perceived limitations. Our divinity doesn't live in the cells of our bodies. It is in the field. And as we access this field, this is where our imagination and our creativity and our memories and our innovation live. This is where we learn to love fearlessly and to forgive without expectation of something coming back. It's where our healing begins. Our healing begins outside of our bodies, Steve, and this is a very, very powerful concept. So when we begin to recognize these principles, then it's clear to see what we said in the beginning. The better condition our bodies are in, the healthier that we are, then the clearer our communication with this field, the clearer our communication with our ability to love deeply and to forgive and to imagine and to create. This is where our memories and our knowledge, all knowing, when we simply know something is true and we don't know where that knowing came from, this is a facet of our divinity. Intuition is a facet of our divinity. Many people in the New Thought movement have separated divinity from their bodies, and they've been taught to have disdain, and sometimes they even hate their physical bodies, and they're searching for something out here. This gift, what our ancient ancestors called the temple. I'm just going to say this. I feel that we're short on time, but I want to leave people with this. In our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions, when they would go to a temple, a physical temple, the innermost sanctum was always called the Holy of Holies. It's where the secrets, where the most powerful secrets were kept. Well, interestingly, Steve, our ancestors called our body the temple of our awareness or our consciousness or our soul. And we have not one Holy of Holy. We have 50 trillion Holy of Holies, because it's in the innermost sanctum of every cell is the DNA. That is the antenna, the biological antenna that tunes us to the place in the field where we find our divinity. To honor our bodies, I think, is perhaps the greatest act of love and compassion that we can have for ourselves, to care for the temple that allows us to express our divinity in this earth realm, to love and forgive and heal. It's very difficult to do that when our bodies are not functioning as they are designed to do. So I think that's what I'd like to leave people with, that sense, a deeper appreciation for the gift of the temple of the body, our own biology. And I hope that I've shared some reasons to think a little bit differently about our bodies and what their capabilities are and how those capabilities help us to serve and love and honor one another in our lives.
Oh, beautiful. What a great place to leave it here, Gregg, and bringing in divinity, and which is perfect, and you say divinity is a field, and then even bringing it down to the cellular level. And of course, there's an explosion of research, scientific research being published now that says that we're conscious at a cellular level. So divinity in 50 trillion cells. So, okay, viewers, breathe into that. Bring that one into your daily practice today, and see what where that takes you. I think it's going to take you to a beautiful place. As we close, I want to just share that we created recently with Gregg a brand new free program. It's called A Science-Backed Way to a Beautiful Future. So I want to invite you to check that out. Also, I think as people know, Humanities Team is a 501c3 nonprofit. So our entire focus is making conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040. And Gregg has created 4 marvelous masterclasses that are on this global streaming platform. The Science of Self-Empowerment, Technology, Consciousness, and Evolution, this enhanced version, Forbidden Science, and 5-Year Guide. All 4 of those are on the Humanity Stream Plus platform. It is now the largest global streaming platform for consciousness raising masterclasses and transformational education. We're going to have to leave it there because we've run out of time. Gregg, I want to thank you so much for bringing in just the most unbelievable discussion. You've laid out just a beautiful map here for conscious living, and I thank you for that, soul brother.
Thank you so much, Steve. I feel like we honored our community today with a lot to think about, and hopefully the reasons to think differently about themselves and their relationship to their bodies. So when they ask the question, do I love myself enough to accept the gift of my humanness, we've given them the reasons to say a big yes to that.
Yes, we have. Boy, we don't need to look outside of ourselves. I think that point came through here during the hour. Gregg, thank you. Really, truly magnificent. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, viewers. And on to more Global Oneness Summit.
Spiritual communication. And today we have the great pleasure of diving into this important topic with 4 esteemed and beloved spiritual teachers and authors, Lisa Barnett, Tricia McCannon, Neale Walsch, and Suzanne Giesemann, all authors in Common Sentience, a mystical book series which together the books are creating a library of spiritual literature unlike anything else in the marketplace. So let me tell you a little bit about our guests. First, Lisa Barnett is the founder of Akashic Knowing School of Wisdom, where she specializes in teaching you to access personal soul wisdom and guidance to transform your life, working directly with your Akashic record keepers. Lisa is also a best-selling author of 4 books, including her latest, Akasha: Spiritual Experiences of Accessing the Infinite Intelligence of Your Soul. Tricia McCannon is a renowned American clairvoyant, historian, mystical symbologist, and teacher who has traveled the world in search of answers to the greatest mysteries of our time. Tricia is also a best-selling author of 5 books, including her latest, Angels: Personal Encounters with Divine Beings of Light. Neale Donald Walsch is a New York Times best-selling author of the Conversations with God book series. Neale's latest book, the one we are featuring today, is God Talk: Experiences of Humanity's Connections with a Higher Power. Neale's books have been translated into 37 languages and have been read by millions of people worldwide. And finally, Suzanne Giesemann is a teacher of personal transformation and a renowned medium. She has been recognized on the Watkins list of the 100 most spiritually influential living people and is this year's winner of Humanities Team Spiritual Leadership Award. Suzanne is also a best-selling author, and her latest book, just released, is Mediumship: Sacred Communications with Loved Ones from Across the Veil. All 4 of these books mentioned are part of the Common Sentience book series, which currently includes 16 books, and these spiritual teachings and experiences are the underpinning of our conversation today, elevating consciousness through spiritual communication to promote unity, compassion, and the truth of the interconnectedness of all life. So let's dive in. I'd like to tell you the premise. So the premise of our panel is that through our common sentience or shared intelligence, we are all part of the greater oneness, and we can elevate our consciousness and contribute to the elevating of the collective consciousness by the awareness that everything is alive, sentient, communicating, and part of the greater whole, including us. And when we can tune into this expanded consciousness, we can communicate and receive loving direction and guidance from our higher self, God, Source, angels, loved ones in spirit, the Akashic record keepers, and more. And so our panelists, Neale, Suzanne, Tricia, and Lisa, are going to share their wisdom on what this consciousness is, how to tune into it, and how when we embrace it, we can help transform our world. So I hope you're ready, because we're ready. You guys all ready? Ready to go?
Ready.
All right. So first I'm going to go to Neale, my wonderful friend Neale. And Neale, my question to you is, let's start with the most expansive book of you and your book, God Talk. Who is God, and how does communicating with this source or talking to God help one elevate their consciousness and understand the interconnectedness of all life?
Please allow me to begin by responding to something you said. All 4 panelists are going to share their wisdom. Well, the other 3 panelists may be sharing their wisdom. I have no wisdom to share. I don't want anyone to think who's watching me today that I think that I have wisdom to share. Everything that I've been given the privilege of sharing has been given to me. All I did was take dictation. And and anyone who knows me personally will tell you that I do not have very much wisdom to share, nor do I display much wisdom in my behavior. So I don't want you to think that I'm at the same level of the other 3 panelists. Apart aside from the fact that they're all women, which should say enough. But apart from the fact that I'm the only man here, I don't have any wisdom to share. But I can tell you what I was given to share in response to your question. There is nothing that God is not. So when we talk about who and what is God, God is everything that is, ever was, and ever will be. God is the all in all. I'm sorry to give such a trite and predictable answer, but when I was invited to define my understanding of God in 2 words, I would say that God is pure love. God is a love that requires, needs, expects, demands, and commands nothing in return. God is simply the source, the essence, the expression of pure love. In the way that it shows up in our lives is the way that we project it in us, as us, and through us. How does talking to God help us? It allows us to connect with a part of ourselves. May I conclude my opening remarks by saying this? My experience is not that God is something up there, way, way up there, that we're trying so hard to connect with. If only we could get God to come down here and be with us. That's not my understanding. That's not what I was told. So in my awareness, God is not something that we're trying to reach up there, but something that lives inside of each and every sentient being in the cosmos. So we're not calling God down. We're calling God forth, to call forth divinity that resides within each of us, and to demonstrate it in every way that we can, through the words that we speak, the actions that we take. That's what I try to do in my daily life. I don't succeed anywhere near the level that I wish I would, but that's the path I'm on, and that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, Neale. And that's a perfect beginning for our conversation. So thank you for that. And so let's go to Tricia. So Tricia, in your book, Angels, you share that the angels are immense celestial beings who are leading us into a great spiritual awakening. Tell us who the angels are, and how does our communicating with the angelic beings help one elevate their consciousness and lead us to be more compassionate beings?
Thank you so much, Ariel. So one of the things I would like to respond to first is to what Neale said, because really it comes into the answer to the question you just asked me, open the door to the angels. First off, it's a willingness to be open. That's important. A lot of us have mind screens that, we project our versions of reality on to a larger reality, but we're only able to see a small part of it. So an openness of the heart, because angels are of that vibration of love. So an openness of the heart, a willingness to listen and to receive. A lot of times, we say a prayer and then it's like, got to go to work. Okay. We don't stay and listen for the answer, do we? But it's a two-way conversation between ourselves and spirit. There's our part where we pour out all the craziness that's going on in our mind and in our workaday worlds where, it all seems so chaotic. But then there's taking the time once we've emptied our cup to allow spirit to fill up that cup. And of course, that happens through that willingness to listen and through the surrender of the spirit and the ego. And we are students in this. And the divinity not only lies all around us, but within us. And by making that connection within the heart, within that willingness to take the time to establish a relationship. We establish it with our dogs and our cats and with our husbands and wives and our children, but how about taking a little time to establish it with the divine? So hopefully that answered that question, although there is a lot more to say.
And we have a lot to go, but in doing that, do you feel that can lead us to be more compassionate with ourselves and with others?
Yeah, I do think that we are taught a lot of judgment, self-judgment, judgment of others. We're taught it at our parents' knee. And discernment is one thing, but judgment is another. We as souls are all on a great journey of awakening, and we're all making mistakes. And hopefully we are self-reflective enough to learn from the mistakes. And so we have to be compassionate and forgiving of ourselves, even when we make those boo-boos. We might be compassionate of others. We might be compassionate of our children or the people we love, but a lot of times we're the last person on our own list. So trying to lift that inner critic and tell it to sit on the bench so that you can open to that higher love is critical.
Thank you. Thank you. Now on to Suzanne. So Suzanne, in your new book, Mediumship, which I see behind you, thank you, you describe mediumship as a healing vocation. And in your words, what is mediumship, and how does communicating with loved ones in spirit help one elevate their consciousness and bring greater healing to our world?
Oh, there are so many levels to the answer to that question, Ariel. For my family, the mediumship journey began when my stepdaughter was killed by lightning, and our consciousness could not have been more low. Our vibration was low. Our awareness of the greater reality was very restricted. But a reading with a medium at that time left no doubt in our family's mind that our Susan is still with us, that she still exists as a sentient, communicative, interactive being across the veil. That awareness expanded our consciousness instantly, started me on a path that took me to a whole other level of consciousness, to the point where now I, who never had any idea I could communicate with spirits, I was a military officer for my entire career, am now helping other people learn to connect with their own loved ones. So mediumship to me is just the start of a spiritual journey. It opens our minds to the fact that death is not the end, that our loved ones who have passed, and when we pass, we are all eternal beings, but here and now. So the question then becomes, what do we do with that awareness? So mediumship provides the support to what I call the awakened way of living, which starts with understanding we are not only human.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll finish up this first round of this first question that all of our panelists are receiving, and then we'll move into some others with Lisa. And Lisa, your book, Akasha, you explain that we all have our own library of our soul's records and our Akashic masters who are our record keepers. So how does accessing our Akashic records help to elevate our consciousness and understand unity here on Earth and across our cosmos?
What I've found over all the years of teaching people to access this infinite wisdom of their soul is that when we actually can access this vibration, this beautiful library of your soul's journey, it allows us to realize we are so much more than this little body, this little life, than whatever is happening, story we're telling ourselves or experiences we're having. And so what I find is that it really quickly helps people to move out of some of the emotional pain or the trauma that they've experienced in their life, as they start to know that not only have they had hundreds and hundreds of lifetimes on Earth, they've had thousands or millions or billions, if you could count them, lifetimes in the multiverse. And so when I say we are so much more than just this, that means that we're more than, having had maybe 10 human lives. No, we've had hundreds and hundreds and thousands and millions. And when we see and access that wisdom, the guidance, when we can start to connect to the gifts that we've honed in these hundreds of lifetimes, when we realize that we have already written many books, been a medium, a healer, a spiritual teacher, a leader in the world, that we realize that we can do it again. Because one of the things when we get kind of stuck in a low vibration is that we have so much self-doubt that we can go forward and do something greater than what we're experiencing in this moment. And so what I find in the Akashic records, through the guidance and deep connection of pure love with our record keepers, because again, they're part of pure source energy and the pure love vibration, that they can lead us and help us understand why we may have picked some challenging situations in our lives, and ways that we can start to let go of the story or the emotional pain, and actually make new choices, make new decisions, and follow a new path that may be calling to our heart at this beautiful time in history.
Thank you. Thank you all. Does anybody want to respond to anything before I move into the next question?
I'd like to ask a question, if I could, because what was just said here is such a powerful insight about. We've been here hundreds and hundreds of times, and maybe even 1,000 times, and so forth. Gosh, what a wonderful revelation! But I have to ask this question: if that's true, Why are we behaving the way we're behaving? Why is humanity doing what humanity is doing right now, this very day? We've had armed conflict on this planet for all but 5% of recorded history. It's going on right this minute, even as we're talking with each other. So I wonder what the Akashic records have to say, or what those who have gone before can tell us about what is there to know, what that I don't understand. Am I from a different planet? Why are human beings acting the way they're acting if what you're all saying is true?
Well, I'm happy to respond from the Akashic point of view, which is that our soul writes a plan, and then we come back into a body, and we all have amnesia. And I would say that, probably 95% of humanity has no recollection or belief that we have, that there's more. And some of these things I believe have been learned and taught. There is very low vibration for thousands and thousands of years on Earth. And so part of the way the record keepers explain it is that the energy of the planet, as well as the programming and the patterns that have actually held us as humans down in this lower vibration, that this time in history right now, we're moving into a higher energy. The vibration of the earth herself is raising, and that we will finally break through after the last 8 or 10,000 years. We'll finally be able to break through and remember the truth that you speak of and teach all the time and share, Neale, is that we are all one with God. God is always within us. We are that. And so I believe that we are finally at a time in history where people will awaken and realize how trapped we've been.
I'd also like to respond to that. Obviously, it's a very deep question, and one that has a complex answer. But basically, we as souls are all expressions of the divine, of the source, of God. But as Lisa said, we all have fallen into amnesia. And I think that everything in the lower worlds, and I'm talking about the worlds of time and space, it moves in a spiral. So when I look on the Akashic, and like Lisa, I mean, I've read for over 6,000 people around the world as a clairvoyant, and what I see is that in earlier stages of human history, for example, Lemuria and Atlantis, we were actually in a much more elevated consciousness. We actually had much more evolved societies where we weren't so engaged with war. But, there is something that the ancients call the Great Year, which is a 25,920 year cycle. And where basically over the course of that time, the antenna, if you will, of the magnetic North Pole rotates like a top. And it points away from the galaxy or galactic center or towards the galactic center. When we're pointed towards the galactic center, it's like we are receiving a clear signal, and we are far more awake. And the ancients call that the golden age. Slowly, the antenna moves a little out of phase, and we begin to fall asleep. The silver age, the bronze age, more asleep. The Kali Yuga, or the iron or dark age, pretty asleep at the wheel. Don't even remember who we are. We think it's all a material world. And, is God real? Is the soul real? Those are the conversations. So as Lisa said, there is a very exciting thing that is happening right now, and that is that even though we have been in the Kali Yuga, or the dark age of asleepness, that took us through the Inquisition and the Dark Age and all this crazy history that we know about, even though we've forgotten about the earlier phases where we were more conscious, we are now crossing through the galactic equator, which takes about 1,000 years. And we are about 450 years into it. And that shift began during the Renaissance, about 450 years ago. So we are beginning to wake up. Finally, science and spirituality are beginning, with some teachers, to come back together. where they were separated for a very long time. There are people like yourselves and our listeners, our audience, that are waking up to the divinity within themselves and to their spiritual gifts, which is why Ariel did this wonderful Common Sentience series with all these incredible authors on all these incredible topics. But truly, there is a fight going on between the old, aggressive, warlike, conflictual, patriarchal model of top-down rulership and suppression and a more awakened movement. And we are part of that movement, which is, let us say, we could say democracy. That's a simple political word for it, but it's more than that. We're in process, but you can see there's all sorts of elements of the old guard that are trying to hold us back. We've got Putin attacking the Ukraine, Hamas, and Israel. We've got all sorts of illnesses being cooked up in the laboratory to make us in fear and sickness. As long as we're holding the vibration of fear, it's very hard to come into the vibration of love. And it is love and unity consciousness that this movement and Humanity's team and this beautiful global conference we're in, and all these wonderful speakers and all the listeners, all of us are on that team. But as we can see by the mainstream media around us, there are a lot of people that are in the world that are not on that wavelength yet. So we are on that journey, and hopefully, as Lisa said, we'll make it over the hump this time and not self-destruct as we have in other earlier civilizations.
Well, but you said something there about the patriarchal top-down power system, and it made me, as the only male on this panel, wonder, and I'm not being facetious, I'm actually asking a sincere question. Are you suggesting, or is it true that the patriarchal aspect of humanity, that is men, are somehow less evolved or less able to access divine wisdom than women? Do I wish that I was a woman again?
Well, I'm going to respond, but I bet you Suzanne's got some things to say about this whole conversation. I would say this, that there is a positive masculine, what I think of as a sacred masculine, and there's a negative masculine. The negative masculine is suppressive, controlling, competitive in a destructive way. The positive masculine is inspirational, unifying, and holds power not for themselves, but to support and awaken the power within the people for better vision. There's a positive feminine and a negative feminine. The positive feminine is nurturing, loving, unifying, and so forth. The negative feminine is jealous, possessive, gossiping, and backstabbing. So, I talk about this in one of my books, The Divine Sophia, but it's a big conversation. And I bet you Suzanne, who comes out of a government model, who was probably trying to do the very best they could in world politics and keeping some of the arguing children from blowing up the world, she could probably address this also beautifully. Suzanne, you want to jump in here?
Well, I see you leading that to me, handing that to me, but I'm not going to take that ball. I'm going to go back to the original question. And I can tell you that mediumship has shown me that we don't die, that our basic foundation is consciousness. And so ultimately, God cannot be hurt by any of this. This is play for God that is very serious for those of us who are in it. I know that I can't die, yet I'm not going to step in front of a speeding train. I also know that when I cross the veil, I'm going to be met by beloved friends who say, "What did you bring back? Did you bring back more love than you took?" And we're given opportunities every second that we're here. My husband and I had a rare moment of conflict 2 nights ago, and it felt awful, and it felt so opposite to the love that we normally share. But as a result of that conflict, now I feel our love is even stronger. And I feel that this is the opportunity that we're given moment by moment. And as awful in human terms as war is, ultimately it doesn't affect God, because God is not a person. It is our foundation. As we come to know that we are here to be the expression of this love that is God, more and more of us will realize we're in a world where we have these opposites. I don't even say positive and negative anymore. I say positive and not positive. That's just the way it is in this reality. When we can use the not so positive as part of the whole spectrum of possibility and choose a possibility that's more aligned with love, then we'll see a lessening of war. But the reason we haven't seen it lessen over the ages is because you can call it amnesia, but we get attracted to the physical reality and don't realize this other aspect of us that's never changing, that never dies, is right here and ready to be expressed. So I've talked to my guides about this topic a lot, Neale, and they say we have progressed. We're no longer in the dark ages. From the higher realms, they see it as the dim ages, but that's progress.
That's funny. It is very true. I think that we are in the lower worlds, which are the worlds of, you would say positive and not so positive, but we could say positive and negative. And they provide opportunities for choice, for the soul to make choices and to learn from those choices. And a lot of times those choices are not very fun to experience, but I think it might be the only way that we can learn.
So, so Neale, I'm going to hold up your book, God Talk, because you wrote this book for this series, and every one of these books goes to the heart of what we're talking about, right? Understanding what this consciousness is, experiencing this consciousness, and then practicing this consciousness, right? So for me, that's the magic formula to move us from the dim ages to the back to the light. And that's what we're talking about today, right? How can we elevate not only our consciousness, but the consciousness and how that elevates the collective consciousness, right? That we ripple out to others. So in your book, God Talk, one of the things that I just found so personally helpful, when you talked about the practice, right? How do we put this in practice? How do we make this work and get out of our mind and into our body? You talk about taking 10 blessed seconds a day, right? Share with us, if you could, what that actually means and why that's so important, not only for our own personal consciousness, but how that can help elevate the consciousness around us, please.
Well, my experience, Ariel, is very simple. How it's helped me is that it simply stops my mind. It just gives me a break. It gives the me that I really am, the true me, a chance to, I want to say, come forward into my day-to-day, moment-to-moment experience. And it's 10 seconds a day, or what I call stopping meditation. 10 seconds 6 times a day, or 60 seconds in a 24-hour period, where we just stop everything for 10 blessed seconds and instruct the mind. The mind, my experience has been that my mind is like a dog or a cat or a beloved pet. That is, I can actually tell my mind what I want it to do. There's a part of me that steps outside of my mind and instructs my mind. That's at least my experience of what I want it to think about, to focus on, to decide, and to do. So sometimes in the middle of a sentence, I can just tell my mind to stop everything and just give it 10 blessed seconds. And I often do this right in the middle of a speech that I'm giving or in the middle of a podcast. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's so easy for me to then reconnect with who I really am. Not this, and not this, as all three of these lovely ladies have made it very clear. We are more than that. These are simply tools, pieces of equipment. It's not who we really are. And that 10 seconds done 6 times a day, I promise you, do that for 1 month, for 4 blessed weeks, and watch your life change. Watch your sense of who you are. Watch your sense of what's going on around you. Watch your awareness of what it all means and what it all can mean if you choose to demonstrate who you really are. Folks, those of you who are watching this program right now, listen to what these 3 angels have been saying for the past few moments. Enormous wisdom flowing from the soul of these 3 people who are sharing with us all we need to know.
And so when we elevate our consciousness, Neale, when we become more aware or in tune or mindful, right, or aligned or resonant, right, we use all these terms. How does that elevate the consciousness of those around us? How does that help our world? It helps us personally. How does that help our world?
Well, what goes around comes around, in my experience. So how it helps the world, of course, is, how does splashing or pouring wonderfully warm water on an ice cube or a block of ice help the water if we want to drink it? You can't drink an ice cube. So, if we really want to drink in all the love that's available to us from the God of my understanding, we simply share the love. You know what God said to me, Neale? Whatever you want to experience more of, stop being a seeker. I know it sounds wonderful, Neale, for you to say, I am a seeker. But Neale, stop being a seeker. Be the source. Have the spiritual bravery and the spiritual courage to be the source of that which you used to seek. And as you source what you wish to experience in the life of another, you discover that what flows through you sticks to you. I could, of course, be wrong about all of this.
I have to say I really love that exercise, and it is so simple, and it brings us totally into the present. One of the processes I was going to share with us today, our audience today, was about the heart and that third eye. A lot of times we go into the head, or we go into the heart alone. But the heart has its own intelligence, and so does the head. And by connecting these two, almost like in an infinity symbol where you breathe into your heart and you pull it up, to your third eye, and then you breathe out and you drop back into your heart again. That's a very simple thing that you can do. Breathing in and just being present with the third eye, with no thoughts, in beingness, as Neale was talking about. You literally can just open the screen of your mind and almost like open to you're a chalice, like you're literally receiving the nectar of the divine all the way through, and it can come all the way through to your heart, all the way down through your body. And that nectar, that golden nectar, can do all sorts of things. It can rebalance your emotions, rebalance your chakras. It can begin, if you do it enough, it can literally begin to heal the physical as well as the emotional and all the subtle energy bodies. So that's a very simple process we can do.
Thank you, Tricia. And these practices and processes are important. They're important that we not only know what this wisdom is, but that we practice this wisdom, right? Suzanne, in your book, Mediumship, you have a number of simple practices as well. And I think simple is important. And you share in your teachings different ways to connect quickly or become in tune. Could you share one with us today as well?
Well, Ariel, I don't know if this one is in the book, but it's in my conscious mind right now, because just before we talked today, I did a session at the request of a college friend of mine who I haven't seen in, we won't tell you how many decades. And he reached out because he's having a big challenge in his life. I wouldn't have recognized him if we crossed on the street. He's changed that much. But just honoring his need, he came on the screen and he was so downtrodden. His energy was low, his consciousness restricted. The soul is this expansive light being that is, I say the difference between human is restricted consciousness versus soul spacious awareness. And so I didn't know how I could help him. As a medium, I connect with loved ones across the veil, but I didn't want to say no. I knew there was a possibility of healing him. So I ended up channeling my guides, who reminded him that he's so much more than the story, and that his story of him was acting like an anchor. And they gave him tools to remember who we are as souls and how to access the wisdom that's always here ready to arise for all of us. And I did that with my eyes closed because it was pure channeling. But when I opened my eyes, you could see a bit of a lift in him. And he said, I have some work to do. And I said, yes, you have a lot of homework that they just gave you. But I said, let's start right now. Look at yourself on the screen. And I said, now sit up straight and put your shoulders back. And he did that. And the entire energy field around him changed. I said, do you feel that as well as see it in the screen? And he saw it. And I said, you have allowed your body to even dictate how you feel. And every time you become aware of feeling heavy, depressed, just put your shoulders back. Put your shoulders back and now be open to the flow of spirit, of source, the life force, to inspire you, because source is breathing you, and that's what inspiration is. So right away, just a quick tool for all of us to remember we're so much more than our stories. We're souls, and the life force is flowing through you at all times. So when I get out of bed in the morning, first thing we have to do is walk the dogs, of course, and sometimes you're just kind of still a little sleepy and groggy, and I'll walk outside, and the first thing I do is just put my shoulders back, greet the day and greet source, greet God and my guides and my team and my loved ones in spirit. And I say, what you got for me today? And it just starts flowing. So posture, I call it a BPM, beats per minute, like the heart is always beating. Breathing, nice calm breath, a 10-second breath like Neale talked about. Then posture, put those shoulders back and open the heart area. And M, be mindful. Simple tool that you can just use anytime to connect.
So, okay, so now I have to tell you a story then, because, and these books are all about personal stories, but when you were talking, most people probably don't know, but I was a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps, the same as Suzanne's daughter, Susan, and she was a sergeant when she was struck by lightning. Yes, I'm going to get chills, right? So, decade or so ago, when I was beginning my spiritual journey, I was seeking. I was a mess. You know, that cliche story to this point, almost, of this traumatic event. And I was at an angel reading. So shout out to Tricia, because angels were one of my intros into my spiritual journey. And I was sitting there, and the person said, who didn't know me at all, she said, "There's a loving being here, but he's not an angel. And he wants me to tell you something." And I was like, okay, you know, I didn't expect it to turn into, I didn't know what it was. And she said, he says, chin up and shoulders back. And I was like, oh, that's my dad.
Nice.
That's what my father would always say to me. He had passed into spirit, but he would always say to me, because he was so proud that I was in the Marines, and he loved that the Marines, you know, the posture and the chin up, shoulders back. So when he would always say to me when I was starting to feel a little down, chin up and shoulders back, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, and it would always help. So he came through in my angels reading, and he told me that. So when
anybody else get goosebumps?
When you're saying that, right? I mean, you know, I did. I had to sit back a little straighter, but it really, I think, brings the intersection of the experience and the practice and the stories and the experiences we have when we practice and when we're aware of our consciousness. So,
well, if I could just add with, because I'm keeping this anonymous, my classmate's problem is that he was on some medication that's just taken away his short-term memory, and he can't work because his work requires short-term memory. And the guide said, memory is always based on the past when you're present. This applies to all of us. When we're present, all we need to do is access the Akasha, right, Lisa? We just access the wisdom that's here for all of us. How much wiser we would all be if we would pause with those 10 seconds, put our shoulders back, put our chin up, and ask, what do I need to know right now? What's the answer right now? And now it just appears because it's not in here. We are swimming in this field of information, energy, answers, and that field is love.
to go back to Neale's pure love, God is pure love. Lisa, I do want to come to you now because your book, Akasha, I'll hold it up. I'm proud of all of these books because these books are just, they're my heart. Every one of them is a heart. I feel like the 16 babies, right?
I know.
But in Akasha, so the intersection of awareness, practice, and then the experience or the story, right? There's so many amazing mystical experiences in the Akasha book, as with all of them. But tell us why you feel sharing our stories. Why is this important in today's world, and especially our mystical experiences? Why is that important, and how does that help all of us, again, elevate the collective consciousness?
Mm-hmm. I find that when we're validated by hearing that someone else has experienced something like that also, it makes it so much easier for us to embody it, right? To think, oh my gosh, I'm not crazy. Other people are speaking to loved ones, are accessing past life wisdom, or talking to their angels, or even talking to God. I mean, these are huge aspects that have been, really in our world, kind of with science. We went so far to the other side of science. For me, it was interesting because both of my parents were very non-religious, non-spiritual, much more scientific. And I thought it was interesting because it actually gave me that opening to discover the world for myself, to discover spirituality for myself. And so finding people's stories, reading other people's books, realizing that many, many people throughout history have had these kinds of experiences, I thought, well, again, I'm not crazy. Yay me, because there are those moments. I started down this road when I was a teenager in the 70s. And so let me just say, there was a lot of craziness out there also. But really reading some beautiful, great teachers and starting to study this. And I remember picking up Neale's book also along the way, and so validating, made it possible for me to say, if they can do it, why can't I? If I'm receiving something like that, then yes, we have some of these gifts. I completely believe that every single one of you has many, many, many gifts. And we received our clairvoyance, clairaudience, claircognizance, clairsentience. We receive information in a variety of ways. And so when we can allow our gifts to resonate with us, again, I find that we've honed so many of these gifts in other lifetimes, we can actually start to reclaim and remember and bring them more fully into this body in this now moment. But starting with a level of validation, and one of the reasons that I think accessing your own personal Akashic records, which I actually teach in my book, Akasha, is so beneficial, is that we actually are not only receiving outside validation, we're receiving validation from our soul that we've had these experiences, that we've been spiritual teachers, that we've been channels and mediums and oracles in other lifetimes. And so this all just kind of I find opens us up to receive more of the beautiful light and love of the divine, the wisdom and the guidance from our guides, from God, from the angels, from our loved ones that have crossed over, and of course, from our Akashic record keepers.
Thank you. Thank you. And Neale, I would think that you could probably relate to that as far as, you know, in your conversations with God book, I've listened to many of your interviews and even talking to people about it because of your God Talk book. I've lost track of the amount of times that people say that book changed my life because he was asking questions that were my questions, or he was having an experience that just felt so resonant and important to me. And so speak to that a little bit about how important that is and your experience through the 40 books you've now written.
I don't know that it's important, Ariel, but I think it's beneficial. I hate to use the word importance because I don't want people to think that there's some kind of a set of priorities in the universe. If you do this rather than that, if you do that and not of this and all that stuff, you start getting into priorities. So I'm going to avoid the word importance, but I do think it's beneficial. And I think it can be enormously beneficial for us to, as these three lovely ladies have been saying, each in their own way, but they're all saying the same thing. I don't know if anybody's listening carefully, but if you're listening very carefully, have you noticed that all of these three ladies have been saying the same thing, each in their own way, which is, one, you're not who you think you are if you think that you're this. Two, who you really are can stay in touch with who everyone else really is, including those who have done what we call pass over. Three, who you are can stay in touch with who you have always been through the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lifetimes that you've experienced as you move through the universal experience called life and love. So, why is it beneficial? Because it takes us out of our moment-to-moment, presently expressed, limited story of what it means to be human. And as all three of these ladies have said, what it means to be human is what it means to be divine. That each of us is an individuation of divinity. And when we share that reality, gosh, just as it was said a moment ago, that we all get to realize, oh, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not out of my mind. Oh, actually, I am out of my mind, which is what stops me from being crazy, because I'm out of my mind and into my heart, as it was said a moment ago. And my heart is I want to say the physical presence of my soul. To use a metaphor, your heart is your soul physicalized. I never said that before, but it's really how I feel, metaphorically speaking. So when you're in your heart space, you're coming from your soul and you're literally out of your mind. Why is it beneficial to be that way? Because as you move through the world, believe me, people are paying attention. I promise you. It was mentioned a moment ago that all of us have been teachers, all of us have been oracles, all of us have been, masters and gurus. My friends, all of us are teachers even today. I promise you. People, your children, your family, your friends, your neighbors, strangers on the street that you run into, people are watching who you are. And the question becomes, do you wish to be who you really are? Or do you wish to continue expressing who you are not? Or as Bill put it perfectly a few years ago, to be or not to be? That is the question.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes left. So if we return to our initial premise or initial panel, which is our common sentience, elevating consciousness through spiritual communication to create more unity, compassion, and love in this world, right? That we're saying that through this we can do that. I'd like to just ask them, Tricia, we'll start with you. Just a couple final words on why the connection with the mystical, or why the connection with the divine, and what we've been speaking about today, this shared intelligence we have, why that's so important today.
So first off, because you haven't held up my book, I will hold this one up, and it's on angels. And one of the brilliant things I think about this series, this Common Sentience series, is that the way that Ariel designed it for all of us who are authors in this series is that we got to write the first and the third sections. And that includes probably, 4 or 5 chapters in the beginning and 4 or 5 in the end, including processes and meditations. But the center section was reserved for people from all over the world who wrote their own stories and sent them in. And some of the stories are only 2 or 3 pages long. Some of them are longer, but they are experiences that normal people are having, as Lisa was saying, all over the world. And perhaps because we did go so far into science or the third dimensional materialism, these kinds of things, and there were witch hunts for people who were, let us say, gifted and psychic and healers for many centuries. These kinds of things got suppressed. And now we are in an age where people are reawakening to these God-given talents and gifts. And so why is this series important? That number one, it makes it normal. It doesn't make it Abbie normal. We're not the only ones that are experiencing it. In fact, I would dare say that probably 70-80% of the people in the world, maybe all the people in the world, if they pay attention, have had moments, whether it's of deja vu or a connection with animals or a connection with nature, a connection with a shamanic ceremony or ritual, or a sense of a visitation by a loved one that's passed over, like Suzanne is dealing with, a glimpse of past lives like Lisa is dealing with, or the presence really of your guardian angels and your guides. And I want to say along those lines, each of us, in all these readings I've done, each of us come in with guides. Now, it may be that some of our ancestors may choose to become guides, but we all come in with at least one angel. Many times people will come in with 2. Some people will come in with other kinds of guides, muses, for example, the creative muses, masters, particularly if you have a specifically strong teaching ministry or healing ministry. The masters will sign up to be part of your support system. So by knowing who your team is, it actually helps so that you can build a conscious relationship with these beings that are present with us, even though we may only feel them or sense them or hear them or glimpse them or have them speak to us through our dreams. And they will definitely do so in the most convenient way, the most economical way. Many times my guides, when I wake up in the morning, will be having me sing a song. And the message of the song is always something I need to pay attention to, love, joy, forgiveness, happiness. And so it's like I know that they do that. So it's like, okay, what's the song today? And when you're singing the song for several days, it's like, what am I not getting? You have to listen a little more deeply. So hopefully that gives people a little bit of insight and encouragement in opening up that doorway of communication with their own beloved guides who have sort of a thankless task. We mostly don't see them or hear them. We don't pay attention to them, but they love us unconditionally, and without violating our free will, they continue to try to gently nudge us in the most constructive and positive directions.
Okay, to wrap up our time together, I'm going to ask each of you to give me one sentence. If you could put into one sentence the most important message that you would like to share with the world, what would it be? And I will ask Lisa first.
The Akashic record keepers always like to remind us that you are an infinite soul on a beautiful, beautiful journey. Share your love and share your light.
Thank you. Suzanne.
You are not only human, you are part of one big web connecting all that is, and the healing creative force of the entire universe is love.
Thank you. Neale.
God's most important message to the world. You've got me all wrong.
And Tricia, bring us home.
That we are not only surrounded by angels, but that our essential nature before the illusion is angelic. And that is at the heart of love and the divine.
Thank you. Thank you, Tricia. We're going to have to kind of leave it there because we're to the top of the hour. But I think that you really were able to convey really beautifully the heart and the essence of the Common Sentience book series, which all of the books that you have written and the others not mentioned today, and the importance, I believe, that through our awareness and through our connection to the divine in whatever way works for us, that is the path to peace, that is the path to love, that is the path to unity, and ultimately elevating our consciousness and the consciousness of the collective. So Lisa, Suzanne, Tricia, Neale, thank you so much for being part of this panel, being authors in the Common Sentience book series, and again, for all of the amazing work that you all do in this world. So thank you all.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of living consciously. I'm Charissa Zims, live event host with Humanities Team, and I'm so excited for this session today. I have the pleasure of speaking with Karen Noe, psychic medium, spiritual counselor, and author, Dr. Raymond Moody, licensed doctor and PhD, author, NDE expert, and co-founder of Life After Life Institute, and Paul Perry, New York Times bestselling author and filmmaker of spiritual media and content. How are you all today?
Very
We're
good.
good.
Thank you so much for this. And thanks to
You're
the folks
welcome.
listening too.
Yes, thank you to our audience, and thank you all for coming together. And our topic today is waking up to life through death. So let me introduce our esteemed guests. Karen Noe is a renowned psychic medium, spiritual counselor, and healer with a 2-year waiting list. She is the author of We Consciousness, 33 Profound Truths for Inner and Outer Peace, Your Life After Their Death, Through the Eyes of Another, and The Rainbow Follows the Storm. Oh, it's just such a beautiful saying, and that's a book. Since best-selling author Dr. Wayne Dyer left the physical plane in 2015, Karen has been receiving profound messages from him for his family and for the world as well. I loved Dr. Wayne Dyer too. She has taught many workshops at the Omega Institute, the Association of Research and Enlightenment, the Open Center, and I Can Do It events throughout the country, which is produced by Hay House. and also completed a very successful Stream Plus masterclass with Serena and Sage Dyer titled Life After Death. Finally, Karen is the founder of the Angel Quest Center in Waldwick, New Jersey, where she teaches classes, gives readings, and practices alternative healing. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, all of you.
Yes, yes. Well, Paul Perry is an acclaimed filmmaker and the co-author of 4 New York Times bestsellers, including Evidence of the Afterlife, Closer to the Light, Transformed by the Light, and Saved by the Light, which was made into a popular movie by Fox TV. His latest books, Glimpses of Eternity, Sharing a Loved One's Passage from This Life to the Next, and Paranormal, My Life in Pursuit of the Afterlife, are the 4th and 5th books he has co-written with Dr. Raymond Moody. His films have aired internationally and included such topics as near-death experiences, visions, and miracles, the childhood of Jesus in Egypt. Oh, fascinating. A History Channel presentation on the pirates of Madagascar, and most recently a biographical documentary about artist Salvador Dali. Okay, welcome, Paul.
Hi.
Hi. It's great. And earlier he said God was sitting right next to him. So
I think God's sitting next to all of us. That's what defines God in a lot of ways.
yeah, and within.
Yeah.
Within and without. So thank you for being here and bringing God. In 1975, Raymond Moody coined the term near-death experience in his book, Life After Life. And for a half a century now, he has researched some of life's greatest mysteries. In his roles as an author, professor, public speaker, and grief counselor, he has heard thousands of accounts of near-death, shared death, and after-death experiences. His other books include Glimpses of Eternity, Coming Back, Reunions, and Making Sense of Nonsense. He holds a PhD in philosophy, is a licensed doctor, and the co-founder with Lisa Smart of the Life After Life Institute. Welcome, Dr. Moody.
Thank you so much.
And so do I call you Raymond or
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Moody?
I'm at 80 years
Raymond.
old. I'm incapable of formality.
Well, that's a blessing. That's a blessing.
Okay.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So we're here to ignite the topic of death. So Karen, in your opinion, what happens when someone dies?
After we leave, it's not my opinion, it's from the thousands of readings and near-death experiences and everything from people who've had near-death experiences is
Evidential research, then maybe you would say.
yeah.
So, okay.
And my wish is that everybody understands that this too. But after we leave the physical body, we continue. Life, the physical body ends, but who we really are continues. And after we leave the physical body, we experience a life review where we're able to see and feel how we've affected each person that we've encountered through their eyes as if we are that other person, because in reality, we are. And we're joined by our loved ones who've passed, our pets, and we also sometimes see previous lifetimes. I have a friend, Jacob Cooper, who talks about that. I think, Raymond, you know Jacob. Yeah, that he actually had a near-death experience at the age of 3 years old, and he encountered things he didn't know. He was brought up Orthodox Jew, and he saw Jesus, and he saw previous lifetimes as well. He didn't know what was happening at 3 years old. So these are incredible things. So we are joined by our loved ones, pets, and life doesn't end. The energy of who we are continues.
And so what do you think he was experiencing? Did the veil just close for him or open up for him? And so he was able to see all aspects and other realities?
He left his physical body. He had whooping cough. He fell off a slide,
And he left his physical body, he saw his body and so forth, and he saw angels and he saw Jesus. He saw previous lifetimes and so forth. A 3-year-old does not know what these things are. And he remembers I think he's 33 years old, and it's just like it happened yesterday. He's amazing, such a sweet, kind person. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And Raymond, what happens when someone dies?
Well, I got to say a little bit about why I think what I'm going to say. But basically, I was not a religious person, and I found out about this as a philosophy major at the University of Virginia, because Plato, a lot of his work was about what we call near-death experiences today. And I didn't know that they happened, but in 1965 at the University of Virginia, I met a man named Dr. George Ritchie, who had had a near-death experience when he was pronounced dead for 9 minutes in 1943. And he was a professor of psychiatry there at the time at UVA. And so heard his experience, and he is the first of literally thousands of people I've talked with who have been to the brink of death, commonly in a cardiac arrest, and pulled back. And all over the world, people say the same things. Not everybody has all the same features, but there's overlapping features. People say they leave their body and they go through a passageway into another world, and they see their relatives who've passed away, and they undergo panoramic memory in which everything they've ever done is displayed before them, and they have often a figure of light there who sort of helps them evaluate this life. Then they come back and they have changes their life forever. As a logician, I realized the difficulty in making inferences from this, right? At least in the public eye. I mean, we have entirely new ways to think about this rationally now. But my process has been that I have given up. It's I just didn't know what to make of these things at the beginning. Now, people talk about oxygen deprivation to the brain, and if you hear that from anybody, it's a signal that they have no idea what they're talking about, because these experiences take place also. The same experience takes place very commonly among people who are not ill or injured themselves, but they are there at the bedside of someone else who does. And so they tell us, they may leave their body and accompany grandma part way to the light and then come back to their body. People say the room fills with light. They see apparitions of the deceased coming into the room to escort away their dying relative. And so, I mean, I've always realized it's not oxygen deprivation to the brain. That is a sign of an ignoramus, somebody who says that. But I just didn't know what to say. But I went through a long process, and so basically I just gave up, because I have a lot of wonderful medical friends that I know, and I would trust my life to them and trust their medical judgment. But they were doctors who had near-death experiences, and unanimously they tell me that not only was this experience real, but it was more real than ordinary waking reality. So for example, I have a friend who was an ER doctor in Utah who some years ago was there when a patient came in who was owned a graphics art firm, and he was in a car wreck, and his wife was killed instantly. His leg was sheared off by the impact, and he almost died. And one of his children died and one lived. But anyway, when the artist was brought in for resuscitation, the ER doctor walked in and had an extended conversation with the patient's wife who had been killed in the accident. And I just give up. I can't think my way out of it. So where I have come to is I just realized that. But I think we always should realize, people say no matter how articulate they are, no matter how many degrees they have, they say, I just can't describe it to you. There are no words for it. And
And you haven't
that's
had,
going to,
I just wanted to ask a question.
yeah.
You haven't had this experience, an NDE yourself,
Not
correct?
in the classical form. I got close enough to see the city limit sign once, but it wasn't the full blown deal. But you know, I feel like I've had one because I've talked to literally thousands of people since 1969. I just, including when I was a philosophy professor, my colleagues and the faculty members who had this. And, you know, this is a very, very common thing, which is the medical community has woken up to this now because it has a clinical significance no matter what you infer from it logically, because, you know, it happens to patients so frequently that we need to be able to reassure the patient that they're not alone and to provide, you know, they just need somebody to talk to mostly.
Yeah, that's amazing. Paul, I'd love to get your perspective on this. What happens when someone dies?
Well, one of the most amazing things going on right now, I think, is there's a switch over from people not necessarily believing that anything happens after we die to believing it full on, and that's because there's thousands of more case studies, thousands of more near-death experiences and shared death experiences now than there used to be, thanks to changes in resuscitation. And
Yes.
now
Can you hold on just a minute? Can you explain shared death for our audience?
Yeah, a shared death experience is an objective experience. It's when, let's say, if you passed on, if you were in a surgical environment, getting operated on from a heart attack, and your heart stopped, you are likely to have left your body, because that's what most people do in the course of a near-death experience. So if you left your body and later on told us you left your body, that would be fairly expected. But in many cases, there's a shared death experience aspect to that, where you would leave your body and you would leave the surgical arena and go into another part of the hospital, say, and be able to see what people are doing there, what they're saying, what they're watching on TV. And then when you came back, you would be able to share that with everybody, which would be proof that consciousness had survived your bodily death and had left your body and gone someplace else. That's what a shared death experience is. It's an objective experience that proves that consciousness has left the body.
And people will say, for example, that as grandma was dying, her life came up around me in a panorama. So people at the bedside sometimes will even say that they empathically co-live the dying life review of the person who was passing away, which I always assumed it had to be somebody very intimate with the person, right? And for years that was the case. But a few years back, my wife and I got a communication from an emergency room physician who was called to resuscitate a patient he had never laid eyes on. And as this man was dying, doctor said he saw the man's whole life in a visionary panorama around him. So, you know, something is going on that is very embarrassing to people who have a scientistic mind, as I call it. You know, scientism is something different from science. There's I love science, but scientism is a kind of religious doctrine that science is the only rational means of securing knowledge, and that's just not the case. Because in 2024, the question of an afterlife is still a conceptual question. It's the most important philosophical question there is, but it's not yet in the realm of science. And but it's the most important question there is, and still handled better by conceptual and philosophical thinking rather than experiments. Right?
And researchers
Yeah.
now are saying that between 4% and 15% of people who almost die in the United States have a near-death experience. And
can I say something about that? We say 15 or so percent, 10 or 15%, but those figures come from questionnaire surveys. Now imagine that you are in a room and you've just had a cardiac arrest, and a guy comes to you with a questionnaire. How are you going to feel? But I know of two cardiologists. One, Dr. Fred Schoonmaker, who was the chief of cardiovascular medicine at St. Luke's in Denver. And then there was Dr. Becker of Hamburg, who was a similar at St. Vincent's Hospital, a cardiologist. And both of them had interviewed thousands of people that they had personally resuscitated. It was Dr. Schoonmaker, I believe it was 1,600 people that he had personally resuscitated. And he said that it's more like 60%. And it's and according to Dr. Becker, it was even more. It was 80%. But you see, you got to think about how you're going to determine this. And if you imagine that you're there in a bed with somebody coming in with a questionnaire, you know, what's this? But whereas if you just both these doctors with what we call oral personalities, so they would just sit down with the patient. Hey, anything happened? And you know, you're more likely to get a you know, an honest response, I think, from that kind of situation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of these studies are amazing. I mean, Pim van Lommel in the Netherlands, a heart surgeon, examined 100 people. It's a prospective study. So the next 100 people who came into the hospital and had a heart attack, which is a kind of a gold standard for being near death. He would then question them, and of those 100 people, 15 of them had near-death experiences. So you got the numbers are all over the place, from 4% of the population to 15% to 60%. I'm inclined to lean more toward Raymond, saying that there's more than 15% because of what he just brought up.
Yeah, it's a very personal experience.
Yeah, it's an oddball experience too, and people don't want to be.
If you come in with a questionnaire, they're not as likely to respond.
Right. Or they might think that, oh, are they going to submit me to a mental institution? Am I going crazy?
Yeah.
So they may not be willing to admit what they saw, or
I think it's getting better now, though, than it was years ago. Am I right?
Well, what's happened actually, because I've been involved with books with Raymond for 37 years now, and way back 37 years ago, when I was working on a book with him called The Light Beyond, I was also working on another book on reversing heart disease with a doctor at Cleveland at Case Western University, and he said to me, the doctor said, "Well, what are you working on besides this book?" And I told him I'm working on a book on near-death experiences. And he said, that is BS. He said, there's no such thing as a near-death experience. I've resuscitated hundreds of people, and I've never heard this from any of them. Then he was called away from the nurses' station where we were talking, and all the nurses came over. And they said, well, we hear these things all the time. It's just that this particular doctor doesn't talk to his patients as much as we do. And so,
they didn't feel comfortable speaking with him.
Yeah, and it's like Raymond said, it's you got to loosen up a little bit to talk about this subject, especially when it's personal.
My first two public lectures, I lectured on this for years as a philosophy professor, but then when I went to medical school in April of 1973, I was a first-year medical student. And my professors were very engaged in my work. Some of them had near-death experiences and such. So they invited me to the Milton Anthony Medical Historical Society in Augusta, Georgia in April of 1973. I was a first-year medical student. And so I talked to the audience and then opened up for questions. And the first question was from one of my anatomy professors, who was an Amish guy, interestingly enough. And he said, well, I've been in medicine for 20 years. Nobody has ever told me about this. And knowing full well that somebody in the audience, I said, well, has anybody here heard of it? his wife, I swear to God, his wife raised her hand and she said, yes, don't you remember Agnes or whoever came in? And so it's like, it's not that they don't occur, it's that people couldn't hear it. Right. But now people can hear it, I think, is the difference.
And now, as opposed to 37 years ago, now we have a huge number of doctors who come in and tell their story about having their own near-death experience or having experiences with shared death experiences, for instance. And Raymond has a great one, in fact, from Italy. Remember
What
that
was
guy?
that?
The guy in Italy, the doctor.
Oh yeah, this is a really astonishing thing. This was 10 or 15 years ago, and I was lecturing at a conference in Italy, and a cardiologist came in. And he sort of took me to the back of the room where this was in a break, and I remember the haunted look on his eyes. He was telling me about some years before he had been a young man that I forgot what the situation was, but it was a procedure that there was no thought of him there being any complications, right? But to his astonishment, this young man had a cardiac arrest on the table and he was unable to revive him. So he said he had sort of given up, but he said at that point, the room doors of the ER came, just crashing off, and a woman came raving in. He said at first he thought she was psychotic, but he was trying to, what is she saying? And she said, my husband is not dead. She said she was in the waiting room, and her husband came to her and said, the doctor thinks I'm dead. Go in there and tell him I'm not dead. So she crashed and and also there was another woman there at that same conference who knew the woman involved. And so, but that's just one. There's so many doctors who will tell you extraordinary things. And so
amazing. I'd love to hear from Karen too. What do you think about these shared
Oh,
deaths?
absolutely. But I get it from the other side. I have the clients who come to see me and their loved ones come through. They find missing objects. They talk about childhood pets, things that I would never know. Just yesterday, someone came to see me and I'm like, I don't know why, but he's just going. And she goes, oh my God, that's what I told him to say if it's really him, if he came through. He used to do that all the time. There's no way I would know that. You can't make these things up. This is, I hear this time and time again. I know without a doubt, and my wish is for everybody to understand that the energy of who we are continues.
And
you have not, hold on one second. And just so I know, you have not had a near-death experience, correct?
Well, I didn't have a near-death experience, but this whole thing started with me over 20 years ago with my psychic abilities. I was psychic as a child. My father used to take me to the racetrack and I'd pick the winning horses for him. Now I'm an animal activist and I don't go to the track. But over about 20-something years ago, I was going through a difficult time in my life. And I sat at the edge of my bed and I just yelled at God. And I said, am I going to be okay? And with that, I saw a light that came towards me from the other side of the room. And as it was coming towards me, I'm like, if you're not of God, please leave. But the more I said that, the more it kept coming towards me and eventually enveloped me. And at that time, I heard an audible voice that said, Lucia Lucina, Bella Lucia Lucina. That's my email address that you email me at, which means in Italian, light, little light, beautiful little light. And I've since learned that was St. Francis of Assisi, who's been guiding and protecting me ever since. But that changed me forever. So I didn't almost die, but I had a spiritual experience that triggered this. And I was able to feel my connection with the angels and those who've passed. And I'm not the same person that I was back then. People come to my classes and they're like, Karen, I was really, really shy. And now, I'm giving classes in auditorium room filled with people and so forth. So that changed my life and it triggered my ability to connect with those who've passed. But this is the best part for those who are listening.
my purpose is to empower people to do what I do. I'm not the only one that can do this. We all can. We just have to learn, how to. They're giving us signs. They're coming to us in dreams. They're speaking to us telepathically, and to look for those types of messages from those who've passed.
Did you want to say something, Paul?
I do. I want to say that what we all do, although it sounds very different, is very linked. I mean, what Raymond and I have been working on is proof of consciousness leaving the body, and what Karen has is kind of the ability to connect with other people's consciousness, people who have passed, their consciousness. So that's a solid link between what we do as NDE researchers and shared death experience researchers and what she does as a medium. And that's why we have this program together, frankly.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that, because it's just more and more evidence with all of the thousands of Karen's clients and all the thousands of people that you've researched with these shared death experiences and precognition. Well, Karen, I was wondering, where does regret and forgiveness fit into dying?
Well, what I have learned from those who have passed from many appointments is that after they leave the physical body, it's the near-death experience that everyone's talking about, that they're able to see and feel how they've affected their living loved one. Now, they're not living in eternity with this regret. They're not in hell or anything like that. No, but they see the bigger perspective in an instant, and they often say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. And then they move on. They're in a place of total peace and love. But I often hear, I should have forgiven my loved ones, but now it's too late. I should have asked for forgiveness, and now it's too late. Should have treated myself with respect, and now it's too late, because we're just as important as everybody else. I should have told my loved ones how much they mean to me, and now it's too late. So the bottom line is, why do we have to wait until it's too late to do all these things? We could do it now, see through the other person's eyes how we're affecting them. Tell them how much they mean to you, how much you love them. Ask for forgiveness. Forgive those who hurt you. As Wayne Dyer says, it's not the snake bite that kills us, it's the venom that's left behind. And probably most importantly is to treat ourselves with the respect that we deserve, because we are just as important as everybody else. I know many people into spirituality, they always put themselves last. And we're just as important. We're part of the whole. We are one.
Raymond, did you want to say something about that? Where does
I
regret
set my mind off in a spiral here. What I would say is that the way out of this is to reformat our minds. This is never going to work with Aristotelian logic, but we can expand our minds in a way to open up a way where everybody can come to see this, and it's already happening. It's near-death experiences, for example, have always been, from the very beginning of Western civilization. But what happened in the 60s was the advent of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And suddenly an experience that happened in antiquity, but it was extremely rare until the 60s for somebody who came close to death to survive, right? So we only had a small number of these experiences to talk about. But when CPR came about, and there's now a CPR machine in every department store, right? Then all of a sudden, just within a few years, this experience that was always occurred but was extremely rare just suddenly was everywhere. So much so that I would venture to say that probably everybody listening to this knows somebody personally who's had this experience. So what that means is that the afterlife is now coming in and infusing in this life. You see, before there was a a kind of complete cutoff, essentially. But now it's gotten to the point where everybody knows somebody who's been there. And this is bringing about an enormous shift in people's attitudes toward the afterlife. And so it's a whole different question than it was, say, 50 years ago. And so the way to bring it to resolution is to people have got to think through concepts, right? There are ways to reformat your mind so that you can bring this into the rational. And not everybody is interested in the rational side of it, right? Some want inspiration or comfort or whatever. But for those people who, in addition, wanting some sort of spiritual reassurance, they're more cerebral and they want a logical tack on it, that's entirely possible to now see. So from my point of view, the logical side is resolved, so I can confidently say to folks without fear of malpractice, because suppose a doctor, somebody with a doctoral degree behind their name, says, oh yes, there's proof of life after death. Now let's go forward a little bit and suppose somebody found a flaw in the proof, right? Well, then that's malpractice, because you assured somebody that of something that turned out not to be true, and yet they invested in it. They were comforted in their grief and so on. So it's a moral thing to do, to be cautious about this and let people know the difficulties. Okay. But what I'm saying is that the logical difficulties are taken care of now, and anybody who really is interested in that aspect of it can find out. But in the meantime, for those who are looking forward to, looking for comfort and reassurance, yeah. I mean, it's still counterintuitive to me to say this, but yeah, there's an afterlife, right? And so it's and the whole view of it in our society is shifting, because it's gotten to the point where so many people have been through this. See, it's rather than an extremely rare event.
What's great. You could go on YouTube and just say near-death experiences, and then hundreds will come up.
Yeah.
Examples.
Yeah, that's amazing. And Paul, how can we empower our younger generation to wake up to the truth about death?
I think the younger generation is largely open to this, much more so in many ways than the older generation.
Wonderful.
What do you think of that, Raymond? I will give you like an example now. There's a lot of philosophers who are saying that the proof of life after life it's already been proven, because there's so many people who have near-death experiences, and the near-death experiences all look the same. They all have the same elements to them. So that is proof that something like at life after death has taken place. And so they say that's already been proven, and people are ignoring that. So in my experience, when I speak to younger people about near-death experiences, they're much more open to it than older people are.
I'm hoping what you're saying is true, Paul, and because I am now doing courses that one of the groups that are coming are young people who are just, they're fresh and they're willing to look at this in an entirely new way. So I've been doing seminars where among the attendees are people who are like one is a PhD student. There's another man who's an undergraduate now. And it's like these are very smart young people, and I'm trying to find ways to introduce them to this kind of research, and to avoid some of the stuff that goes on. I mean, I tell you, and it's like there's a lot of irresponsible stuff going on in this field too. It's like that's the reality.
Yeah.
And so people need to realize that, not everybody who's, claiming, for example, Paul and I know that some years ago I went to Europe and Denmark this young woman there who was a physician was planning to get a group, like a group of physicians together to study it. So she was checking up on some people on the internet, I guess, and she said one of the people who showed up as an expert on near-death experiences, she said that she said, what is this woman's, background and what are her credentials? Well, her credentials were from a diploma mill in India. And the way she got her degree was to submit a saliva sample. See what I mean? Is like, people, this is real. This is real, folks. But there are charlatans out there who are just, in it to draw attention to themselves or make. Yeah. But it's the sad thing about that is that then that legitimate people are looking into it. See these characters, and then but it's real, and there are legitimate, rational, rigorous ways to investigate it. And what that is leading to is that it looks like there's an afterlife. I give up. There is.
And I think a lot of the research in the future, because of millennials, is going to be entirely different. Yeah. I mean, they have technology on their side. They fully understand technology. They created it. And they will find technological ways to look at this that we haven't thought of yet.
Yeah. There are entirely new ways that have worked already, but it may just take a lot of time to explain. But one is that we can now send people over there with their minds prepared in advance, so that when they come back from their near-death experience, they will be able to articulate it for the rest of us in an entirely new way. And that is coming. It's on the horizon.
Yeah.
And what do you think, Karen? How can we empower our younger generation?
Well, just to bring this up when they're very young and talk about it like it's nothing. My children, they're aware of it. It's just something that's normal for us. But I think what Raymond said was very important too. There are good and bad to every profession, and to go within yourself to see if it feels good. If it feels good, it usually is. If it feels like it's wrong, it usually is as well. But to bring it up as if it's normal with your children, I always say, and I'm the airy fairy medium. You two are the scientific men who are looking into this. But to understand, I say energy doesn't begin and it doesn't end. So the energy of who we are continues. And I like to bring up to little children, my grandchildren, if you have water, you put it in the middle of the room, it'll evaporate. The water will still be there, but it'll be as vapor. Or if you put it in the refrigerator, in the freezer, it freezes, but the water is still there. It's the same with our soul, the spirit of who we are. So, but again, I'm the airy fairy medium here. But from my perspective, it's very, very real. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, there's aspects to it.
Yeah.
Even scientifically studied that are kind of airy-fairy, because we don't fully understand what's going on. We don't fully understand how consciousness works. You can't see it, but it's there. Is that correct, Raymond? I mean,
my message is all positive, and that is that the only barrier now to rational investigation of the afterlife is psychological. There's no longer logical. The conceptual difficulties on how we study the afterlife has been solved. And so the people who are interested in these things now have entirely new ways to investigate, that in effect we can prepare the mind in advance, so that when somebody subsequently has a near-death experience, they will be able to talk about it to us in a whole new way. It's happened once to my knowledge, probably more. But in the future, we'll have people who are prepared in advance to articulate their near-death experience when they come back from it. And they will no longer have to say, which everybody does, that there are no words for it.
Right.
That's one of the most common thing people say, is that I just can't describe it to you. But in the future, that will no longer be a problem.
Right. If you don't mind me saying, Raymond, that's one thing that Raymond is working on right now.
Yeah.
He's in very early stages, but about how people who have had near-death experiences can then express them in a way that is able to be passed on to the general population. Is that correct?
That's right.
To where it's no longer-
this will spread. It's regardless of whether people want it or not. For example, when logic was invented by Aristotle in about, say, 330 BC, something like that, it was started in the academic world, right? But then it quickly, because it worked, it spread out. People could use it to do their economic thinking. I mean, it wasn't just confined to philosophy. It's opening up mental channels that enable people to think about everything, economics and aesthetics and building, everything in a whole new way. And that's where we are now with this, that it's when it sparks, it will spread quickly. But there's whole new ways of thinking about things. And interestingly, I've done seminars on this since done philosophy courses on it since about 1969. But since then, entire college courses, seminars, professional seminars, hundreds and hundreds of them. And it's very interesting that the people who are most enthusiastic about this are people in the field of advertising, because they say, oh, this new way of thinking enables me to create new ways of thinking about ads, or physicians or attorneys. Like the attorneys come to these seminars because they say, well, I need anything that can help my critical thinking skills, see. But one of the side effects of it really is that the transformation of your mind that occurs, that you may want to do it because you're an advertiser or doctors too, or an attorney. But once you do that for the reason to enhance your critical thinking skills, then subsequently, when you have a near-death experience, it puts it in a whole new way. How do we know it's 4.3 light years out to Alpha Centauri? Well, everybody knows that. You can't send a pigeon out there with an odometer. Well, the way they know is that it's known that it's 186 million miles across the orbit of the Earth around the sun, right? So if you measure the angle to Alpha Centauri here, wait exactly 6 months, and measure it again, there'll be a difference. And from your high school trigonometry, you can figure out how far it is out there. Well, now we have an equivalent method with the near-death experience. We already have lots of these stories that are guided through the Aristotelian logic, which makes it a travel narrative, right? I got it in my body and so on. But in the future, we'll have a different take on it. And by comparing those two, you see it like it gives you a triangulation. So we are on the verge of, I won't say proving the afterlife, but opening our minds in a way that we can realize that it's true.
Yes. And Paul, I was wondering if you could explain the concept of psychomentium and its role in helping us connect with the spirit world.
Oh, yeah. I know that for many people, the word philosophy hits with such a dull thud. But oh my God, if you look at where it came from, these people that formulated the Western way of thinking in ancient Greece from about say 585 BC to about 320 BC, that period of time was when the rational process that we know was born. And how did it come about? Well, because these early philosophers were associated with places in Greece called oracles of the dead. It's about 4 major ones. And these were places where you could go and you could have a direct experience of seeming to converse with your deceased relatives. And the way they did it, they had 2 methods. One was dream incubation. They would put you in a situation where you talked about it before, and then during the night you would have a dream in which and that still works. You can write a letter to your deceased loved ones, fill out all Spill out your feelings, ask all your questions, then you fold the letter and you put it under your bed, for example. And in many cases, this brings about a nighttime experience. People say, I have to say it was a dream because I was asleep, but it didn't have the quality of a dream. It seemed more real than real, is what people say. Or the other one is the evocation of the deceased through mirror gazing, which was well known in the United States and Britain up till about the early 1900s. And then when radio and TV came about, people would be standing around the radio rather than interacting. But basically, you create an optical depth. You talk about the deceased person who passed away, and you set up this mirror. And under those circumstances, up to about 60% of the people on the first attempt will have apparitions where they say that you see and talk with the apparition of the deceased. This is it. You know, look at the. There's something called the Journal of Transpersonal Psychology. You can read about it, and then there they did several experiments with evocation of the deceased. Or you can read the book that Paul and I wrote about it, called Reunions, from 1993. Or you can read a wonderful book published by the Princeton University Press in 2001 called Greek and Roman Necromancy. It shows you how they did this. It happens, but it's you know, I hear that all the time. If I only had 5 more minutes, well, folks, you can. It's part of Western civilization. You can create a situation where you can talk with your dead relatives. It's the fact.
And we have an expert right here, Karen Noe. How can we communicate
the
with our
most important
deceased
thing
loved
is they're
ones?
trying to communicate with us as much as we're trying to communicate with them. And there are 3 major ways that they do this, and we all can do this. It's not just me or those on the panel here, those who've had near-death experiences. There are 3 major ways. Is 1, they give us what I call without a doubt signs to let us know they're with us. And these are things that normally don't happen. For example, they use their energy to come inside of an animal to let us know they're with us, but the animal will do something it normally doesn't do, such as land on us, peck at our window. I have stories for you. We don't have time for this, but amazing, crazy stories. And the messages come, the signs come with the personality of those who have passed. So if somebody was loud when they were here, they're still loud. If they were quiet, they're still quiet, and so forth. So some of these types of signs are they make, when you're talking about them, the electricity goes on and off. Or you keep looking at the clock. Whenever you feel guided to look at the clock, it's their birthday. Or you keep saying 1111 or 2222. What I say, it's called without a doubt signs, not just any bird in the sky. This is what I'm saying. For example, my friend Marion was very, very loud. And after she passed, very long story, I asked her to give me a sign to let me know that she's aware that I'm talking to her. And by the way, talk to your loved ones and then ask them for a sign to let you know that they're aware of what you asked them. So I was telling my friend Marion, give me a sign to let me know that you're aware of what I said to you. So a few days later, I'm walking down my steps to my house with letters in my hand to put in my mailbox, and a bird is in my driveway screaming at the top of its lungs. And I say screaming, and I'm looking at it. And again, I'm not sure. Marion, is that you? Is that you? I walked to my mailbox, put the letters in my mailbox. The bird flew to the mailbox. Birds do not fly to us, they fly away. Looking at me directly, because she knew what I always talked about, without a doubt signs and so forth. And she's looking at me, the bird, screaming at me. I'm like, oh my God, Marion, I love you so much. And she's looking at me, she's screaming. And I turn around, I see my neighbor looking at me like I've lost my mind. But I didn't care. Well, this didn't end. I call my my son Tim. I have my cell phone. I said, come outside, Marion's here. He said, what? I said, Marion's here, come. And he's so used to me.
Anyway, he witnessed the whole thing. But 2 days later, a mutual friend of ours, Carol, she posted on Facebook what happened to her. She knew Marion was giving her a sign. She said she just painted her kitchen, opened the sliding glass door, and Marion was a practical joker. So she opened the sliding glass door, a bird flew into her kitchen, pooped all over the kitchen walls, and then flew out. And she said, "Thanks, Marion." But what I'm saying is this is typical Marion fashion. Would my mom do something like that? No. Okay, so I know we're limited in time. What I would say is ask your loved one to come to you with a sign and to, without a doubt, that you know it is them, something like that. Also, they come to us in dreams, but you have to wake up after the dream so that you remember the dream. And it's important to know the difference between a true visitation one or a dream from your subconscious. A dream from your subconscious might be scary, how they passed and so forth. That's not them. When they come to you, you will know it is them. They will look like the age they want to be remembered as. If they're an older person, they usually come as the age they want to be remembered, such as 35-ish, something like that. And so forth. I could give you examples, and just from my own, my own experience and so forth. My mom comes to me in dreams, wakes me up. I needed to hear her voice one more time, and I said I needed to hear her one more time, and I had a dream of her. And in the dream, I walked into a crowded room, and over the loudspeaker, I hear my mom's voice saying, "I have an important announcement. I have an important announcement. I am okay, and I love you." I felt like I won the lottery because in the dream, I knew it was really her. So all of our listeners could have these types of experiences. So ask your loved ones to give you a sign, to come to you in a dream, and to wake you up after the dream so you remember it. To be patient and wait, and the signs will come when you least expect it. And one more way, they come to speak to us, we're expecting to hear a voice or to see an apparition of what they look like. They may come that way. But for the most part, the way I connect with them, they speak to us telepathically as thoughts that just pop in your head for no reason about your loved one.
That's beautiful. Do you have experience with this,
Oh,
Paul?
sure. I think everybody has experience with this. That's one thing about these sort of paranormal, mystical experiences, is I think everyone has some kind of an experience like that in their life or many times in their lives, and they ignore them, or they don't know how to express them, or they don't know how to use them. And I think that's what we do here is tell people that, yeah, this happens a lot. This happens easier than you think. And if you think about it a little bit, you'll learn how to use it in your own life. So yeah, I think I've had them. Everyone else has had them.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing is the more you practice, the less, well, I'm not saying it's scary, but some people might feel fear or something. Can you reassure them, Karen, that
It's so
it's okay?
completely not scary. It's the most loving experience. You feel elated when you receive these types of signs. And even those who don't believe in these types of things, when they experience one of these types of things, receiving a sign or a dream, they know it's their loved one. And they feel wonderful. It's not scary at all.
Yeah. And Paul, how can having a near-death experience help us look at life differently, hopefully more positively?
Well, I mean, they do. We can see that in a number of studies. I mean, people who have had near-death experiences across the board have a higher zest for living, which means they're type A without the anger. They tend to have an increased intelligence because they become more interested in learning than they are in passive activities like watching TV and things. They tend to read more and be more interested in objective learning. Less afraid of death, of course, is what they are, and that helps a lot in making change in your daily life. Most important thing to me is that most interesting thing to me in the studies that have been done on transformations is that people have about 4 times the amount of psychic experiences, verifiable psychic experiences, as the general population. To me, that's great because it shows that you're connecting with something else. And it also shows that you have the ability to connect with something else. And if they have that experience once, then they kind of intuitively know that they can have it again. And that's where we all come in. I mean, Karen in particular comes in, is that we can all help people utilize these experiences, not think they were foolish events or a misplaced bite of meat. I think, as it was said in a lot of plays and things, that it's actually something that everyone can do. They just need to know how to do it.
And Karen, what's one action we can take to open us up to the truth about
I
death?
think the most important thing we could do is meditate. I wake up every morning very early and I meditate just to quiet my thoughts, because if our thoughts are going a mile a minute, they can't come to us. And when I'm meditating, by the way, I'm not expecting any messages during that time. As a matter of fact, I don't want to receive any messages, but I do that with the intention of connecting with loved ones during the day. So you plug into God's energy first thing in the morning, meditate, quiet your thoughts, and then you're better able to feel them. As Edgar Cayce said, praying is talking to God and the angels, but meditating is listening. And in any relationship, we need to listen as well as to speak.
And what about you, Paul? What's an action we can take
I
to open
personally,
us up?
I have a 15-minute routine that I do when I get up in the morning. That is kind of yoga, kind of stretching, and it sets me up for the day. If I don't do it, it doesn't say I'm mentally different than if I do it. So I think meditation is very valuable. And as Karen said, meditation is listening. And I've had a number of people who've had near-death experiences, and I've had experiences with angels. Many of them, by the way, medical doctors and respected medical doctors. And they have had experiences with angels that they then can later tap into and communicate with these angels. So meditation is something that really, really does help to have a spiritual connection.
Yes, I agree. And I also meditate daily. And then you mentioned yoga. I think body movement can help cleanse the chakras, open up them, and maybe make you more receptive. Well, it's been such a pleasure to connect with you, Karen and Paul, and diving into waking up to life through death. So thank you both for joining us today for the Global Oneness Summit. And we lost Raymond Moody, Dr. Raymond Moody. He had to go to an appointment, but we're grateful that he was able to join us here. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Today.
Hello, Humanities Team family. Are you ready to be part of something truly transformative? This is your personal invitation to join us in making conscious living pervasive across the globe. We are calling for dedicated, passionate volunteers to step up and help us expand our movement. And this could be you. Right now, we're looking for country coordinators, country contacts, and volunteers of all kinds. This is a unique opportunity to align your heart, purpose, and talents with the global mission that's creating real positive change right here, right now. So what's the role of a country coordinator? As a coordinator, you'll be the key point of connection in your country. You'll help organize events, build community, and nurture partnerships that promote conscious living in your region. Think of yourself as a way shower, helping others step into the fullness of their purpose. Not ready to coordinate yet? No problem. You can step in as a country contact, where you'll assist with local outreach, serve as a friendly bridge between humanities team and your community, and keep the flame of oneness burning bright. You'll be vital in bringing people together and creating the spark of inspiration. And beyond these roles, we're also calling in volunteers to help with everything from administrative support to social media outreach. Wherever your gifts lie, whether it's graphic design, event planning, content creation, or simply spreading the word, we welcome your contribution with open arms. There's room for everyone to make a difference here. Why volunteer with Humanities Team? Because this is more than just a project. It's a movement fueled by love and unity. When you volunteer with us, you become part of a global family committed to living consciously and building a flourishing world for all beings. Your work will ripple outward, touching lives and hearts in ways you can't even imagine. Together, we're not just dreaming of a better world, we're creating it.
Welcome, everyone, to our Global Oneness Summit panel, Oneness, the Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations. I'm Steve Farrell, co-founder and worldwide executive director of Humanities Team, and I'm delighted to be joined by my co-host, Abbie Johnson, who is the executive assistant to our leadership team here at Humanities Team. Today, we are thrilled to delve into the profound connection between the principles of oneness, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and the vital role of the United Nations.
Thank you, Steve. It's an honor to be here with such distinguished panelists. We're gathered to explore how oneness can inspire global cooperation, guide public policies, and ultimately contribute to a more peaceable and equitable world. But before we dive into our discussion, let's introduce our incredible panelists. Steve?
Allow me to introduce the Honorable Ambassador Anwarul K. Chowdhury. Ambassador Chowdhury is a distinguished career diplomat whose remarkable journey has made a profound impact on global peace and development. He has served as the permanent representative of Bangladesh to the United Nations, president of the UN Secretary Council, president of UNICEF's Executive Board, UN Undersecretary General, and senior special advisor to the UN General Assembly president. Ambassador Chowdhury's contributions have been recognized worldwide, earning him numerous accolades, such as the U Thant Peace Award, the UNESCO Gandhi Gold Medal for Culture of Peace, and the Global Leadership for Peace Award. He is the founder of the New York-based civil society organization coalition called the Global Movement for the Culture of Peace, and continues to inspire and lead efforts toward a more peaceful and equitable world. And welcome, Ambassador Chowdhury.
Next, we have Danilo Parmegiani, the administrator of the Legion of Goodwill in the USA and a UN NGO representative. He's currently the chairperson of the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns in New York. And the Legion of Goodwill is a Brazilian-originated international nonprofit organization dedicated to providing educational, humanitarian, and social assistance programs for economically disadvantaged communities across 7 countries. Danilo has been instrumental in combating poverty and offering better opportunities through supplementary education, nutrition, health services, and emergency relief campaigns in the USA for over 20 years. Welcome, Danilo.
Our third panelist is Diane Williams, the founder and president of the Source of Synergy Foundation, a nonprofit organization that creates opportunities for synergistic engagement among individuals, organizations, and communities to have a greater transformative effect on the whole. Diane is the founding chairperson emeritus of the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns at the United Nations in New York, and was co-chair and co-founder of the committee in Geneva, where it originated. She is also a United Nations representative for the Academy for Future Sciences and a contributing author of the Gold Nautilus Award book, Our Moment of Choice, Evolutionary Visions and Hope for the Future. She is also a board of advisors member of Humanities Team. Hooray. And welcome, Diane.
And finally, we are so gratified to have Olivia Hansen, the founder and president of the Synthesis Foundation and the Spiritual Life TV channel, rounding out our panel. Through her foundation, Olivia advances initiatives for expanding consciousness and humanitarian aid. Her Spiritual Life TV channel offers engaging videos featuring wisdom from various spiritual traditions. And Olivia is also a sponsor and curator of conferences and gatherings and collaborates with many progressive leaders and groups to help advance the growth of consciousness for a more beneficial world for everyone. She's also on the board of advisors for Humanities Team. Yay, Olivia. And the Source of Synergy Foundation and the Garden of Light. Welcome, Olivia Hansen.
Before we begin, let's provide a little background on Global Oneness Day. Some of you may know Humanities Team launched a Oneness Declaration signature drive in 2008 to help transform global interactions and perspectives. Within less than 2 years, we gathered over 52,000 signatures from more than 150 countries. On May 20, 2010, Humanities Team Global Council visited the United Nations headquarters in New York and presented these signatures and a proposal for Global Oneness Day to Ambassador Chowdhury in a ceremony in front of the Chagall window next to the United Nations meditation room.
And this ceremony was co-sponsored with the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns New York, which is a committee of the Conference of NGOs in a consultative relationship with the United Nations. Currently, Ambassador Chowdhury is an advisor to the committee, and Danilo Parmegiani is their current chairperson. And to further connect the dots for everyone watching, Diane Williams is the founding chairperson of the committee in New York and was the co-chair of the committee in Geneva. So, Steve, we have been on this journey together for quite a while.
That is so true, Abbie. It was Ambassador Chowdhury who emphasized the importance of solidarity and oneness. He suggested 15 years ago that Humanities Team launch Global Oneness Day celebrations all over the world and return to the UN after establishing global support. It has since grown into a worldwide celebration uniting people from diverse backgrounds to recognize and honor our shared humanity. Now we are returning to the UN to seek its official recognition, believing that oneness and solidarity can propel the UN's Sustainable Development Goals on the same basis of solidarity and oneness worldwide.
And as we enter this conversation, I'd like to share the words of the esteemed UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, who emphasized the essence of oneness and unity when he said, "Nothing can be more dangerous to our efforts to build peace and development than a world divided along religious, ethnic, or cultural lines. In each nation and among all nations, we must work to promote unity based on our shared humanity."
Thanks, Abbie. So let's start our discussion about oneness, the Sustainable Development Goals in the United Nations with Ambassador Chowdhury, Diane, and Danilo. And Ambassador Chowdhury, how can oneness between countries, cultures, and individuals inspire peace efforts, guide public policies, and present an opportunity to build bridges between communities and nations?
Thank you, Mr. Farrell and the colleagues here. I should start by saying I'm impressed by the gender equality of our panel. And that's very, very eminently important for me. I have decided not recently, 2 years ago, that I will not join in any panel discussion unless it is gender equal. So that is an important point for me. But let me, Mr. Farrell made a question about the importance of oneness with regard to achieving the global objectives of peace and security. This morning, I was looking into my remarks, which I made on 20th of May, 2010. And I was struck by one sentence, which I will read out for you. And I quote myself: "Oneness," a pause, "feeling a sense of oneness for the Mother Earth, for humanity, for each one of us is essential to make this world a better place. I believe that unless we have that sense of solidarity among the peoples of the world, all our efforts for the global peace and security will go nowhere. End of quote. And that is, I still hold on to that belief strongly, because unless we really show oneness of humanity in a real sense, we can go nowhere. As we look in today's world, we see all these challenges that we face, starting with global peace and security, of course, climate change, environmental protection, solidarity among human beings. So those things are still a priority challenge for us and the United Nations as the lead universal organization for humanity. And I believe that unless we do something about it, nothing will happen. And I believe that solidarity is the foundation of humanity. We have, and this solidarity is not, yes, we focus on unity amongst ourselves, but the main thing is that that unity is to be manifested in a diversity, because diversity is important. It is not unity just because it unifies us, but we have our own backgrounds, cultures, histories, and political setup, and those will be honored in our quest for inner oneness and outer diversity. So that is very important for us to remember. So that's why I believe that oneness has become the essential challenge for humanity at this point of time. We have to understand how we can make people feel for one another. You know, we have used the term global family, or world is a village. All these things also tells us how to fend for each other, how to feel for each other. So that's why oneness is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury, and of course we couldn't agree more. And more importantly, this explosion of scientific research that is now coming out into mainstream articles that share this interconnected consciousness that's global, that's universal. It's hard to not see that oneness is ultimate reality, and to just call it that. Diane, I'm going to come over to you. How is the United Nations founded on the principles of oneness?
Well, thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury, and thank you, Steve and Abbie, for hosting this panel. It's truly a pleasure to be working collaboratively with you and everyone on this call, on this special effort. And a few minutes ago, I said to a friend that my heart was beating a bit faster in anticipation of this call. And he said, that's because this effort is so close to your heart. And that's so true. I have such fond memories of the May 20th, 2010 program at the United Nations in New York. And it's been so inspiring to see the impact of global oneness over the years through these summits and so many other global activities. So the concept of oneness is also embodied through special UN goals like the Sustainable Development Goals, as you both mentioned earlier, that were created with the aim of peace and prosperity for all people in the planet. And in fact, oneness is really at the heart of the SDGs. The guiding principle of the goals is to have a world where we leave no one behind. And this principle represents the commitment of UN member states and other stakeholders to eradicate poverty in all its forms, and discrimination and exclusion, and reduce the inequalities and vulnerabilities that leave people behind and undermine the potential of individuals and of humanity to live as a global family. And notably, SDG goal number 17 is focused on partnerships, recognizing that the goals can only be met if we work together collectively. So the United Nations has really embraced and embodied the principles of oneness since its inception, and it remains the one place on Earth where the world's nations can gather together in oneness, discuss global challenges, and find shared solutions that benefit our common humanity and all life. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. Let's turn over the conversation back to Ambassador Chowdhury for a moment. Ambassador, what role can Global Oneness Day play in helping to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and support global cooperation?
Well, I believe that, as Diane said, that the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030 agenda, decides or intends not to leave anyone behind. So that's that we move together. That is the basic objective of this 2030 agenda. And I believe that since it was launched in 2015, world is much more difficult, much more of a difficult place now, with two major wars going on at the same time. Global challenges of climate change is running havoc everywhere, and humanity has not come together in a way that we envisaged. So that is why I believe that it is very important for us. We also need to make oneness a kind of a cornerstone of human progress or solidarity. I think that is very important. And as we know that the phrases which have appeared in the Sustainable Development Goals relate to the culture of peace, equality between women and men, global citizenship, nonviolence, all these things. But I believe the word oneness should also become part of the agenda in a big way. So that has to become a word very often to be included in the UN resolutions, in the resolutions of other bodies of the United Nations, because I think, as I said earlier, oneness should become a foundational concept in promoting global solidarity. And as I mentioned, global citizenship or the culture of peace both absorb the oneness concept in a big way. And I should say that the Culture of Peace Declaration and Program of Action, in its 8 areas of action, action number 6 mentions about the importance of understanding, tolerance, and solidarity. So solidarity and oneness are going together. This is two sides of the same coin. So that's why I believe it is important for us to focus on that. And as we have been working since when it was presented, the 52,000 signatures were presented to me in 2010, I suggested that let's start working on having a Global Oneness Day observed by civil society without waiting for intergovernmental endorsement. And that we have done since then, all the way to 2024. Now in October 24, we'll celebrate that again. But I have the hope that before that, the General Assembly will adopt Global Oneness Day so that we can observe that on the day that we are proposing now, on the 25th of September this year.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury. Danilo, you just attended the high-level forum on sustainable development, where nations and others reiterated the need for renewed impetus and accelerated actions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by the 2030 deadline. Paul Narvaez, president of the UN's Economic and Social Council, said, "This high-level political forum has highlighted that it is not too late to make sustainable development a reality. We will continue to renew multilateral efforts to fulfill the promise of the 2030 agenda and leave no one behind, end quote. Danilo, how do you believe collectively embodying our oneness can support the SDGs and leaving no one behind?
Well, thank you, Steve and Abbie, for this invitation. I wanted to also say hi and how my warm greetings to Ambassador Chowdhury, who is a hero for us for many decades at the United Nations, advancing culture of peace and related values so important to the topics that we are discussing here today. Diane, who is the founder of the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns, which this year is actually completing 20 years of activities. And I feel so happy to see that it's also connected in the history of the Global Oneness Initiative. And Olivia, congratulations for all the work that you do advancing the collective consciousness towards the values that we all champion here today. So it's a very honor to be here, first of all. So yes, I had the opportunity to attend this important conference hosted by the United Nations in the beginning of July of 2024. The event took place between 8th and 17th of July and had the presence of governmental representatives, member states, international agencies, civil society representatives, and they all came together around the very important topic, reinforcing the 2030 agenda and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, the effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. And they were focused in 5 of the 17 SDGs. The goal number 1, which is poverty, 2, hunger, 13, which is related with the climate change, 16, which is promotion of peace and inclusive societies, and the 17, which is strengthening the means of implementation and revitalize of global partnerships for sustainable development. So yes, responding to your question, I do agree that embodying our oneness can indeed support the SDGs and ensure that no one is left behind. And because this strategy is not just effective, it's really needed, it's necessary to help us overcome the gaps and the challenges that we all face. Through all the reviews that were presented by all the participants of these important international conferences, we see that it highlighted advances in renewable energy and poverty reduction, but notes persistent issues with inequality and climate change. It also identified difficulties in SDGs implementation due to limited resources, political instability, insufficient data, stressing the need for increased international support. It also emphasizes barriers faced by marginalized groups and the critical importance of inclusivity, and also underscored the need for global solidarity around climate actions and support for vulnerable communities. And also there were some data showing progress in transparency and accountability. It also indicated that further improvements are necessary. So all these reviews, they call for a renewed commitment through unity. So when we see even the introduction of the topic, the High-Level Political Forum 2024, they say, without prejudice to the integrated, indivisible, and interlinked nature of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these all come together as a spirit of oneness. And there are a few ways, actually, it could support, the approval of the Global Oneness Day into the official UN calendar. It could support the achievement of SDGs. There are in many ways, but I would say addressing these gaps, because it would, unity can create and help create bridges that would fill these gaps that were listed in the review, in this review reports, implementation challenges, also promoting inclusion, the global solidarity, especially around the climate actions needed, and also would foster shared accountability and transparency. So yes, in many ways, this initiative could help support the UN's work overall, especially in the achievement of the 2030 agenda.
Thank you, Danilo. Yeah, it's exciting. It's almost like we're driving over a bridge from me to we, and where basic needs of the planet met and basic needs of people are met. And hooray! And isn't it about time? So thank you, Danilo, for that. Olivia, what are the various ways we can create, promote, and celebrate oneness? And then just also, can you share the importance of kindness and compassion at this critical time in the world?
Thank you, Steve. Well, there is a lot of divisiveness and separativeness in our world today that needs to be offset. And fortunately, many people and many progressive organizations are working now to advance oneness as part of their own mission. There are also longtime philosophies that say we are all one. And of course, there are spiritual teachings that also tell us this, like the Golden Rule, love thy neighbor as thyself, which is found in all the major religions. These sources encourage caring, compassion, and oneness by reminding us of love and our interconnectedness. And today, it's also helpful to have role models that express the oneness of humanity in an outstanding way that can inspire and encourage us all. Thus, a service organization that I lead, the Spiritual Life TV channel, has established the Oneness of Humanity Award. Each year, this award is given to honor and highlight an outstanding individual or organization that expresses the oneness of humanity in a notable way and serves as a role model for all of us. And I'm happy to tell our audience that this year, the Oneness of Humanity Award is going to you, Steve, and Humanity's team. Yes. We are so appreciative of the work you and Humanity's team have been doing for so many years to promote and advance the oneness of humanity as a mission of Humanity's team. The Global Oneness Summit that we're participating in right now is a perfect example of promoting oneness that attracts over 400,000 participants each year. Humanity's team also has 64 country coordinators in different countries working for a broad outreach. In addition, the initiative that we are all working for now to encourage the United Nations to commemorate a Global Oneness Day. When that is established, it will help give us a worldwide perspective of oneness, and it will encourage local celebrations in nations all over the world. And won't that be wonderful? Another thing we can do to share the message of oneness with others is via media, using it in an engaging, inviting way around the world. And that's why the Spiritual Life TV channel is using media and sponsoring a film contest at the Illuminate Film Festival in Santa Barbara, California. This contest is for 60 to 90-second micro-short films, and it's on the theme, the oneness of humanity, love, kindness, and joy. These charming micro-short films of animation or real life with music can touch our hearts and remind us of the oneness of humanity and our warm interconnectedness. The film contest winners with prize money will be announced next spring at the film festival, and the winners will have the usual distribution. But there's something else. To reach even more people around the world, we will hire kind-hearted, professional social media influencers to post these micro-short films all over social media. We hope that with their engaging messages of oneness, they will go viral and reach millions of people in groups and countries and cultures we don't normally reach, and touch their hearts with oneness too. Sometimes we just need a short, delightful reminder message that reminds us of our oneness. So these are some of the ways we are doing outreach to promote and celebrate oneness with the public, with joy and love and pure delight.
Oh, Olivia, that's just an amazing tribute you've made to oneness and all that you're doing with Spiritual Life TV channel. I'd like to bring the conversation back to Danilo for a moment and ask him more about the NGO community and how they support the establishment of a UN commemorated Global Oneness Day.
Yes, Abbie, this is a very important part of the UN work, right? The civil society has helped the UN advance so many important topics and bringing priority to issues that really are relevant to the entire humanity. And this is no different in regards to promoting the Global Oneness initiative. Actually, when we see that there is a political effort required to gather the necessary approval, right, to let this proposal pass, this is putting somehow us into a test of collective consciousness, right, where the world stands in terms of understanding the importance of promoting oneness as a priority. And if we look at all the work that we do here, oneness is behind everything that we do as a civil society organization. Like I represented the Legion of Goodwill in this conference just now, and they're talking about leadership for a sustainable future and how to educate generations to take actions towards inclusion and culture of peace. So if we look at all the actions, all the causes that the civil society organizations are advocating somehow at the United Nations, it all comes down to promoting oneness. And there are several ways that actually the civil society can not just help advance, but work together and strengthen that political force necessary to let this pass. And I would like to maybe list a few options here. For instance, we have NGOs can lead advocacy campaigns, right, to promote Global Oneness Day, using their platforms to educate the public about its significance and the benefits of embracing oneness. Remember the power of social media, right? So now we have everything in the palm of our hands. And if we have a strong message, this will reach out to everyone. Also, NGOs can promote alliances with other organizations, local governments, communities in the grassroots related to this topic. Also, NGOs can organize and host events, workshops, discussions, and these events could focus in topics like global citizenship, intercultural dialogue, sustainable development, and these are opportunities also to bring together and give spaces to diverse voices and diverse perspectives, which will give a sense of belonging to everyone that you're going to be engaging towards these initiatives. And most importantly, I think for the goal of having this approved in the shortest possible time, I think all NGOs can engage and come together to do policy advocacy to support the formal recognition and the integration of Global Oneness Day into the international and national agendas, not just within the UN, but also within their own countries, within their own states and cities. They can make this resonate everywhere. So there are many ways to promote these articulated collective actions, and I believe the NGOs, the civil society, they have a great role to play in making this more connected and sustainable world for everyone.
Danilo, thank you. Well, incredibly exciting is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane, can you please tell us a little about UN commemorated days?
Sure. Thank you. So holidays around the world vary, right? But there are some observances that virtually every country shares. And those are the international days, weeks, years, and decades observed by the United Nations, which are really occasions to educate the public, as Danilo was saying, on issues of concern through awareness and action, to address global challenges collectively, and to celebrate and reinforce achievements of humanity. And nearly every global issue you can think of has an international day dedicated to it. And you can just Google that, just Google list of UN observances, and you'll find a full list of them. So the themes of international days are always linked to the main fields of action of the United Nations, including the maintenance of international peace and security, the promotion of sustainable development, the protection of human rights, and the guarantee of international law and humanitarian action. And what's important about international days are that they are really reminders that we're all members of a global family with a shared past, present, and future. So they truly serve as catalysts for a world to align efforts and create unity and oneness that will lead to lasting change. They're also an opportunity to build support around UN goals, like we've been talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. There are many days that positively enhance humanity's oneness that have made a major impact. Just to give one example in the interest of time, I'd like to share a bit about the International Day of Peace, which is observed on the 21st of September. And I know it's very close to Ambassador Chowdhury, as well as many others' hearts. And I'm sure many of those listening in have heard of this special day. So I'd like to give you a sense of why International Days are important, so we can vision into how Global Oneness Day can maximize its reach and impact. So the International Day of Peace was established in 1981 by the United Nations General Assembly, and 2 decades later, in 2001, the General Assembly voted to designate that day as a period of nonviolence and ceasefire. It also recognizes the importance of choosing negotiation over confrontation and of working together and not against each other. So traditionally, there is a peace bell ceremony every year at the United Nations headquarters on International Day of Peace, where the bell is rung by the current Secretary General to hold the intention for world peace and to observe 1 minute of silence at noon to honor the victims of war and violence and to call on the people of the world to reaffirm their commitment to living in harmony as members of a single human family. And in today's world, we need that support more than ever. So this International Day really helps with that. And since 1981, the International Day of Peace has impacted the lives of individuals and communities on every continent through numerous activities, including intergenerational and interfaith dialogues, actions for peace, music festivals, global meditations, collaborative projects, and many other ways. And for several years, I helped with the UN celebration of International Day of Peace youth event, where school children were invited to come to the United Nations and participate in the ceremony and showcase their projects and commit to future actions aimed at promoting a culture of peace. And it was truly inspiring to see how these special days uplifted and empowered young people to become committed global leaders on issues that they care about. And I remember being invited a few months after one of the UN programs to a school on Staten Island to learn about a conflict resolution program they initiated after their participation at the UN. And the young people were so dedicated to creating a culture of peace at their school that their project soon became a model program because the success rate they achieved was so high. So these days can really have a significant and lifelong ripple effect. And it's not surprising that international observances like the International Day of Peace are some of the most visited pages on the UN website. Each International Day has a designated website available in the UN's 6 official languages. So these special days, weeks, years, and decades can make a huge impact on global issues and global consciousness around the world. And that's our driving motivation behind our Global Oneness Day efforts.
Thank you for that, Diane. Ambassador Chowdhury and Diane, can you share about the efforts to get Global Oneness Day commemorated by the United Nations as a special annual day and talk about the resolution to put before the General Assembly? And I know you've already brought some of this in, so I guess I'm asking you to go a little deeper. And Ambassador Chowdhury, if we can start with you.
Well, thank you. First, I would like to say that the phrase or the concept of oneness is not as popular as the phrase like solidarity or global citizenship, or even the word dialogue or tolerance, nonviolence. So it is an uphill task on our part to make that oneness. I mean, how many places in the 2030 agenda is the word oneness appears? So that is a very important point that we need to bring up. We have used the word solidarity to promote oneness, but I think oneness is much bigger in terms of conceptual elements. And solidarity sometimes brings in working together, but oneness is something which comes out of your heart, out of your upbringing, out of your fellow feeling or sense of oneness with the rest of the world, that something that I do as a human being has an impact, positive or negative, on the other parts of the world. And as people who are in a comfortable situation in the world, we have empathy and compassion for the people who are suffering day in and day out. So those are the important things. So there is also, I think I should call it a reality check. We have done that, and Diane expressed all these days that UN have been observing. But still, we are going through extreme challenges to peace and peaceful world and a better world. And that concerns me and worries me to say, why? After all these efforts and global, because I believe, if you ask me, I would say the failure of the member states, who are the basic governing entities for the United Nations decisions. They take the decisions. Every year we take about 300 resolutions, but that's it. That's it. Even the delegation which promotes it is not found next year to promote the implementation of that resolution. So this is a sad reflection, and I have been involved since 1972 with the membership of Bangladesh to the United Nations. And I have found that all these years, my experience has told me that previously, at least, the UN was taken as a platform for coming together. But now UN has become a platform for self-interest, national or objectives-oriented organization. Everybody, there is no intention or eagerness to compromise, to come together, to promote global objectives. And I can say there are 6 years left for the Sustainable Development Goals. I do not know whether I will be there in this world celebrating that year as the objective of the SDGs, because SDGs will go nowhere. Yeah, it would have been better if SDGs started emphasizing the concept of oneness from the beginning, from 2015. We have lost 20 years or more than that for that. And then now with the remaining 6 years, we are all running to show it in a positive direction. No, I think we should, same thing happened with the Millennium Development Goals. And that's why Millennium Goals transited into Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm sure in 2028, there will be other objectives shaping up for taking over after 2030. So we, UN is, yes, trying its best to do something. And I respect that. But I also want to say that the oneness, the concept of oneness will be a big positive step towards the objective, global objectives of peace and security and making the world a better place. So that's why I believe that as the UN decisions are made by the member states, we need to find like-minded countries who are eager to push this agenda in a big way. It should not be difficult, I believe, provided we get a lead country to take the initiative. And I think there is a value in the highlighting Global Oneness Day. And as I said in 2010, that it should be considered global, not international, because global is much more inclusive than international. So that is what, and I am very happy to note that when these 52,000 signatures were presented to me, it was mentioned that those signatures are being given to me on behalf, to accept it on behalf of the culture of peace. So the culture of peace and oneness are the same thing. Culture of peace focuses on individual and at the same time collective transformation. Same with oneness. We start oneness with each individual, but it becomes a global objective when we are able to make a push for it. So I believe that let's focus on getting one or two interested countries who would take the initiative. And that step is the most important step, and the leadership of that country will be very, very crucial, because it has to be done, I believe, at the leadership of the ambassador of that country, not be kept to his junior colleagues. I did the Culture of Peace negotiations for 9 months, chairing that committee. Every day we met. So that is the focus and importance that the country will show by presenting the ambassador leading the negotiations. So that is very, very important. And I believe that we have, Diane was the initiator of that draft resolution, which will be proposing the Global Oneness Day, is good to be accepted by all countries. But I know even in the UN, motherhood and peace are all questioned. So any people will bring in caveats of slowing down the process, because many people do not believe in the Oneness Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury. Very thought-provoking. And I just want to share the, yes, oneness has been an uphill climb, but thank goodness the United Nations and leadership's been very vocal about this over the years, all the way to its beginning, as Diane was pointing out earlier. And thank goodness for science, too. Albert Einstein in 1921 says, the greatest illusion in the world is the illusion of separation. Diane, just coming over to you here on this very same question.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury. I think he said it all. And I just want to honor this team on the call, because we've been working together in harmony and cooperation now for several months, some of us for several years. And I just want to share a little bit of what we drafted in our concept paper. So we feel a UN commemorated Global Oneness Day on the 25th of September, the anniversary of the UN General Assembly adoption of Resolution 70/1, Transforming Our World, the 2023 Agenda for Sustainable Development, would further emphasize the integral relationship between the SDGs and the principle of oneness that affirms the interdependence of all life. It would symbolize a collective commitment to the well-being of humanity, grounded in oneness in all life. Establishing this day would create a profound legacy of oneness through global cooperation. It invites every individual to join in the transformative journey towards an interconnected and sustainable world. Embracing our oneness can usher in an era where humanity transcends conflict, ensures universal access to essentials, promotes balanced resource use, and ends poverty and social injustice, all aligned with the SDGs. We feel this legacy would honor the founding principles of the United Nations and inspire current and future generations to build a harmonious and flourishing global community for all. I just wanted to bring in the voices of everyone as we collectively drafted.
Beautiful, Diane. Yes, thank you. And you had a lead role in there. So thank you for that. And thank you to the panel. We'll thank the panel some more here as we conclude. So, and as we conclude, let's hear from each of our panelists. How can individuals and organizations worldwide participate in and support this initiative to create a more compassionate, interconnected, and sustainable world? And if we could just do about a minute each so we stay right into our program, that'd be perfect. And Olivia, if we can start with you.
Yes. Well, of course, Steve, it begins with each one of us and how we live our own life with kindness, compassion, sharing, and oneness. That sets our standard. And the example that we live can encourage others to do the same as they see that it brings us this happiness, joy, and fulfillment, and that it benefits others who we seek to help. And that's something that we all can happily participate in.
Yes, we can. Thank you. And isn't that so true? Just our own expression of oneness. Hooray. That maybe is what has the most impact. So we can we'll go to Diane, Danilo, and then the ambassador can have the last word here.
Okay, well, I think there are many ways people can participate in and support this initiative. I think it's really important to begin by reflecting on and truly embodying our own humanness, including the depths of our divinity within us, and to consciously act from a place of oneness in every daily situation, as Olivia was saying, that comes up, including with people around us. If that could be a family member or a stranger. And I would guess some of our favorite family memories have to do with the times that we felt a sense of oneness with our own family members. Maybe it was playing a game together or just sharing around the dinner table how everybody's day was and listening deeply to each other with love, respect, and understanding. And these simple acts to promote a culture of oneness early on could have a lifelong impact. For instance, if a child feels that what they say matters, they will most likely feel what their friends say matters as well. And what they say deserves their loving awareness. And this will have a ripple effect. So I think we can encourage the children in our lives to perform conscious acts of kindness throughout the day. And then when they're home, they could share stories of how their kindness made a difference. And there's more of a chance that they'll want to replicate their good deeds. So it's so essential that we all see humanity and all of life on this planet as a member of our family. And when we bring this loving awareness with us wherever we go and with whoever we encounter, we're making every day Global Oneness Day.
Yes, and isn't that the objective? Perfect, Diane. Yeah, love, compassion, and yes, bringing in the word divinity, so which is the real treasure here that's deep within oneness. So thank you for that, Diane. Danilo, over to you.
Well, it's been said already, but I just wanted to emphasize the fact that if you want to fight for a common goal, one needs to detach from selfless interests. So we have to look at this very true in the work of the United Nations, in everything that we do. And I think the call here is for all of us to come together and to exercise oneness, right? So if we want to see this Global Oneness Day, day achieving that goal, we need to exercise to becoming one in this call, right? So it is our duty as individuals, as organizations, within our networks, our connections. I think at this moment, political connections are very important with your closest governmental mission. If you are somehow connected with authorities or individuals or celebrities that could help put this together, this is a time to really reach out to these resources to achieving this common good. It's really a matter of us coming together, exercising oneness, solidarity, and love for one another, so we can all celebrate, because this is a certain achievement in my belief. This is going to happen. So let's just work and be pride in the future to say, I was part of that. I helped make that happen.
Oh, beautiful. Danilo, thank you. Yeah, and as you and Diane are emphasizing too, it's just bringing to mind the, even if the world was not challenged, and it is very challenged, but oh my gosh, the transformational experience of this oneness where we live it is extraordinary. And that could be its own hour-long panel. But so, Danilo, thank you. Thank you. Okay, word to the ambassador. He has the last word here.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, and everybody. It is a great pleasure for me to an honor this for me to join this intense group talking about global oneness day and the concept of oneness. I think the 2010 event strengthened faith and belief in oneness in a big way. Since then, many speeches have this concept mentioned time and again. I think in all my speeches for the culture of peace includes the concept of oneness because I believe that these concepts, as I said before, are really two sides of the same coin. It starts with individual self-transformation, and then it becomes a collective global transformation. So that is why I believe this is very possible. And it is a wonderful initiative for the Global Oneness Day. And I am confident that will happen. And we will have to find somebody who will his or her into it, heart and soul into it as the leader in the United Nations in the intergovernmental process. I believe that is what it is. That is what it is. Yes. We have our vision for oneness to become a cornerstone of global progress, and prosperity. At the moment, our focus is on getting the day approved and proclaimed by the United Nations. So that is very important. And then it will depend upon us to promote the United Nations objectives of this day. And there the NGOs, interfaith groups, everybody can come together to make it a big day, not only in celebration, but a day in terms of action-oriented focus. So that is what we like to see. I am pretty confident that my final years of my life, before that, I will see that day come into reality.
Oh, beautiful, Ambassador. And I'm with you, of course, 1,000%. Yes, and a day of activism, right, where we answer the call and come into service to each other in the world, which is what we do in Oneness. So, Ambassador Chowdhury, thank you. And we're just about out of time today. So I want to thank our distinguished panels for your insightful contributions. And truly, I even want to use the word historical, really, what we're talking about, because it feels that way to me, that maybe that's what we've come to, and that's that mountaintop we're going to. And oh my goodness, isn't it incredible as we think about transformative change that's ahead?
And we want to thank everybody who's watching and joining us today, because we can't do this without you. Together, we can create a compassionate, sustainable world. And let's continue to spread the message of oneness to everyone we meet and work towards a brighter future together. So until next time, let's all take care of each other and stay united.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of living consciously. I'm Charissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team. And today I have the pleasure of speaking with our good friend, Suzanne Giesemann. Hi, Suzanne.
Hi, Charissa. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the summit.
Yes, excited to have you. And our topic today is oneness beyond the veil. Let me share a little about Suzanne. Suzanne Giesemann is a spiritual teacher, author, and messenger of hope who guides people to the certainty that love never dies and that we are part of a multidimensional universe. And my heart is warming up of the truth of that. She is recognized on Watkins' Mind, Body, Spirit magazine's list of the 100 most spiritually influential living people. She serves as faculty with Humanities Team, sharing the mission of helping people throughout the world awaken to the interconnectedness of all life. She is the founder of The Awakened Way, a path to living a consciously connected and divinely guided life. She is also the creator of the Bless Me method of connecting to higher consciousness and the popular SIP of the Divine meditation. Finally, Suzanne's gift of communication with those on the other side has been verified and recognized as highly credible by noted afterlife researchers. Her messages not only bring hope and healing, but love that goes straight to the heart. Suzanne has authored 15 books and has courses available on Stream Plus, such as Unlocking the Intelligence of the Afterlife, Cosmic Forces Shaping a Whole New Future, Making the Connection, Your Emerging Soul, and more. And welcome, Suzanne. So excited to be with you today and for you to share what I know will be a powerful message for our audience.
Well, thank you. I hope people can feel the higher energy that's present when we ask Spirit to be with us during these interviews. So I'm doing my best to pump it out there with the help of my guides.
Oh, thank you, guides. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Suzanne. Well, I was wondering if you could take a moment and do an exercise to shift us into a high vibration of love before the interview.
I'm grateful to do so because most of you probably have very busy lives. You've been rushing around and maybe just decided to tune into this now. And it's just so wonderful when we can be fully present. The topic is oneness, and come to know that we are all connected, and the best way is when we're present in the heart. So why don't we just take a moment and close our eyes? That shuts out the external world that distracts us so much. Take a deep, slow breath in through the nose, perhaps to the count of 4. And now exhale through lightly pursed lips to the count of 6. Relaxing more and more as you do so. That just slows down your brain waves, but turns up your energetic field to make it easier to connect with the energy field that we're all a part of. And in awareness that our consciousness does not reside only in the head, just drop your awareness into the heart space. This is the center of you and the center of all that is. And resting in that heart space, why not bring to mind right now something or someone that you are just so grateful for right now? Don't just think about that. Feel that gratitude. And know that in doing so, you're turning up your light. And knowing that you're connected to all that is, but it sometimes requires a shift in focus. Be willing to take the focus off of our somewhat restricted and limited human story and send the light from your heart out in all directions, connecting yourself in awareness now as a being of light. That's all it takes to make that shift. And so now we just set the affirmation that whatever you hear today, you hear it in a wholly new way, that it touches your heart and gives you some wonderful tools and insights to carry forward and make your life easier, enjoy greater flow, and help you be a beautiful light unto the world. And so it is.
And so it is. Well, thank you for that, Suzanne. I felt really warm and wonderful doing that exercise. And the person that came to me, I just wanted to share, was my father. He passed away in 2017.
Oh.
So I just was feeling grateful for him. So that was really nice.
Well, it's lovely to know. I'd just like to share briefly that my background as a Navy commander for 20 years and serving at the highest level of the military leaves me remembering the past chapter of my life where I would not have even known that our loved ones like your father are around us that instantly. But having now spent the past nearly 2 decades working with the spirit world as a result of the transformation that took place in my life, I can guarantee all of you that your loved ones are as close as your thought. When we send our light from our heart out just now, that literally helps us make a shift to connect. We are all connected, but by consciousness. We don't need the physical bodies to do that. So what a gift that you felt your father. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Getting a little bit emotional about it. But maybe you created that field of allowing an acceptance for that to come through for my father and that thought of gratitude. So thank you. So just wondering, what does your heart say about our topic today, oneness beyond the veil?
Oneness beyond the veil reminds me that we often use that term. Our loved ones are across the veil, and it's the veil that keeps us from being aware of other dimensions. So what is the veil? Truly, in my awareness, the veil is simply this body. The brain acts as a filter of our awareness of the greater reality that's right here, right now. It's a beautiful instrument. If it weren't acting as a filter, we would experience chaos because we would be aware of all of the energy and information that's right here, right now, even at this level. The phone calls going on in the airwaves around us, the television stations, the radio stations, it would all be here. So it's beautifully programmed to operate in the material world, but it also plucks out the signals, the frequency of higher beings who are here to help us. When we can have personal experiences of this connection in expanded states of consciousness, then we truly understand that we are separate beings and we are interconnected units of consciousness, if you want to put it that way. That's the more scientific term for it, or we could just call it souls. That's the more spiritual term for it. Whatever language you choose, we are absolutely flowing and interacting with each other all the time, but we're not aware of it until we make that shift.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I was thinking about this movie when you mentioned that of like our brain and our body being a filter. I was thinking of Bruce Almighty when he hears the thoughts and prayers of everyone. Jim Carrey. Yeah, it's a funny movie. But anyway, can we experience oneness through connecting with loved ones on the other side?
Huh, can we ever? I just spent a weekend at a conference with 1,000 parents whose children have passed. You would have thought that would be a depressing experience, but it was
Yes.
actually joyous because there were so many mediums present who have evidence of connecting with people across the veil. And to learn that anybody can establish a connection with those across the veil because we're souls now changes the whole trajectory of one's grief. We still grieve the passing of a loved one, but when you realize, as I certainly did in my life, that we all have what it takes to connect with beings across the veil, and that is consciousness. We are souls that are conscious, sentient beings connecting on all levels. When you learn the tools and techniques to do so, you have the personal experience and you realize you don't need a medium to make that connection.
Well, what a blessing and gift that you were able to offer or be a part of this conference to these parents. I'm a parent, I have 2 kids, so I can only imagine the feeling of losing a child and then the hope that you could bring to a parent, to someone like me after losing a child. And it's amazing that they had the consciousness to come to the conference and really be brave enough and have the courage to do that.
Well, the courage is really in our society to be willing to say, I'm open to believing this, because we worry so much about what other people think. We're raised with certain dogmatic beliefs that say perhaps it's not right to talk to spirits. When you see the healing that takes place when we acknowledge that we are not only human, it's phenomenal. And if I may, to me, the evidence is so important to show people this is real. I'd love to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Instant communication with loved ones who are right here. I had a beautiful experience as one of the keynote speakers at this conference. I usually don't do readings and make connections for people at conferences because I'm usually too busy or drained. But I met a couple who had a child across the veil, and there was a connection between us. I'd never met them, but I don't want to give away too much. They gave me permission to share this, but I said to them, this is a setup from your child in spirit, and I know I'm supposed to do a session. So we went off to a room by ourselves, and I sat down, and right away I tuned in to their son who had passed. And among many things he showed me to let them know this is really him, he told me something I couldn't possibly know. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about evidence that those across the veil can tell us. He showed me that he had a grandfather with a tattoo, that his grandfather was in the Navy and had an anchor, an old traditional tattoo that Navy guys would get. Now we get anything we want in tattoos. But if you were a sailor in the past, you got an anchor on your arm. And he showed me it was on the forearm. Then his son said, but Dad doesn't want a tattoo. But he said, word for word, but if you look closely, you'll see he got one, but you have to look closely. And his dad's eyes went wide. He says, my father was in the Navy. He has the anchor tattoo on his forearm, but I didn't want one. But in honor of my son, I decided to get a tattoo. The tattoo artist was going to put it right here on his knuckles, and he got one little dot of ink on his finger, and the guy chickened out at the needles. So he helped me pick like this, and he said, just like my son said, if you look very closely, you'll see Dad's tattoo. But you had to really look closely to see this little dot. That's 3 elements of a story that I couldn't possibly know. The anchor tattoo, Dad doesn't want one, but if I look closely, I'll see it. This is what I call an NOE, a no other explanation moment than that I was connecting with the spirit. That and the many other things that that young man told me about himself from across the veil, and his messages of love for his family. And the greatest message for all of us is we're still here because we are all conscious beings, all united for all eternity. That, to me, is oneness, and that takes place beyond these physical bodies.
That's so amazing. Thank you for sharing that story, and so beautiful. And how did the parents feel? Were they crying? Were they happy? Or is it both?
Yeah, Dad was all choked up, and there was another piece of evidence that was way too personal to share here.
Okay.
But I said to the parents, this is an abbreviated reading for you because I'm busy at the conference, but I hope you can tell your son is here. And the mother was shaking her head. She said, you had me at that first one, from the very beginning. And it's just so validating. My guidance for anybody is if you have a session with a medium, the way that you test that was a good connection is you walk away and you say, oh my gosh, that was my loved one. And they certainly did walk away that way. I knew it. I can feel them. And I need to let everybody know, I had no idea throughout my life, the first half of my life, that I could make this kind of connection, that I would ever be doing this kind of work in addition to teaching spirituality to people. That was not part of my background when I was in the military, but because of the death of my own stepdaughter, I went down this path, and I see now it was all destiny for me because it's just opened up beautifully. So I don't want anybody to think that we don't have what it takes. If it's your calling to do this like I do for people, then you'll know it and you'll develop it fully. But as far as our own loved ones and getting to know the oneness of our connection at all levels of reality, we can all do that because we are souls.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder and encouragement. And it's not a scary thing. I mean, I just feel like sometimes the media with movies about ghosts try to put fear about around this. But I feel like as I've learned from you and other mediums, it's really the opposite. It feels like a field of love or something. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Fear sells, right? We love drama. There's plenty of drama without the fear. The drama is the tears of joy at realizing, oh my gosh, I miss them so much, but I can still communicate with them. I can still feel them. If you talk to your loved ones who have passed, trust me, they hear you. Several of the things that came up just in that one most recent session absolutely validate. They are so much a part of your life always. It's so much more clear for them to drop in on us and look at us and hear us than it is the other way around. And if people come to know that, they would talk more to their loved ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't really talk to my loved ones on the other side that much. So, yeah, maybe I need to do that more.
Yeah.
So how does this evidence-based information provide evidence of the existence of universal consciousness and our interconnectedness?
Well, it's exactly that, like that example that I just gave you. I have told those in the spirit world that I don't want to do this work if they don't give me verifiable information that I couldn't know. That's the evidence. So it's important for people who don't yet have that connection and need to be convinced to let those across the veil give that convincing evidence. But once you've established that they're here, even more important is what those across the veil want to say. And often that includes apologies and thank yous and things that they may not have gotten to share before they passed. So it's just a beautiful connection that we can show is ongoing.
Yeah, that's beautiful. One time, my niece, unfortunately, she committed suicide, and she came to me with a message for her father and said it wasn't his fault. And he was really moved by that because it was there in his home, where she died. So I think he was carrying a lot of guilt about that and had some relief maybe, but also had like a little bit of disbelief. He's Catholic. So just interesting.
Yeah, well, if you had been able to discern something that you didn't know about her, that's that extra little piece that even leaves skeptics saying, yeah, but how did they know that? So
good point.
I call those
to go deeper like you do with the evidence, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Even when my own loved ones come to me from across the veil, I put them to the test. I say, tell me something about so-and-so that we both know, something current that they've done or they're involved in that I don't know about, so I can reach out to them and validate it. And it works every time. And it's just so beautiful. So that when I share these stories, like, oh, my stepdaughter dropped in on me, and I tell that to my husband, Ty. And I said, and Susan tells me that you just did this or that. He can validate that. And now he knows that's not my imagination or wishful thinking. That's Susan right here dropping in for a visit.
Yeah. So what do you think about, do you feel like there's two realities? Do you feel like there's the other side, there's oneness on the other side, and then there's oneness in this reality on Earth? And can we merge these two?
Well, that's a beautiful question on a topic about oneness. And the answer comes down to so much of our life. Yes, there are two realities, and there is only one reality. This is the both and nature of oneness. So yes, we can differentiate between what we call the physical world and the spirit world. But to the spirit world, this world is very malleable, permeable, see-throughable, if that's a word. So the density of a reality is relative, but that's how we differentiate the different frequencies. So that's what makes them appear separate, but it's really just a spectrum of consciousness, one field within which there are varying fields. So the oneness encompasses everything, and within the oneness is apparent separation.
Infinite possibilities, both and.
Yeah, and that's what makes the connection possible, because we share consciousness.
I see. That makes sense. Well, when we know that life goes on, how can we enhance the life we're living now and live our best life?
Oh, yes. As you mentioned in the biography, I teach what I call the awakened way. And it's based on teaching from a young man across the veil who came to me about 10 years ago. And his message that came verified by so much evidence, it's in my book called Wolf's Message, is it breaks down into what I call the three principles of the awakened way. I actually have a book called The Awakened Way as well that explains this in depth, but it's number one, you're not only human. So you live in that awareness. You question reality. If I'm not only human, then what else is there? You are part of one big web connecting all that is. That's the second principle. And you see that once you start noticing synchronicities and the connections that can't be explained any other way than that we're not only human and we're part of one big web. And the third principle of the awakened way is that love is this force. It's the field itself, totally connected. Love is what we call lack of separation. Love is what joins us. It's what motivates us. And so with that awareness, you live and make decisions based on, am I in alignment with love? Are my choices coming from the highest place? And then you practice what I call the 3 E's of living an awakened life. Number one, you educate yourself about the greater reality. And that's what summits like this do. That's what programs such as Humanities Team offers do. We just have this thirst, and that thirst comes from the soul within. So you act on that, watch videos, take courses, read books, listen to stories of near-death experiences, have an experience with a medium so you say, oh my gosh, this is real. So after educating yourself, or at the same time, experience the greater reality for yourself through meditative practices like the Bless Me method that you mentioned in my bio and the Sip of the Divine practice, a 3-minute practice that anyone can do anytime, and that I highly recommend we do at least 1 time per day. So you have the personal experience of being part of something so much bigger than this objective world. We don't spend enough time pausing, shutting out the outer world, and simply observing the mind. So that gives us the personal experience. And once you start shifting your focus beyond the limited story that we're living, all bets are off. And then the third E is engage higher consciousness. Talk to your loved ones more often and listen to notice how they reply, or watch for what arises on the screen of your mind Engage them. If you feel a presence, say, who is this? If you're in meditation and you feel something powerful and loving, don't just wonder, what is this? Ask. You start getting into conversations. You come to learn you're never alone, that we really do have beings who guide us, who will help us if we engage them. So the educate, experience, engage is not linear. It's an ongoing spiral of activity using whichever of those E's is appropriate at any time. And you start to live that more consciously connected life that Humanities Team is trying to help everyone achieve.
Thank you. That really is helpful and breaks it down. And, is it important to connect with your guides, your spirit guides as well? I have never done that, so I was just curious.
I just came up with the greatest analogy for this, Charissa.
Okay.
I went for an extra long bike ride with a friend, and I said, why don't we take our e-bikes for this? Because there are some really long hills in this ride that we were going on. And because we had the e-bike, we could go twice as far as I normally would have. And she and I had the best time. Not only was it more fun, but when we came to the hills, you didn't have that, oh my gosh, look at what lies before me feeling. You had this feeling that all I have to do is push this button and I'm going to get an assist. The thing is, we still had to do the work. It wasn't a free ride. And that is the perfect analogy for understanding that we have non-physical helpers. Trust me, when I was a Navy commander, I would have absolutely disdained the thought of spirit guides. I would have poo-pooed that and thought that was silly and ridiculous. But if you read my book, The Awakened Way, or my other book, Mediumship, that's just coming out, you will see I give evidence of spirit guides, NOEs that just leave no doubt that we have helpers. They know where you are, where you're going, what you're doing at all times. So to know that you have this little assist available to you whenever you have a challenge before you, you'd be crazy not to take that ride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you connect with them? You just ask?
You just ask, but you do it from the heart with belief that the guides exist. Let's just do that really quickly. If everybody just close your eyes for a second, drop your awareness into your heart and say, I am going to be open to a new experience, and I truly want to trust that spirit guides are real. I'm tired of doing everything by myself. Wouldn't it be awesome to have help from a higher realm, from beings who have the bigger picture than I do here? So I am asking now for assistance, and I am asking whatever guide is with me to show yourself to me in some beautiful way. If not visually, just make it clear that I had some kind of divine help that leaves me filled with joy and gratitude. And I promise to work with you moving forward. And if you can send me a beautiful sign that you're working with me, quickly show me now what that sign will be. And in that brief pause, some image or some thought came to you. Now just be aware of how that shows up in your life in the next few days and continue that process moving forward. And you'll find out that they're called guides for a reason.
Oh, interesting. Can I share what I thought of for the sign? Yeah.
Sure.
A feather.
Now,
A dark feather. Oh.
Feathers. So you just got it times 3. You may not, it could have been subliminal and you didn't realize it.
Oh, okay.
But what's interesting, and notice what you did, Charissa, you're a perfect example for people. You say, can I show you what I thought of? But notice how I worded it. Give me a sign, guides. Put it in my awareness. You come to believe that we think all of our thoughts are our own, that we're individual separated beings. But guides help us to understand the oneness because they put the thought of the sign in your head, the feather. Knowing you will encounter it. You had no idea you were looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feathers. You got your instantly.
Yeah, and you knew that I didn't know that you had feathers, right?
Yeah.
You can sense my naivety.
Well, it's a setup from spirit because you didn't know it, and yet I can show you how instantly it can happen, but not always for people. So those of you who saw an image or got a word, just put that out of your mind, because you asked so clearly and it came to you so clearly. It will show up in wondrous ways, and then you'll say, oh, if you're most humans, you'll say, oh, that was a coincidence, and you'll try to dismiss it, but do it again and again, not just asking for science, but asking for help with something you're struggling with right now, right? And then you see how it starts to kick in. But it's a cooperative engagement. Like I said, you still have to pedal that bike. You still have to do the work, but you're going to be hearing thoughts that are insightful. You'll meet just the right people. You'll see something in the paper that is just what you needed. This will happen and come into awareness because you're now working with consciousness in this wholeness of a field that we all share.
I see. Well, any last words of inspiration for our audience?
Just that this journey we're all on is ongoing and onward and upward. Programs like this, I hope, have given you tools and new things to try. Be as the child, as the great masters say, right? So you can tell I'm a little playful. You know, the military background, I can be a pretty serious person, but I have learned that the more wonder and childlike playfulness we bring into this, the more we open ourselves to the infinite field of possibilities of which we're a part. And then, like I said, all bets are off, and you better buckle that seatbelt, because this journey is amazing. And may all of you experience beautiful NOEs, no other explanation moments than that we are part of something amazing, awesome, and absolutely divine.
Well, it's been such a pleasure connecting with you about oneness beyond the veil. Thank you, Suzanne, for joining me today for this year's Global Oneness Summit. Namaste.
Sure. Namaste, everybody.
Hello, friends, and thank you so much for being here with us for a very special panel discussion on consciousness. I am Jennifer K. Hill, CEO of Om.app OptiMatch, and one of the joys of my life is exploring the science of consciousness. In fact, Deepak Chopra and Don Hoffman and I have done a 17-part series on Humanity's Stream called Conversations at the Intersection of Cutting-Edge Science and Spirituality. And today's discussion is meant to elaborate on all of the discussions, the thoughts, the conversations that have happened around consciousness and for the world, because that is what we are here to do, is to uplift, inspire, and come together for the world. So today we've brought together for you two very esteemed panelists who are both experts in consciousness in their own right. We have Dr. Shamini Jan, who is the founder and director of the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. She is an Ivy League trained psychologist and award-winning research psychologist and scientist in psychoneuroimmunology and integrative medicine. She has also written a best-selling book and is doing incredible work pioneering in consciousness. Additionally, we have here with us today award-winning film director and incredible thought leader and businessman, Michael Sean Conaway. Many of you may have seen his acclaimed film, We Rise Up. If you haven't, I recommend checking it out. I know I was in tears by the end of it, and he featured many brilliant thought leaders such as His High Holiness the Dalai Lama, Sir Richard Branson, Michael Beckwith, and many others. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome everybody to today's panel on consciousness. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for starting this very important conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. It's wonderful to be here with both of you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. So, Shamini, I'd love to start with you. You've spent your life's work as a scientist, as an entrepreneur, as somebody whose family lineage comes from a long line of the inquiry into consciousness and what it means. Tell us a little bit about your background for context so that way we can dive into the world of what consciousness means to you.
Thank you. It's such a beautiful question, and it's such a tender time to actually be responding to it because I sit with you in the midst of the Jan spiritual holidays currently called Pajusan. And for those that don't know about Janism, like my last name, not all people who are Jans have the last name Jan, but I happen to be one of them. Janism is a very small philosophy. You know, some people call it more of a philosophy than a religion. It's a spiritual tradition, and it's best known for its putting forth of ahimsa, or nonviolence. So many people will, you know, kind of recognize the influence of ahimsa teachings and Jan teachings on leading social change makers such as Mohandas Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King. And so I spent yesterday, the only day really that I get to celebrate the holidays, in silence, contemplating this connection with consciousness and ahimsa that I feel like is so important for our time. So I grew up with these teachings, really linking spiritual liberation with the practice of nonviolence and what we call anekantavad, which is non-absolutism. And really being immersed in those teachings at a very early age, growing up in the deep South of South Carolina, being surrounded by Baptist Christian friends, I learned about non-absolutism for myself because we got to kind of share different perspectives and ways that we understood divinity. And we understood how to bring our divinity out into the world to provide a more harmonious and nonviolent world. So it's a bit of the background that brought me to the field. And then, you know, why this area, the biofield, which I'm kind of known mostly for, it's the focus of my book, Healing Ourselves, Biofield Science and the Future of Health. Linking the connection of energy with consciousness and nonviolence has certainly been a big passion of mine. And I found myself doing my own placebo-controlled randomized trials and fostering research for others as well, and kind of sharing the real scientific validity of how consciousness can not just, you know, foster liberation in here, but how expanded consciousness then can actually foster liberation for all beings. How does that work? Is there real science to it? So that's a lot of what I do now, is foster that through our nonprofit Consciousness and Healing Initiative.
On behalf of humanity, Shamini, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. You know, we're at a new frontier of consciousness, and part of today's topic is, what if consciousness were fundamental? How would that inform how we make movies, how we write books, how we heal and engage with one another? And I think that through your life's work and this beautiful journey of inquiry that you've been in into consciousness, you're really emulating that. And Michael Sean, I'd love for you to share a little bit about your journey as well. I know you've built 5 very successful businesses, a magazine, Boldly Coaching, among other things. And then, of course, you have your award-winning film, We Rise Up. In that movie, Michael Sean, you talk about this capacity as human beings that we have to choose differently, to use our consciousness to actively participate in life. Not to give a spoiler alert here, but one of my favorite parts of the movie is the end, where you see this spectacular image of these imaginal cells of a caterpillar disintegrating into this imaginal soup and then being rebirthed as a butterfly. And I think you even mentioned in the movie about how this too is what we as humanity, as human beings, are experiencing. And we have a choice. Our consciousness is going to determine whether we become the butterfly or not. So share with us a little bit about your journey and how consciousness is playing a role in all of the projects you're involved in.
Yeah, thank you. And I just love hearing about Janism. I've been a Buddhist since I was very young. And of course, the time of Jan and the time of the Buddha is about the same period of time in Indian history. So very intertwined kind of conscious movement at the time. And I feel like, you know, if you look at that time when those two great masters were on the earth, really opening up new ways of looking at especially consciousness and the trap of being a human being, the delusion, the patterns of living a human life that are we're born into, or as Martin Heidegger would say, we're thrown to this world that we're born to with no choice. And, they obviously had ideas about a pathway through that. And I feel like right now, the work that we're doing is very, very similar. I mean, really, it's basically the same thing. How do we step beyond our limitations? How do we leave our limiting beliefs? How do we leave our ancestral traumas? How do we leave all of this stuff that we have? And then what happens after we do? What is life like when we're having a greater consciousness idea? So I was born a very strange child who had out-of-body experiences almost every night and didn't fit with the pattern of my classmates around me. It didn't work out too well. I'll fast forward to being a teenager when I discovered mostly Zen Buddhism and meditation, and then Tibetan Buddhism. And it was the first time that I actually got a hold of some information other than scientific information that started to make sense. It matched up to my experiences, which were at that point I felt were just odd and I shouldn't tell anybody about, and started to say, okay, there's a thing going on here. And when I'm having these experiences and I'm having this expanded feeling in my heart and expanded feeling in my capacity to see and understand things, that's really something. That it's not just a delusion or a manufactured something of the mind. And you mentioned, Jen, the idea that consciousness exists. It exists independent of me. I have consciousness. It comes through me all the time. Hopefully I'm more conscious of my consciousness most of the time than not, but it doesn't need me. The consciousness in the universe doesn't need me to have a conscious experience. And this, in Buddhism we call it, in Tibetan Buddhism we call it Rigpa, or self-existing awareness, or self-existing consciousness. This is a unifying theme if you look at most spiritual teachers. And I'll say spiritual teachers because religions come along behind to try to make sense of what they were trying to say. But a lot of spiritual teachers have this inclination to point at, look, there's this thing, this existence of consciousness. You call it, you can make it deity and call it God, or just an existing force, or the love of the universe, whatever you want to call it. But we keep pointing at it. And I think for the sake of this conversation, I want to just ask you to listen a little more deeply right now, because I think in this conversation, we're going to point at it. And the pointing at it isn't it, but you'll have a chance to grab a hold of a part of it if you'll just listen and just kind of drop into the feeling of it.
I love that. Very, very beautiful and poignant, Michael Sean. And I'm being called at this moment actually to draw in some of the wisdom of our dear friend who couldn't be here today, who I referenced earlier, Don Hoffman, the author of The Case Against Reality, Why Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes. And what inspired actually part of this panel was a discussion I'd had with Don years ago. And I was like, ooh, who are some of my favorite thought leaders on consciousness? And of course, you two and Don came to mind. And one of the things that Don found out studying it from a scientific standpoint is Don's been working for decades now on a mathematical formula for consciousness. And what I love that both of you just shared, and that all of these beautiful teachings of Jainism and Buddhism and so forth have been pointing to for millennia, is that the science that Don's been doing the math on it shows that consciousness is fundamental. That when you break everything down, that there are these things called conscious agents, some of which are projected into the theater of space-time and some of which are not. And yet it all comes from one source. So what does that mean if we are all conscious agents, part of the original source, some of us experiencing this interaction in the theater of space-time and some of us interacting with one another on other sides of the veil, or whatever you might want to call it, then that begs a question to some of the healing work you're doing, Shamini, the deep work you're doing. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Shamini, of what you've been seeing in the science you've been working on your whole life.
Yeah, absolutely. And, probably speak to it honestly also more from a practice perspective, because I love that Don has been working on this for decades, and it's so important. It's so meaningful to be able to explore this in a mathematical way, in a physics-based way. Lots of folks working on that. Very important. And it's very nice because it's an empirical reflection of what healers for millennia have been saying about how healing works. Now, my work as a clinical psychologist and a scientist in psychoneuroimmunology has been more practical. I'm a clinician by nature. I'm kind of a teacher and clinician by heart, right? Even though I have the science background. So my question was, how much can consciousness heal? And one of my dear friends, Reverend Tiffany Barsotti, now no longer with us in physical form, used to say, if consciousness created the brokenness, then consciousness can fix it, right? So at the end of the day, our research has really been exploring when we show up in presence, when we release our egoic conditioning and allow ourselves to be a conduit for consciousness to facilitate healing in another being, whether that's a human or with cells or with animals. What do we see? Is this real? And now we know in the empirical, Western science perspective, we're still very mechanistic, right? It's like, show me the physical shift or it's not real. So, in the decades of research that many of us have done, we have over 400 clinical trials of energy and conscious healing therapies that we've looked at, over 175 randomized controlled trials showing that these conscious healing practices are good for reducing pain, anxiety, PTSD, fatigue for breast cancer survivors, hormone function, immune function. And when we look at cells in animals, we see that our consciousness actually shows up and drives major changes in the body that are deeply, significantly meaningful for health, including reducing the spread of cancer throughout the body. And we can trace this all the way down to reductions in inflammatory cytokines and even reductions in cell signaling. So this is not yet known. And Michael Sean, I just want to share with you, I think Jen knows this, and I don't know if our community knows this, but we're following in your footsteps here with the documentary work, because one of the ways when our community came together and said, how do we bring this out to the world? It's so important that people know the real scientific truth and the wisdom of practitioners on how real our consciousness is for fostering healing in ourselves and others. So we have a documentary that's coming out next year called The Energy That Heals. People can go to theenergythatheals.com and see the trailer and all the wonderful people in it, including many of our leading lights, Deepak Chopra, Bruce Lipton, Lynn McTaggart. But beyond even those leading lights, real healing stories from folks who, really didn't have a life, that were really questioning whether to be alive after experiencing the kind of trauma they did. And in the words of, one of the patients that was interviewed, he said, the medications kept me alive, but the energy healing showed me how to live. It opened a door that I didn't even know existed. So when we think about this fabric, again, back to your fundamental question, Jen, the practitioners are very clear. There are ways of discussing this in the consciousness level or on the energy level. And as a Buddhist practitioner, Michael Sean, I know you know this. We talk about it in terms of the Shakti, right? Yeah. When the formless oneness comes into form, we are all expressions of that divine consciousness in form, which we may call Shakti in our traditions. So we're all embodiments of this beautiful tapestry of energy, and that energy, that thread of energy, connects us and can heal us. It just when we expand our consciousness to actually connect more greatly with the supportive field, healing happens. That's really what the practitioners would say.
I am so inspired by that, Shamini. You make me think of a story. I'm a huge, huge advocate of all sorts of different alternative methods of healing. I've seen them work on myself, on loved ones, on friends, and even in other studies and research that I've read about. And a really unique experience I had in the last year is I had a dear friend, and I do not think of myself as a healer, but I think we are all healers inside to this conversation. We all have consciousness, therefore we can all heal ourselves, though some of us might not self-identify as a healer per se. And so I had a friend one day who told me she had stage 4 cancer. She had 2 types of cancer, one that she was told by a major medical institution that she would kill her in the next 4 months, and one that she could survive with if she did make it, but it was impossible because the first one would kill her. And we got on a call one day. She wanted to know medical intuitives and people I might know, and I started to give her names, and she said, "Oh, Jen, I'm so sorry, I can't afford that." And I said, let me teach you this thing. And there was a method that I was taught in order to reprogram limiting beliefs. And I found that one of the things that can be so powerful is to tap in either to ourselves or to help somebody else mirror this for us. of what are those core wounds. We all have these core wounds that somebody tells us we're not good enough, we're silly, we're stupid, whatever it is. And then we carry that with us throughout our lives. And then that's how we engage with ourselves in the world. And I remember saying to my friend, I don't know why, I'm just getting a sense that maybe there's something there that you don't deserve to be loved. And she goes on and she cries and she shares, and we take her through this particular technique. And the whole call lasted about a half hour. Well, I don't hear from her for a month, and the prognosis, she was already a few months into this 4 months left of living. So I messaged her one day and I said, "Are you okay? I didn't know if she was alive or dead." And she said, "Jen, I didn't tell you." And I said, "Tell me what?" She said, "I went back to XYZ Medical Center, we won't name names." And she said, "They said, oops, we can't find any trace of the stage 4 cancer. It's completely gone." And she's still alive to this day. And I think it's just a testament of how intertwined our consciousness, our beliefs. There is a physical element, but I think it's a manifestation of the rest. Michael, Sean, what have you found in your work with different luminaries and thought leaders, in the work that you do as a coach and the healing of ancestral lines? How does that show up for you in the healing of the people in your life?
That's it's kind of interesting because you guys speak a lot on the individual level, where I'm trying to deal with society writ large. Like, how do we have large scale shifts in consciousness so that we have, more benevolent action by governments? How do we have economics work out so that that people have housing and dignified jobs, access to good food, clean water, safe housing? And it's really the same. Why don't people have access to clean water? Well, people don't have access to clean water because we're not conscious of water, like as an individual level. And those that are see water as a scarce resource that needs to be controlled so that they maintain their access to it. And these are patterns which you could say are egoic. Absolutely, they're egoic. I'm going to serve myself or serve my family or serve my tribe, but they're also ancestral. The planet didn't have so many human beings on it at one point. And so if we got into conflict, we could kind of wander away from one another. We might compete for resources for some time, but the forest is big enough. You go to your side, I'll go to mine. Well, when we started getting civilized and started saving our goods, saving our grains mostly, having storehouses of grain, now we had this need to have open conflict because they've got grain over there, I can go get it. And you can just start to see the creeping pattern of competition and me over you coming through our ancestral lineage. And so we were born into this world. We're taught to compete. We're not just taught to compete in games, but we're taught to compete intellectually. We're taught to compete spiritually. Oh, the guru likes me better than her, like whatever these things are. And we get caught up in something that's not ours. We did not create this drive to survive through these ancestral patterns, but we are subject to them until we become conscious of them. Jen, just what you said, your friend had illness. She was unconscious of some limiting beliefs. She managed to unwind that. And luckily, fortunately, the illness cleared up as well. Now, obviously, it doesn't always happen that way. And then she was really blessed. But that's true for society as well. It's true that these larger ailments, like justified violence, is such a great, crazy idea. There's a justification for me being violent if you've been violent. But it really doesn't make any sense. It's like A plus B equals more violence. How can that be better than A, which was just a little violence? And so we have these ideas that get passed down through our ancestral lineage, and they need the same tools and applications of consciousness applied to them. And so a lot of the work that I've done with corporations and leaders is to say, okay, what's going on here? Why is everybody behaving this way? Why is the business behaving this way? Why do you think you have to do this? Why couldn't you do something that's really good for people or good for the planet? And in general, when I confront people with that, and it's a consciousness move, when you get confronted with something that's not actually so, and you can sit with it long enough, you say, oh, well, if that's not true, then this isn't true. And if that's not true, that's not true. And I am free now to make different decisions or take different courses of action. And so, this is a facet of consciousness I like calling conscious of. Like there's consciousness that the phenomenologists say that our consciousness is directed. And so as manifest physical beings, it's directed towards the world. And I'm directed to you, listener, right now. My intention, my consciousness is directed to you. And this capacity to direct our consciousness to things is such an amazing gift. most of us don't use the gift. We just let it go willy-nilly wherever it goes, but we can actually, through meditation or through yoga or any other practice that gets you to slow down a little bit and be able to direct your will forces out into the world, we can begin to take on or engage with the things that aren't working with love and compassion and consciousness. And we can heal cancer, and we can heal the planet, and we can heal all the things that are going on that are crazy. It just takes more of us being willing to direct that attention to those problems. So I think it's inside and outside at the same time.
I completely agree with that. It's this idea of a holographic universe, that everything's just really being projected outwardly of what's going on internally for us in mass consciousness. And I know right now, even as this episode airs, there are elections happening around the world, in the US and other parts of the world, and you hear people from all sides, this person is wrong, that person is wrong. And what if there weren't good or bad, or right or wrong, good or evil? I remember Irvin Laszlo once said to me, brilliant two-time Nobel Peace Prize nominee, we were sitting having dinner in Italy, and he said, Jen, people ask me all the time, well, what about good and evil, Irvin? And he said, there are no evil people. There are just misguided people. And he was sharing that in the context of having been shot at as a teenage boy and trying to drag bodies out of the way just to get out of the way of gunfire. I believe it was in World War II. So, Shamini, to continue this conversation, what have you seen from the clinical standpoint in this documentary you're creating and the work that you're doing with your initiative? How can we practically apply this in the world, go out into our own lives, and light this torch of consciousness and inspire others to do the same and illuminate the world?
Well, in conjunction with our documentary, we actually have a beautiful summit that's going on, probably right now, honestly, called the Energy That Heals Summit. And it was an opportunity for us to really highlight deeper understandings from our community, both those who were in the film and those who weren't. And your question, Jen, is really reminding me of some of the beautiful accounts of some of the folks in our collective healing day. Michaela Gaston comes to mind. She just incredible story of really everything that you just spoke about, Michael Sean. She basically died from a hate crime. She was underneath a truck as a Black woman, underneath a truck of white racists who tried to kill her, honestly. And she almost died, basically died and came back to life, had a massive near-death experience, and had an epiphany, an awakening of all the things that you mentioned, Michael Sean. And because she was a musician, and something I deeply resonate with too as a fellow singer, as Amy is, she actually began to hear the music of the spheres in that altered state between life and death. And when she came back to her body, she was imbued with a bliss and a love that is her true nature. That is, that she had contact with her unbounded consciousness beyond all the trauma, so that she could bring that back to communities. And she spends her time with refugees, with others who have suffered from hate crimes, with many, many different types of folks that have struggled with trauma from social injustice, to put it mildly. And it's so inspiring to hear folks like her, Marty Casey at the Ungun Institute, folks that are really out there on the ground in communities, working with energy and consciousness from their own personal experiences to undo this ancestral trauma in deep ways. So what I've learned for myself, as well as from, folks like Amy and Marty, for example, Marty's also a fellow singer, sound is a really, really powerful way to liberate karma. And it's a tool that I often use in my teachings and my workshops and courses as well. There's so much to say about it. Most of us fellows shut down with our own voice. As a fellow, presenter, many of my presenters are kind of scared to sing in public. Many of my fellow singers are scared to speak in public. So there is something about liberating this and exploring the sound of one's own voice, whether it's through just sound making, mantra chanting, divine singing in groups. There's a reason why all of this exists. The data is very clear on it in terms of its ability to heal, both individually and collectively. Sound from the ancient traditions is nothing more than consciousness itself. So when we consciously direct our focus in sacred sound making And I would say all sound is sacred, honestly. But when we consciously direct our focus in this way, the liberation of ancestral trauma and the liberation of the conditioning that covers us from our interactions with the world lifts from us so that we can really explore and feel into that Satchit Anand for ourselves. So I think it's a really, really powerful method for this touching into the greater consciousness.
And what a beautiful invitation, because Shamini actually joined us for a Global Coherence Pulse in June of this year that you can go to globalcoherencepulse.org or find it on the YouTube channel, where she does do some beautiful sound work and just playing with moving the energy in the body. And Shamini, I will always remember doing that workshop with you live with all of our audience, because everybody said they felt miraculously healed as you took us through movements of the body, movements of our voices. It's as one of my teachers and mentors, David Guillaume, always says, what's stopping us as human beings is swamp energy. We get stuck in holding on to things. We hold on to ideas. We hold on to our voice. We hold on to our minds and our consciousness, and our bodies. We're holding tension. And what if we surrendered that? What if we let go and lived in flow and played with the vibrations of ourselves and one another? Then from that place, we'd be planting seeds that could grow into things that I don't think we've ever seen before.
So true. Yeah. And all flows lead to the divine. And really, you know, our good friend Gregg Braden likes to say, you know, it's crucial now for humanity to experience our divinity. And I feel like that's really what we're talking about.
I'm so glad you brought up Gregg. He was definitely in my consciousness as we were here. I remember Gregg long before I ever met him or had read any of his work. I had a subscription to Gaia like years ago, maybe 2019. And Gregg was the first time I had ever heard in a show he was doing on Gaia this idea of we evolve to cooperate, not to compete. And I remember my brain was like, here I was kind of early on in my journey of self-discovery. And I was like, what? We evolved to cooperate, not to compete. And it reminds me of a vision I had at one point last year during a full moon meditation ceremony. There were about 10 of us women just sitting around and meditating to some beautiful music, Estes tone, Inner Worlds. If you've never listened to it, I've had many beautiful transcendental experiences and meditations and visions listening to it. And I'm listening to that song, and the vibrations are moving me. And all of a sudden, I was thrown out of my body and shown this image of the whole world fractured bits of light everywhere. But then I was shown in the same way that a Japanese artist would apply 14 karat gold to the broken pieces of a beautiful piece of art or pottery, and he would carefully, painstakingly put the gold in between all the broken pieces to turn it back into a whole again. In that moment, in that vision, I was told that our kintsugi gold as human beings is love. And if we can tenderly take these shattered pieces of ourselves, these fragments, and realize that we already all know how to be together, we belong together, just like an eggshell is magnetized to its parts and will naturally want to reconnect to it. Fun cooking idea, by the way. If you ever crack an egg and you lose a piece of the shell, it will automatically remagnetize towards itself. Mm-hmm. So too are we as human beings. And all we need to do is apply this kintsugi gold, which is love. Michael Sean, I would love to hear from you a little bit about how you've seen this kintsugi, this love, this consciousness play out in the global, the ancestral way, and what we can be doing as human beings to take actionable steps, as Gregg Braden talks about, as Shamini just mentioned to us. How do we pull the pieces of humanity back together again?
Yeah, love is a great focal point. There's these, more esoteric forms of awakened consciousness, the emptiness state, or unity in the Hindu world, and these states require decades of practice to not just access them, but to maintain some stability in them. And it's well worth it if you're a practitioner like that and you have your life set up and directed towards that. I applaud you. But for everyday human, love is the easiest state to access. We've all had a love in our life that's been romantic. We've all had a love for a family member or a child or a dog. It's an access point or a gateway for us to shift into what I call a super state of consciousness. If you can shift from your attention, your focus from your head or maybe your voice or wherever you feel yourself located into a feeling of your heart. And you can just start by bringing up these reminiscences of something that's love or loving or something you love or something you would love. Then we very quickly get swept away by this energy. And then once we're there, the capacity is there for us to expand that, expand the love from beyond myself and my family to the people in the room or the people in the neighborhood, maybe the people on my continent, and ultimately the people on the planet. And this love can also be expanded through time. Lots of the Asian traditions, we have practices of sending our meditations and our blessings, our awakenings back generations, actually liberating the dead. And this is the same, you could say that this is just having love for those who have gone before. So we can not only expand our love consciousness to geography, we can expand our love consciousness through time. We can go back to our ancestors and show them gratitude and just think upon them, loving them for being human beings and loving them for the things that they had to do in their life to have us happen. And then obviously, once you expand your consciousness in the past, you can begin to expand your consciousness in the future and begin to love the descendants, those that will come after us. And you can love for them that they don't have as much suffering or heartache or troubles we have. They don't have as much illness. They don't have as much toxicity on the planet. You can love all kinds of things. There again, from this centered space, not from a thought space. And almost every one of us, almost every person I've ever led in these kinds of meditations, it doesn't matter if they've ever meditated before, can close their eyes and enter into these states. And so when you say it's this gold, it is that precious. It's precious as the most precious metal on earth, but it's widely available to everybody. It's not, doesn't require a super meditator. It doesn't require, you don't have to be an old soul. You don't have to be anything other than a living, breathing human life right here, right now. And you can apply that love to whatever you want to reach out to with it. And then we come back to the healing and it's like, oh, wow, that's tied right together. Love is a great access point to the energy healing for each other and for the world. So you can't, sorry to get me going on love. It is literally the thing in life that we need more than anything else.
As the old song says, right? We had Sharon Salzberg as part of our Energy That Heals Summit, and she led us through a metta practice, which, as I'm sure you know, Michael, Sean, and Jen, is such a beautiful, beautiful, practical way for us to reconnect with that feeling of loving kindness and extend it out to people. There's so many beautiful practices in so many traditions. Jen, if you don't mind, I'd love to share kind of my perspective on this.
Please.
From the Jam point of view, because I've mused on it often. I grew up reading these texts about spiritual liberation and the practice of nonviolence as a means to liberate oneself from the body. Well, a lot of those books were written by male monks. And there are a lot of other things they said in them too, like beware of women. What they really meant was watch your desire, right? But it was the women, just small side to side. I was just reading Swami Muktananda's autobiography yesterday, and I happened to open to a chapter where he fessed up on like uncontrollable sexual desire and all the lessons he learned from it. Very interesting chapter, honestly. The point was, back then, they described ahimsa, again, nonviolence, as this means to, it's like a bank account, right? And it's like, okay, I got to get rid of my karmas, even the good ones. Let's get rid of the bad ones first. Then we get rid of the good ones so we can leave this stinking body and go into heaven, not heaven, but be liberated. So that's one way of thinking about it. Boy, pretty isolative, right? Like it's pretty isolative. When you explore it from the energy perspective, which was sort of my natural gravitation, it made so much more sense. Because it's like, wait, we're all connected through these threads of consciousness and energy. Therefore, we are not separate. Therefore, when we energetically feel into that, there is a natural joy and a wholeness and a sense of non-separation, which will bring us to not want to harm anything because we see ourselves in the other, right? It's really that simple. So love is the key to healing our world because it will naturally foster nonviolence. And the first step is presence. From the psychoneuroimmunology point of view, why are we going wrong? Because our minds, as you mentioned, Michael Sean, earlier, our minds are here, our minds are there, our energy is here, our energy is there. If we come into presence as the first step, it's much harder for us to lose our sense of non-separation. Would you agree? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I think what you touched on, Chamonix, is so beautiful. I call it the golden triangle of connection: connection to self, which allows for the connection to others, which allows for connection to purpose. And the important aspect of this is self-regulation and coherence. Science shows us we have these three parts to our brain, and we have, of course, a wonderful upper part of our brain that allows us to think creatively, love, experience joy, connection. We have that mid part of our brain, the mammalian brain, which is like, are you safe? Am I like you? And then that amygdala, oh my God, I'm not going to survive this fight or flight, right? But what I only learned in this year is that the higher brain can't function until the lower brains feel safe. Like heart focused breathing by HeartMath changed my life. I used to not be able to foster compassion for other people. And just today, I'll give you guys a great example of it. My husband and I were returning from our anniversary trip, and we're in a bus, one of those little buses that takes you from one place in the airport to another. And we're in the bus, and there's a woman, and it's relatively quiet, and you can hear her kind of talking ill of somebody on the trip and just putting this person down. My husband and I don't say anything to each other. And then a minute or two later, my husband makes a comment about, oh, I'm so happy that, being at home because we're not as exposed to gossip. And in that moment, I was like, honey, it's so funny you said that. I had the same thought about the gossip when you heard it too. But then in the next moment, I thought, she is me. The only reason I am seeing this in my life is because there's places where I gossip. And we both had just this beautiful aha moment. And one of my favorite Kabbalistic tools is called the 72 Names of God, where it's these ancient names that Kabbalists have studied for thousands of years. And you can find them online. The one I'm going to read to you right now from Tumblr, you can find on Tumblr under Global Transformation. And it says, world peace begins with the individual. Before we can change the human condition, we must change ourselves. It is often easy to rally around a cause. It is far more difficult to look in the mirror and begin the work of inner transformation. If a baker is in need of $5 and a passerby only has a nickel, he cannot fulfill the baker's needs. In other words, we can only share what we ourselves possess. Before we embark upon a mission to change the world, we must first transform ourselves, change our ways, and attain true joy and fulfillment in our own lives. And if there is any doubt whatsoever that we ourselves still require further correcting, bear in mind this harsh Kabbalistic truth. That which our eyes witness out in the external world, all of the evil, all of the wickedness, is but a mirror image reflecting the remains of evil that lie hidden and undetected in our own hearts. And I love that. And I always remind myself of that, because when we fall into judgment, we judge ourselves first. Chamonix, it's so beautiful what you just said, because it starts with the more we include our capacity to love ourselves, and Michael Sean, you touched on this too, we can then share that, and we can be loving, and we can be, we have a different capacity. We show up as different human beings. So I would love to hear from you, Michael Sean, a little bit on your thoughts. I know you started part of this with love and
Yeah, I one of the things about being a Buddhist is you sit around and notice your mind an awful lot, and I liken it to being in a hall of mirrors. Like you look over there and look, oh, there's a short one, oh, there's a tall, skinny one, oh, there's one that doesn't have hair, and those are all projections of our own mind, and that's the way reality is constructed. It's all a projection of our mind, and so. Fortunately, we have other beings playing parts in that. Otherwise, we'd be completely lost all the time. There'd be no hope for us, because those other beings can sometimes wake us up to the fact that our projections are not real. Mm-hmm. The things we think about them, the slights that we feel, the words we put in their mouth, the whole, all of it, of what's going on out there, is most of the time just manufactured internal. And I call that a hall of mirrors. We live in a hall of mirrors, and occasionally we walk up to a mirror and we check to see it's true. I say, Jen, you said this. What did you mean by that? Or, wow, where'd that come from? Or, I'm curious about where you learned something. I'm curious about Kabbalah. And suddenly we have this moment where we can pop through the hall of mirrors and be with something out in the world that's real. And I think when we talk about consciousness, it's really the capacity to have the ability to do that. Jen, that you were on the bus and that made you self-reflect and realize that you were in a hall of mirrors for a moment there. You hear somebody talk about negatively about somebody, and the first thing you did is a negative thought about the person who's talking. That's a beautiful example. But that you could stop and go, wait, this isn't true. She's not mean. I'm hearing gossiping. There's something to that. I should apply some curiosity here and try to discover what's going on, because all the routines and patterns and ideas that are in my head are not going to get me any closer to the truth unless I stop and try to understand what's happening. And I don't just mean understand with your head. I mean understand with your heart, or understand through dialogue with another human being, or breathing, or all kinds of different tools to get you closer to what's really going on out there. And, to tie it back to energy, what's really going on out there is a lot of energy. And a lot of it's moving in very predictable patterns, old patterns, ancestral patterns, or patterns from the past, people's patterns that have been put on us, or patterns of trauma. But some of it is free flowing. Mm-hmm. Some of it goes where it's needed. Your baker gets his $5 and the guy gets bread for a nickel. I mean, that happens. Everything gets completed with this free flowing energy. But it requires this effort on our part to really question those things you said before about the absolutes. Like, what does my brain know absolutely? Well, it probably doesn't know a lot absolutely, because it's not built for that. It's just not built for that. It's built for other things. And if I can free it up to do those things, my mind can be a great organizer of stuff, a reminder of stuff, delightful to play with. It makes plays and books and things, but it's not the end all be all. It's not the source of life. It's not the source of consciousness. So enjoy your brain, but enjoy your thoughts, but realize there's just something that's going on. You don't have to be attached to them like they're you. And that is this kind of unwinding of the hall of mirrors. And yet still who we are is this swirling aggregate of things, maybe with no center really. It's just a flowing, tumbling of, I say sometimes like a whirling dust cloud. It's beautiful to behold. And I see you beautiful beings in front of me, and yet you're a swirling dust cloud of things, influences and consciousness and energy. And that ability to see like that gives us such an ease in life, gives us such a capacity to move forward without wondering if I'm doing it right, or wondering if, is this life going to turn out okay? Well, all life turns out okay. It just keeps turning and turning. So I love the things that you guys are opening up, and it engenders in me this awake feeling, this experience right now, this feeling that's going on inside of me that I just treasure. I just think this is it. This is so much why we're here. And if we can be like this, then so many things can get worked out with so much less effort and so much less conflict.
So beautiful. Thank you, Michael Sean. So beautifully spoken. And yeah, now I can jokingly say there's a reason why you call me a whirlwind. Some of us like to do many things all the time, and yet we're not identified with any of them really. And Jen, what you said was so relevant and important for our times too, that we can only give what we have at the same time, right? And that moment of stillness and point of focus, and allowing that presence to come in, allows for more manifest possibility to come through us, not because we're doing it, because it's just happening. Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes me think of a dear friend of mine, because I like to imagine and put myself, and those of you who are watching or listening whenever and wherever you're tuning in from, I like to put myself in your minds. And some of you are saying, but the thoughts, they just keep coming. So I'll give you two little life hacks that have helped me. One, when I find myself doing that, in addition to heart-focused breathing, of course, is always helpful, I try to see if I can bless the person I'm judging in that moment, in whatever way that you want to bless them, like sending them the energy of love or abundance or health or prosperity, whatever it could be. So one thing I like to do is see in that moment, can I shift that energy of one of judgment to one of some sort of blessing for the person? And another one, and this is a good pattern interrupt to use, a dear friend of mine, a mentor who passed away at the end of last year, Dr. Mark Goldstein, was one of the most prolific thought leaders, wrote the best book in the world on listening called Just Listen. And that's what he did his whole life. His listening literally saved my life when I was in my darkest hour going through my divorce in 2018, I believe it was. And Mark taught me a technique. And it's this simple. Mark said, Jen, whenever you're having a bad thought, he's like, I want you to imagine my voice or somebody who you trust saying in your head, stop it. Just stop it. And then redirect. So that's what I try to do in my head. Mark's still with me in spirit. I love him. And so whenever, I catch myself being what I like to call a judgy bunny, or if I'm like, being hard on myself, or you have those repetitive thoughts that sometimes we just get in a cycle. Just say, imagine whoever you trust in your head. You could imagine Chamonix, Michael Sean, anybody who you want, who resonates with you, saying, stop it, and then redirect. And sometimes just breaking out of that pattern creates a whole new reality available to us.
I love that. I'll share one of my hacks. If you hear my voice, I would like you to say, tune in. Because one of the things that I've noticed for myself is, again, if I tune into the subtle sensation in my body, sometimes just tuning into the owie that's in my body tunes me into more of that subconscious running thought pattern. And sometimes when that thought pattern is running and it's very loud in my ear, I tune back into the body and make sure I'm feeling what I'm thinking. What's the information? And then that allows me to dive in deeper. It also allows for that pattern to unwind itself, as you said, Michael Sean. So bringing the mind back into the body, I think, although sometimes painful, I will say, and you do your practice, Michael Sean, you're nodding your head. When you do sitting meditation practice and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I never realized how much pain I'm having here. And then you just observe. And then the thought pattern that might be connected with that pain may arise. Maybe, there's some connection. We could talk all day about whether that's a real connection or not. It doesn't matter. For most of us, there's some connection often, right? You might experience an energy healing. For me, as a person who thinks a lot, whether it's good thoughts, bad thoughts, whatever, just a lot of thinking, bringing it back into my body and not being the Mr. Duffy who lived a short distance from his body, right? But like bringing it back into my body can really just bring a sense of ease and non-identification with the thought. So another, stop it, tune in, right? What do you think, Michael Sean? I'm curious.
I'm just going to go exactly where you started off. I teach people to do a box breath. Breathe in, count to 4, hold for count of 4, breathe out, count to 4. It's impossible to hold your breath when you're not concentrating on holding your breath. And that directs your consciousness is to a physical place. And then we know it has as a physiology. Once you slow that breathing cycle down, the heart rate drops. And suddenly that which was so agitating and important suddenly loses importance. And then I like to follow up with a breath of gratitude, which is just a big ah. So after you've held your breath at top, just exhale with an ah. And just, it's like, wow, this is all right. And those little wimpy negative thoughts, they don't have much power compared to the power of the breath. And we know from especially neuroscience and how we can plant the patterns in our body. So we've got patterns of trauma. We have patterns of enlightenment in there too, and we can trigger those anytime we need them. And you mentioned Zen and Tibetan Buddhism. I've done them all. I've sat for more hours than most of us should, especially for a neurodivergent guy like me. It was a miracle that I was able to do it. But the thing that I took away from it was this patterning that got into my body. So I try to teach people to do that really simply without hours and hours of meditation, to get the sensations in the body so you can replicate them over and over again. And I think about myself, wow, if I could have learned all these things a lot easier than I did, would have I? And I said, absolutely. If somebody gave me some simple ways to get into this, then all I would have needed was the commitment to do them, to take those actions. Jen, you pick up on your mentor's advice. You know how many people never do that? They have the most amazing keys and jewels of wisdom, and they're like, oh, wow, I think I was told that once, but I never held on to it. So first, listen, take a hold of some things, and then get these little simple practices that allow you to switch, because you're going to need them all the time.
Yeah, you just made me realize something that I always like to share with people, Michael Sean. I like to use the analogy of Batman. Funny analogy, bear with me, everybody. So Batman is the only superhero who is not superhuman. But what makes him superhuman is his super tool belt. So I encourage us all, have an emergency list. Keep it in your wallet, keep it in your smartphone. I don't care. Keep it as your screensaver on your smartphone or your computer. And it can say box breathing, tune in, stop it. If you have other ones that you love, but having that emergency list of things to help calm your nervous system and to reconnect to source and self. I have a beautiful meditation I love on Insight Timer that's on heart coherence that I use. People say, how do you travel around the world and not get freaked out? I do, but then I put myself back into a state using these tools. So be like Batman and use your super tools. And Shamini, we're coming to our close here, and I would love to have you and Michael Sean share a few closing thoughts where people can find out about your upcoming conferences, summits, the documentaries you guys have mentioned. Shamini, could you share with us perhaps anything I didn't get to ask you or anything that you'd like to sum up everything you've shared today and where people can connect with you?
Yeah, first, the science is clear. You have tremendous capacity to heal yourself and others. And being human is being joyful, even in turbulent times. And there are so many ways to come back to that inner joy. I am doing some teaching. I think that I'll still have a workshop going on at Omega at the end of October for anyone who would like to jump into that. It's the Flourish program. Humanities team actually has a wonderful course with me and Bruce Lipton on being a conscious creator, so you can check that out. I have a course on the Divine Feminine with Shift Network that's evergreen. We have a Science of Healing course at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. And please do connect with the nonprofit Consciousness and Healing Initiative. We have free Friday webinars every month with leading lights in healing, practitioners, thought leaders, scientists, and totally free. International community that comes in. It's usually on Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's fabulous. Just go to webinarsonhealing.com for that. And if you go to chi.is, you'll find out about all of the things. There are lots of amazing things happening in our community, including this documentary. There are free resources on the science and practice of healing, much more that we're building for you, and just really grateful for everyone to be part of this community and grateful to share resource with you.
Thank you so much, Shamini. You're doing such beautiful work in the world, and may it continue to be blessed and magnified a billionfold so that you can reach all the lives with the work that you're doing. So thank you for that.
Aho.
And Michael Sean, please share with us.
Yeah, Jen and I will be at the Sages and Scientists event in Mallorca coming up. We're trying to hold down.
Shamini
Oh,
as
good,
well.
Michael Sean. I'll get to meet you in person there.
That's fantastic. Why didn't I should have known, right?
So we're all connected.
So that's going to be a great event. There's a number of events I'm going to be doing through the next year, including an amazing trip to Egypt, a rebirth trip down the Nile. But the easiest way to follow me is to go to Instagram. I'm the Generative Futurist. That's at the Generative Futurist. Check that out. I post all the time about things that I'm doing that's going on. And then my courses and teachings are at bold.ly. That's boldly. It stands for boldly now. What do we need to do? We need to take action in the world. When do we need to take it? We need to take it now. And there's a course on there that's just part of our basic membership, which is called Do What You Love, Change the World. If you ever want to know what your purpose is and how to give your gifts in the world to have the world change around you, transform around you, starting with your own local community and building outwards, that course is a really great course to usher you through that. There's also lots of guided meditations if you like some of the ideas about who we are as human beings and how we can tap into our love and higher states or super states of consciousness. There's a lot of material on there like that. I love to teach. I love to hear from you. If you want to send out comments and reach out to me on Instagram, I'm happy to give any gift that I have to make your life better. And I want you to know one thing really, really clearly. And that is, I believe in you. I believe in the goodness in you. I believe in the light in you. And I believe that you're just this far away from your own awakening, your own discovering of your true nature, your inner wisdom, your great and abundant love. So I'm going to keep cheering you on from afar. Love you all.
Thank you, Michael Sean. Thank you, Shamini. Thank you to Humanities team for giving us all the opportunity to come together. I think this is my third year getting to host a panel, and I'm just so grateful to get to collaborate with incredible people around the world. If you'd like to connect with me, you can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, under Jennifer K as in Kite Hill, or on my website, jenniferkhill.com. And the work we're doing in the world that I'm passionate about is that every human being on the planet has a deep, meaningful connection to themselves and others. And that's the work we're doing with Om.app. You can try for free our matching survey, om.app/survey, which is our proprietary algorithm that tells you how psychologically safe you feel with other people. And it's been our baby that we've been working on for years. And so I just want every human being to be able to have such deep connections like I've had with these two incredible human beings. And a final shout out for our friend Don Hoffman, who couldn't be here today. I'm called to share a conversation that Don and I had over tea last year in Irvine. When Don and I were discussing his formula for consciousness and this idea of consciousness being fundamental, I remember asking him, I said, Don, why then, if consciousness is fundamental, why are there wars? Why are there children dying? Why is there cancer? And Don said to me, Jennifer, because consciousness does not discriminate. It wants to experience every aspect of itself as you and as me. So if we could understand that, just like Michael Shawn so beautifully said, we are in this hall of mirrors that we call our consciousness and our life. As the Kabbalah said, if we could think for a moment that maybe what we're seeing out in the world is a reflection of what's in our own hearts, and pull in the love and the natural capacity for healing that Shamini has so beautifully shared. And most importantly, if we could shift our perspective from the Kabbalistic one, that there is good and evil, to the one that Erwin Laszlo shared. What if there is no evil? There are only misguided people. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
So welcome, everyone. Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit panel on impact networks and their critical role in achieving real global change. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson of the Evolutionary Leaders Synergy Circles, a Global Oneness Summit host. So what are impact networks? Why do we create them? And can they make a difference in our critical need for positive global change? And if so, how? Well, this is what we're going to find out. And our Global Oneness Summit panelists include Steve Farrell, the co-founder of Humanity's Team, and our host here at the Global Oneness Summit, John Raymer of One World, the Sign Network and Sacred Mission Movement, the Reverend Deborah Moldau, Executive Director of the Evolutionary Leaders, Ben Bowler, Executive Director of Unity Earth, World Unity Week, and so many other programs that we're always a part of, and Mariko Pitts, core synergist for the Holo Movement. Full bios for each of them are at the Global Oneness Summit website. So we're going to find out what each of these important networks are doing, and more importantly, what each of them advise as the most important next steps to really make a difference globally at this critical time in our history. So let's go over now to our guests. So let's start by quickly answering our questions. What are impact networks? Well, they're organizations that want to make an impact and make a difference. And why do we create them? Because we want to make a difference. And what do? They try to make a difference. So let's begin with getting acquainted with each of your networks and what they're doing now. I'm going to ask each of you to speak for about 4 minutes. There's a timer right in front of all of us, so please use all of your time, be generous with yourself. And let's start with Steve Farrell, since he's our host here on the Global Oneness Summit and the co-founder of Humanity's Team. So Steve,
Kurt, thank you. Thank you for hosting the panel, and it's wonderful to be here with this esteemed group as we were sharing in the green room coming in. You all are, man, this is a group that's really making it happen. So it's good to be with you. So Humanities Team, when we were founded 21 years ago as a nonprofit, we said that oneness, we called it then awakening the world to oneness, was really important, and it was. Now it's really urgent. It's really urgent because oneness is not some abstract thing that we can sort of philosophize about and stuff. We certainly can do that. But science, there's an explosion of articles and research right now in science that are saying that we have a deeply interconnected reality. In fact, scientists call it, a unified field, as you know, oneness, right? Or a universal consciousness animating all of life. These would not be new terms to anybody that's watching. So the research is out. The science is in. It's saying that most of us that grew up with the Newtonian, Darwinian science of we're separate from each other, we're separate from the earth, we're separate from the cosmos, from the divine, that these things, that it's really not true. And so this is a big lift here that all of us on this panel, people all over the world that are on this conscious journey, are in the midst of now, of this lift of public awareness that, my God, we're really not separate individuals. We deeply affect each other and the earth. And if we want any example of what that means, look out the window at what's happening right now, where we walk around thinking we don't deeply affect each other, that we're separate. Look at the division where we think we're separate. Look at the extreme weather where we think we're separate and we don't need to adjust our lifestyle much. Look at the overuse of land, water, and resources. And I won't go further, but I make my point that these are byproducts of this thinking that we're separate. And so everything that we're doing as a 21-year-old nonprofit, this Global Oneness Summit, now in its 15th year, our global streaming platform, which has grown into the largest global streaming platform for consciousness-raising masterclasses and transformational education. All of the things that we're doing on a daily basis, the communications we send out, they're with this overarching theme here in mind. And the way we frame it, because it was a download given to us relating to this, was make conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040, in 16 years. We didn't make that up. That was a download that was given to us. And we were told that we're living in a Galileo moment now, where, like Galileo was this guy that got in a lot of trouble for saying, my God, the earth is not the center of the universe. And that was a big problem for him. As you know, his life was impacted by that. Now, we don't have one guy, a Galileo, that'll do it for us, that'll say, the separation thing isn't real. Einstein tried it in 1921, right? His famous quote, the greatest illusion in the world is the illusion of separation. That was 103 years ago. And look at where we are today, right? So this is something now that we've got to all do together. We need to pay attention to the science. For me, it was actually spirituality that brought me in. But the science is, again, everywhere now. Pay attention to the spirituality, the science, at least the science, and say, my God, ultimate reality is other than what I thought. Maybe I need to adjust the way I live. Maybe I need to embody this teaching of non-separation better. So that's what Humanities Team is about. That's where all our focus is.
Great, Steve. Thank you so much. So let's go over now to the Reverend Deborah Moldow, Director of the Evolutionary Leaders of the Source of Synergy Foundation, which is a great next element since it's actually the evolutionary leaders that are a common home for all of us. So, Deborah.
Thank you, Kurt. I'm really delighted to be here today with all of these good friends who are heading up important networks. And most of us are members of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, which is a community of close to 300 visionaries convened by the Source of Synergy Foundation to support and serve conscious evolution. And that means that we are all building a field together of the next stage of human consciousness based in the heart. As a group of very diverse thought leaders, we were unlikely to ever agree on any single course of action. So we encouraged the evolutionary leaders to form synergy circles based on common interests to serve as the action arms of our community. The first synergy circle, dedicated to advancing conscious business, was actually co-founded by Steve Farrell of Humanities Team and Dr. Kurt Johnson. And Kurt went on to serve as coordinator for all 25 of our current thematic synergy circles, as well as the collaboratories where several synergy circles joined together to amplify their impact. So thank you, Kurt, for all that you've been doing to empower these synergy circles to move forward into action in the world. We so appreciate you. Our recent activities have revolved around more and more partnerships with aligned organizations and conscious businesses and movements headed by our members, including the participation of many of our evolutionary leaders in this Global Oneness Summit every year, and also in the ignition and activation of the Holo movement and in the various activities of Unity Earth, and just to name a few represented on this panel, as well as other important networks. So we decided to start a new experiment that we call the Evolutionary Partners Network. As we describe this pilot project on our webpage at evolutionaryleaders.net/partners, we say that we join together in partnership to make visible a conscious ecosystem, forming a network of networks for cooperation at scale. We share the intention to unleash the collective power of synergy as we consciously evolve a world that works for all. So I'm really excited to be part of this conversation about impact networks. The question of how outside the box and outside the system visionaries can make an impact in our complex world where money rolls and original thinking is rarely given a significant platform. It's such an important one. I'm truly encouraged by the spirit of partnership that is arising among us to help us learn to work at new levels of alignment to pierce the existing paradigm and offer hope for actionable breakthroughs of how humans live on this planet and co-create real solutions that lead to a thriving world. Thank you.
Great, Deborah. Thanks so much. So we're going to go next now to Ben Bowler, since it's actually under the banners of Unity Earth and Unity Earth TV and World Unity Week and Peace Week and international convergence events all around the world that so many of us have already been a big part of. So Ben, thanks, and over now to you.
Thank you, Kurt and Steve and fellow panelists. Let me start by saying it's great to be here, back in Global Oneness Summit and honoring Global Oneness Day. Being part of this now for many years, and it's just wonderful to be back. And let me express also my full support for the initiatives to take Global Oneness Day to a higher level, to get the backing of the United Nations and make it an official day globally recognized around the world. It's an exciting trajectory that we're on with Global Oneness Day. Kurt, Unity Earth really emerged back around 2015 when you and I first met. Hard to believe we're coming up to nearly 10 years since those moments, since those days. And really, prior to that, the work that we've been doing had largely been in the space of bringing different groups together, intercultural, interfaith, different spiritual traditions, indigenous traditions, musicians, artists, different people of the heart coming together in sacred spaces around the world through festivals and events. Over time, and particularly through COVID, that then emerged into other platforms, perhaps a little less focused on spiritual communities and really more just bringing in groups devoted and committed to different missions and services in the broad conscious evolution movement. So through World Unity Week, partnership with John Raymer and many others, that we pulled together these platforms in 2020, honoring Peace Day and Peace Week, which has gone back 4 decades now, in the pioneering work of Avon Madison. Like all of us, Unity Earth is an expression that is built upon so much heroism that has gone before. So in terms of the Impact Network, and really the amazing group that has gathered here today to talk about some of our recent focuses have been on bringing groups together around certain themes or around certain events or moments. Earlier this year, back in February, we were honored to be a part of convening the Awakening to Humanity Sacred Mission Symposium, which was an expression of our Unity Earth Symposium in February, and bringing in Irvin Laszlo, through you, Kurt and Deborah, and many other groups, including Humanities Team, and John Raymer's right there at the Sign Network and One World, in the execution of an incredible 3-day symposium where we had representatives, I think it's from 86 countries, and we pioneered a whole bunch of different tools, engagement tools of getting audience participation. So moving away from just the presentation mode of programming and more into the community engagement, using the technology, the tools that are available to read the room. And John did a brilliant job, I'm sure he'll touch on as well, the use of AI, which has just risen like an incredible giant this year, and how it can be used for a whole range of very positive outcomes for our movement. So we gather on the precipice of very exciting times. We've just completed this incredible gathering in Japan, the land of the rising sun, last month, which was a culmination of a Unity Earth series of events that started actually back at the ending of the Mayan calendar in 2012, back in December 2012 in Chiang Mai. And it's interesting, Steve, you talk about 15 years. We really started in 2009 with our first program in Thailand, which was Monk for a Month. We opened our doors and people came from all around the world to take a deep dive into Theravada Buddhism. So it's that 15-year cycle, or even a way the 12-year cycle that's completing. And this is such an exciting time, a time of opening to possibilities, a time of taking all the lessons and everything that we've learned and all the incredible resources, connections, networks that have been gathered. And Kurt, you're such a master of convening so many different groups together. But it's so exciting about what we can do next. I think what this group has done until now is great. But what I'm super, super excited about is what's going to happen next. And I think we're going to need to jump up a couple of levels of strategy, jump up a couple of levels of resourcing. Synergy is there. And now it's the next stage of empowering that and scaling that. And I'm looking forward to the second half of our conversation, where we're really, really looking forward. But certainly that's been the impetus of Unity Earth over these years, is to convene different communities, different groups, interracial, intercultural, intergenerational, and events. That's been successful. And we're now at the mustering fields of what we can all do together next. So what a great honor to be here with you all today. Thank you.
Yeah, Ben, thanks so much. And that's exactly where we're going to go in part 2 of this program. So now for part 1, we're moving on. We're going to move on to John Raymer. And John Raymer, of course, serves us through the Sign Network. And we also now through the emerging One World and emerging Sacred Mission movement. And these two, as Ben just said, that emerged recently from the International Symposium and Call to Action that we were all a part of in February, and which Ben so graciously hosted. So, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Steve. Oh my gosh. It's been a ride, and I'm looking forward to the next wave, as we all are. The whole movement, caring for each other, figuring out how do we turn what we have into what we need. I mean, the impact, when we think about that, really we need behavior change at scale. And that's part of what I feel is the privilege of these days and these times together. We have a new medium for connecting. and that we can actually unite humanity to restore Mother Earth, which is the wisdom of the indigenous voices at this time. So I'm here representing, my path was with the Compassion Games, the survival of the kindest. I'm so happy kindness has been making a comeback, like hope and all these good things that people care about, all this pro-social behavior. It's like incredible to see. In fact, joy. So it's a unique time for us. And I feel like we've been preparing to get ready for this. People want a better world. They know we're capable of a better world. And we have enormous responsibility in the positions that we're in to deliver on that. And I believe we can, and we are. So for me, when we put forward this idea of radical collaboration, and it was Brother Phil, with the Compassion Games being the chairman of the games, that gave me the privilege to serve in the indigenous world. And it's so out of balance when you realize the wisdom that's been carried there. So there's some healing that we need to be doing, and I know we're doing that too. I mean, we're not avoiding the real challenges it takes to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth. And we see this shift to bioregions, and we see different ways of organizing ourselves right now. So when we just did that Unite for Peace, that was another demonstration project, a chance for us to say, okay, it's like a new kind of dancing that we're just not good at, and learning how to really care for each other and make sure that our interests are understood and known. These are the new models for me. And one of the genius things that emerged, there's a guy named Doug Tolchin who started Sanctuary.Earth. And he said, the challenge in every bioregion is to restore the animal populations to 50% or greater than their historic levels. And you know what? If we just focused on the animals, we'd get along a lot better. I'm convinced everybody cares about the natural world. So here we find ourselves, in this headspace with all these words, and sometimes we feel so isolated and removed from each other. But the idea that actually as we reorganize and reinvent the money systems to support that, I see so much reason to be hopeful and grateful. So I'm here. I look forward to how we evolve this conversation right here, right now, to evolve the potential amongst us, because I believe we're all up to the same game. Maybe it's in different names. But thank you. Thank you, Mariko. It's good to see you and everybody here. And game on. We're in, ready to play. So where do we go next?
All right, John, thanks so much. So to culminate this section, we're going to go to none other than Mariko Pitts, the core synergist of the whole movement, which again, we were all a part of, and we're all a part of launching at the big event in Sedona, Arizona in 2023, igniting the Holo movement. So a lot of things have happened since then. So Mariko.
Well, thank you, Kurt, and thank you, everyone. It's just an absolute honor to be with all of you. Just the amazing things that we've all been doing, and just the Holo movement is we're the new kids on the block, essentially, right? We've been in operation, I think, just over a year, coming up on 2 years. And what has happened in just those less than 2 years has been incredible, and every one of you have been just an incredible component to that, because Holo movement is a movement, and I think it's really great to start there. The understanding that the Holo movement, essentially, we are a social movement, that it awakens us to our interconnectedness. We are informed or driven by quantum physics and spiritual principles, deep spiritual principles, and essentially, this is all about transformative action. Simply put, I like to call it just love in action. And what we're doing on a grassroots level really is building the framework, the network, the rail system to actually create exponential collaboration. How do we, as all of us together, on impact networks, organizations, small individuals, small groups, or individuals themselves, coming together and at a higher level and participating in creating the world that we really want to see? And to do that, the movement itself, as me as the core synergist, really holding the stewarding of this small group of individuals that really kind of sprung up first with the vision, is driving this kind of big boulder up the hill to let it go. And when we say let it go, it means that this is community owned. There are organizations that are holding core components of this in the next few years as we pass this on. But essentially, we're building the framework, the wheels to actually create and deepen impact. So what that looks like is essentially how do we actually participate and see each other and communicate and feel each other in a different way? How do I actually first in the world to catalyze major shift in the world? I actually first have to waken up to what my purpose is. And unfortunately, 90% of the world and people on the planet have no idea why they're here. And so we've taken it upon us to create services and resources like the Purpose Lab, which takes you through a whole guiding process to actually awaken what's actually coming up. What are your instructions? Drive you from the individual purpose and the awakening stage there, and then to moving you into collective purpose, the movement of collective action, transformative action. The other component to the resources that are coming into this movement, into the impact for us, really is to and David Bohm's, a lot of the work that we're bringing with David Bohm's quantum physics and his teachings about the implicate and the explicate order. And the implicate really is tuning in the divine consciousness. It's the intelligence, the root that creates everything, and the manifest reality, which is the explicate order, the physical reality that we are operating in. And so what we're asking every individual is to first tune in to where they are. What is your frequency? Where are you resonating? What does being in the love frequency look like? It's joy. It's compassion. It's getting into a higher resonance and a higher frequency and then act. We have got to separate action. We've been working with a lot of activists all over the world, younger people who are just fired up, but we all know that the world is really driven on fear. And we have got to start to separate that, break this pattern, and bring love and the frequency of love back and becoming very conscious. So we are actually, as every human being is a conscious creator, we are automatically creating. It's like breathing. This is what we do. And so essentially what we need to do is actually figure out how to learn or to breathe better, or to tune into the frequency that actually creates a better outcome for what we actually want to see in the world. So there's a lot to this movement. It is actually, and what we've been all doing with Peace Week and the moniker of something's happening. Something is really happening. There is a building and energy that, me as building the rail systems, we're like, oh, hold on for a minute. There are so many alliances, so much is happening on such a big level. And, being the new kids on the block, like I said, we are moving, but with the wisdom of each one of you and all of the community, the wisdom teachers that are out there that are going to be coming in to this new network and this infrastructure is going to be incredible pretty soon. So, we're still building and flying the plane at the same time, but it's getting there, and it's just one of those things. But we've got the momentum, we've got the universe on our side, and I think we're moving into something incredible.
All right. Wow, that was great. So you found me like clapping here. So now we're going to move on to part 2 of what we want to share. And that is that right now we know that all of us are assessing at this critical time in history how each of us can make the most critical impact for transformative change that's so urgently needed at this time. And Ben said this, we're all doing a lot, but we know it's not enough. And we know that we have to reach a wider and wider audience with this messaging if we're going to truly be effective. So I'm going to ask each of you now to speak for 4 or 5 minutes, a little bit more even than last time because I'm not introducing you each this time. So take your full amount of time. What for you are the critical next steps for what we can do, and particularly what we can do together? And we'll go in the same order. We'll start with Steve Farrell, the founder of Humanity's Team.
Well, thank you, Kurt. And again, really wonderful to be with this esteemed panel. Just awesome to actually sit here and listen to this group. We don't like to sing to the choir, so to speak. So we're not together that often. We're off in all of these different directions, creating this, sharing our messages, creating awakening, supporting the conscious journey, right? And we're all doing it in very different ways. But there's a North Star here too, that we're kind of all walking toward, which is why we get to come together and at times like this. part of the North Star, as we're all putting words to it, is it's something transformational, right? We're not just activist groups that are talking about a secular, just kind of, we could try these things that are sort of secular that we've been doing, humanity's been doing, our species has been doing over millennia. It's not that. We're bringing in transformational teachings, teachings about what unity really is, what oneness really is, what a hollow movement is, what it is to be an evolutionary leader. So we're bringing in things that are transformational, and I do mean transformational, not just as some sales term or marketing term of, oh, it's transformational. I mean it as like you're looking out on the world with new eyes, which is what happened to me. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had time to share our awakening experiences and even have the audience share with us? It's marvelous. Because it's like being reborn, it was for me. In every way, shape, and form. Ask my wife and my kids or my coworkers. The world is sacred. There's a life cycle here from the non-physical realm to the physical realm. I'm now in the physical realm. What am I going to do with this precious life? Where I know myself as an emanation of source, of the divine, or as our scientist friends say, as part of the unified field where I'm inseparable from the universe, right? We have different ways of talking about this, but where we're awake to, we're not just some body that ends with our physical life. We're not that. That's part of what's transformational. So we're out then sharing these narratives, these visions, but that are very aligned. There's very much of a North Star. That North Star is the needs of the planet are met and the needs of the people are met. And we're transformed in the process. And yes, it's joyful, just as many of you are bringing in. It's like, I call it it's like I'm floating on a raft instead of living in the up and down roller coaster world that I did before I became conscious. And yes, I still have all the challenges that I had before. Those challenges don't go away. But how I see the challenge, how I deal with the challenge is completely different, because I'm coming from this higher frequency place that is what conscious living is. That's this whole transformational living thing. So it's beautiful to be on a panel like this, where I've got, you just heard everybody share. Wow, you could take those 4-minute recordings and keep them all. There's a lot of wisdom that's shared. Now, as to something that that we are inviting, so in Humanities team, and we challenge ourselves in this, because we're not saying we're perfect or even excellent, but we're saying we'll do our best. Okay, and that is, as we encounter another person, or as we're on a nature hike or something, or as we're praying to the divine of our understanding, that where we say, oh, I'm feeling separate, that you're not an aspect of me. I'm not feeling you as an aspect of me. I'm not feeling the earth as an aspect of me. I'm not feeling myself as an emanation of source or the divine. To recognize that, to just come into awareness that I'm feeling separate. I'm not feeling a part of some one unified field or some universal consciousness. And then as we notice that, to just, to the best of our ability, just with, as some of these words, compassion, with kindness, with truth, with understanding, with joy, some of these words that our panel that we're all using here, that we, encounter this other person as an aspect of ourself, or the earth as an aspect of ourself, or boy, and the beautiful one, for those of us that have the spiritual bend of, oh my God, where I'm an aspect of the divine. Whoa, that feels good. So to go there, because when we talk about behavior change and up-leveling our consciousness, elevating consciousness, going to higher consciousness, living as our higher self, our bigger self, this is it, I think, is where we're really, again, to the best of our ability, each of us in our own way. We're not homogenized milk where we're all going to do it our own way, but in our way, that we're feeling this aspect of each other, emanation of the divine, a part of the earth, because this again is what science is sharing is true, including Nobel Prize for Physics, that we really are all one. We can ignore ultimate reality if we want, but what would be the benefit in that?
Yeah, Steve, so great. And boy, what a setup then for Deborah. So Deborah, director of the Evolutionary Leaders, such a big and far-flung network. What are you seeing as the critical next steps for that network?
I love what Steve just said about realizing our oneness in our everyday life, because being on this panel is such a perfect example of that. I think that the six of us have a deep feeling of that connection among us, that we are one, and that we're doing exactly what Steve said, which is that we are expressing that oneness in diverse ways, but we're all coming together to make it manifest here on planet Earth so that we can create a better world for everybody that shares this beautiful planet. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be with all of you. We are looking forward to more and more ways that aligned groups can learn to work together in synergy. Ben mentioned a 15-year cycle, which is just about the amount of time that the Evolutionary Leaders Circle has been around. And as John said, it is a unique moment in time. We like to call it our moment of choice, which is a book that was co-written by 43 of our evolutionary leaders. And it's that moment for what Mariko referred to as collective transformative action. And I love what she said about raising our frequency and the spiritual North Star that Steve referred to, because these are the things that give us the collective strength to move the dial forward. In our Evolutionary Leaders Circle, we feel poised at this moment in time to engage in finding ever greater ways to empower both the individual members of the circle of visionaries and also our partner organizations and businesses and movements. So I want to give a few examples. The Evolutionary Partners Network has begun a monthly highlight campaign. And this is a way for our 54 member organizations to support a particular thing that is happening in that month. So in September, we invited our member organizations to support Unite for Peace, a global call that has been referred to observe the UN International Day of Peace on September 21st, with diverse projects and media attention led by Unity Earth and Hubcast Media. And this month, the partners are requested to support this Global Oneness Summit, and we will be looking for other exciting ways to collaborate in the future. Through our mother organization, the Source of Synergy Foundation, we've been actively engaged in initiatives of the Holo movement, of We the World, the Upshift movement, the Spiritual Life TV channel, Light on Light, the Awakening World, and many others, accepting invitations to collaborate as they arise. And we so appreciate the efforts of the Sign Network to share out many live events across multiple platforms. In addition, we're really excited about the emergent project to form an evolutionary media alliance. that would uplift all of our efforts collectively and help our activities to find new audiences. We live in a many-to-many media environment where people no longer get their information from any single news source, but rather share across various broadcast and webcast and social media platforms. So this seems to be the wave of the future, that we will all surf more powerfully by writing it together. And one more thing I want to mention, because I think it's hugely important, is the evolutionary leaders have recently formed a new generation synergy circle where younger leaders are coming together to share fresh perspectives and intergenerational co-mentoring. This will help those of us who are now the elder generation to empower the leaders who will be carrying the torch for key shifts in human consciousness into a future of harmony and abundance in a world at peace. So I want to thank all of you on the panel today for your partnership and you're willing to experiment with new ways for us to work together to uplift one another and come together in our deeply held desire to make the world a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, Deborah, thanks so much. That's fantastic. And then go now over to Ben at Unity Earth. And man, what Ben has been doing with Unity Earth, not only expanding all kinds of activities, but going to higher and higher levels of scale. So we're so excited to hear then about, Ben, what you are thinking about as the substantial steps for the future. So Ben.
Thank you, Kurt. The future, what a fascinating thing for us to lean into, and amazing to hear all the reflections. Thank you so much, everybody. Deborah mentioned the Unite for Peace Coalition. I think it's important to note that we're all came together to do that in September, and that continues to go forward. And that sort of collaboration will continue to be a big part of what we do together. The Holo movement, coming in with One World, Humanities Team, Light on Light, the Evolutionary Leaders Hubcast, so many other organizations, was a great demonstration project, as Brother John has referenced, of what we can do when we lean in together. So I think that will continue to grow and go forward. When I think about the future, I definitely think that we need a bigger voice. So these efforts, we're all hearing the call to having a greater voice, collaborative media, the work of Humanities Stream, Light on Light, Unity TV, Hubcast Media, some of the collaborations that you're convening, Kurt. I think these are really exciting as to how we can have a bigger voice. But at the same time, I think there is some growing up that we need to do as a movement. So the collective, the conscious evolution movement, let's call it for want of a better term, it's been going for generations now. I think one of the areas that we can get a massive scale is by reevaluating and evolving our relationship to faith-based traditions. I see a lot of people in the movement want to rush forward into a post-religious mindset, where science and spirituality get along in an impersonal field framework. But let's just remember that 80% of our brothers and sisters remain affiliated with a faith-based tradition. And we look at the extraordinary resources that we've got, from Martin Luther King to Rumi to Teilhard de Chardin to Yogananda and 10 million other saints, sages, and wisdom teachers. We've got to get back and reevaluate our relationship. As we advanced intellectually and philosophically, let's not become too sophisticated that we can't be comfortable with talking about the love of God. Because I think there is, in that simple, faith-based, heart-based relationship that most of our faith-based brothers and sisters relate to, there is a huge amount of energy and power and spiritual momentum that we can bring into the field. Let's not race too far forward down the track to get too far ahead of having those simple, heart-based conversations that most people resonate with. Another thing I think we need to grow up about is, and it's interesting, I mentioned Teilhard de Chardin, and we all love Teilhard, but he got into trouble with the church for being too Pollyanna, to being, his whole structure of his framework was it's good and it's getting better and it's getting better and it's getting better. And he was criticized for not having an understanding of the fall and of sin and of evil. And most of us would look at that and say, well, that's just the Catholic Church being crusty and, a little bit old and too focused on the negative. But I think we need to have a clear-eyed view of those who don't want peace, those agendas. And we see it in all the different kind of theories that are out there, but the groups that are actively not on board, and the military industrial complex, those that control power. We need to have a clear-eyed, grown-up, strategic understanding of what we're up against. We are good-hearted, good-willed, motivated volunteers, but at some point we need to become a professional force. And I think that moment is now. So I think the two key areas for us to really grow up is to reevaluate our relationship to religious traditions. Kurt, you've done pioneering and continue to do pioneering work in this regard through the interspiritual movement. And I think that's a really important offering that values and honors all of the lineages and creates a place where everyone is belonging and everyone can find their home. And I think we can do a better job of building those bridges and doorways to all the different communities that are out through India, Africa, South America, and around the world. And the other thing is strategy. I mean, we can broadcast, we can sing, we can pray, we can dance, all we like. But while we're up against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy that doesn't want peace, love, and understanding, we need to have a strategy, and we need to have an ability to navigate and negotiate those challenges going forward. So I'm excited. I think the mustering that we've done, the relationships that we've got, the platforms that we've built are all amazing. And I think as we go through this next up-leveling and resourcing, this movement will happen once we're really ready to tackle those bigger questions and grow up as a collective. So exciting times, right on the precipice. I think the world's ready for what we've got to offer. And there are just a couple of things that we can do to really scale this and have huge impact over the coming years, coming decade, all the way to 2040, with a stop at 2030 on the way. So very exciting times. Thank you. Thank you, Kurt.
Yeah, Ben, thanks so much. And boy, what a setup then for John, because you guys have been companions in this as well. And so John is up-leveled from the Compassion Games to the Sign Network, and now with everything that's emerged with One World, and then with the Sacred Mission Movement, with all the work with Irvin Laszlo. So John, tell us what you see are the critical steps ahead for you and everyone that you're working with.
Well, I want to build on what Ben said. I think that's so good. There's so much there for us to take on. And I know this, that we can only move at the speed of trust here. And that's a huge asset that we have. So, and the indigenous world and creator. Patricia reminds me that it's not just intrapersonal holiness with oneself, but it begins with creator, then with oneself, and then with each other. And that's a kind of pattern that I think everybody resonates with. I mean, when you accept the mystery of life, that's when God shows up. And I do think we have to have the courage to honor the mystery of it all. And I live as if there are no accidents here, and that you're the people that I pray that I'd find along this journey, and that together we'd figure out how do we turn what we have into what we need to get what we want, which is a world that works for everybody. So there's a couple things. I also think there is a new medium of technology. It includes these kind of connections. It includes the use of AI in ethical ways. That is unbelievable. We've been using that to help get group consensus. And remember, we put that paper out that AI doesn't care. We do. So how do we use this new member of the band that has this enormous capabilities to reshape the music to suit these times? And one of the ways is organizing in watersheds. Here's the thing, it starts from within, just like you were saying, everybody here, right? Like the guiding principles in One World is summarized starting from within, working in a circle, in a sacred manner. We heal and develop ourselves, our relationships in the world. That for me was like timeless. And what we realize now is we can combine the fact that we all live in a watershed somewhere, that we act locally, and we can scale what we're doing bioregionally and then synergize globally. For me, that's a pattern that we can replicate. And that brings us back to the natural world. That brings back to the places that we live and the chance to serve there with our neighbors. So I see new patterns emerging about at the speed of trust, how we get to know each other, how we get to engage with each other, and not just cooperate and not just collaborate, but actually co-create. And that's where the genius of an indigenous wisdom around a change process, a ceremonial change. And that touches on what you were speaking to, Ben, in terms of bringing back the sacred. Ceremonies, profound, powerful, a chance for the kind of spiritual correction we all need in order to start to work together like we never have before. There is no past that I can refer to. It's, they say the future is not like it was in the past, and it's up to us. So I'm back to the same old thing. Game on. And let's keep moving in this magic canoe.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And the canoe is right behind you, and we're all in it. It's great. So, winding up this part then with Mariko, and what's been more exciting than the Holo movement? You got not only the science meeting the spirituality, but you have all the resources that Emmanuel has so significantly brought in the entire team that meets weekly and goes crazy with overworking for the good of all. So, Mariko, tell us what are the next critical steps for the Holo movement?
Well, oh my goodness, so much was said, and it's just been beautiful, all of this. And I mean, I feel like you all spoke for me in such a beautiful way. I would start with the new playground. We have to kind of get back into the dream world a bit and bring it into reality. And partly I know this audience knows this, a lot of this we've been in practice. There's been so many people that are steeped in spiritual practice, but we really need to wake people up to the interconnectedness of what's happening and who we are, and the that we are the stars, we are the divine intelligence, everything. And in every given moment of our lives, we are creating everything around us. And when you realize that, everything changes. The playground that we are on changes. And one of the big focus, and I mentioned it in the last segment, which was collaboration. Collaboration in a new form, in a new way, changes when we see each other, when we feel each other in such a depth, when we understand that we are each other. And so we also need to kind of throw some skin in the game. What am I giving? Get out of this lose-win mentality. This is a win. This is a win for all now. And when you understand interconnectedness, and when we are all standing on the same equal ground in some way, that each of us is a unique skill set, and so many skill sets. So we each have our own unique toolboxes that we bring. We are such a unique identity, and that uniqueness isn't something that the Holo movement absorbs. This is something that we accelerate. We accelerate and we bring visibility to. And so when you come into a movement like this, and like I said, like John mentioned, there's AI, there's conscious AI that we are actually working as well now with too, as well as, and that'll be announced soon in the future. But we are looking at how do we do evolutionary leaps, essentially. How do I get people, instead of going into having what do you call it, breakdowns, to then have a transformational shift or paradigm shift in the way that they actually live their lives without having that? How do I bring experiences to people where it's like, wow, now I realize that I'm bigger than I actually thought I am, which then moves me into right now an evolutionary leap into actually being a better person, living from a higher embodied state, and actually knowing that this is a practice that is an every moment choice. We're all leaders, but I think one of those things is that I would never call myself a standard leader. It takes courage to be a leader, and it's a decision every day. The courage to stand for truth, the courage to stand for love. And that is what we all get to be. We are all leaders when we want to be, is really what it is. It's not a standalone thing. And so essentially there's a lot of ways that we together as these alliances that we're all here to, and impact leaders can do so much. And this is coming together. But the Holo movement really is creating that playground. And we're asking everyone that comes in to think differently, to be differently, to really look at a win for all, because this, even how finances and resources that are going to support each other in this whole game, in this experiment that we're doing together is something completely different. So there's more to it. I encourage everyone to go to thewholemovement.net to really learn what's happening. Get on our mailing list. There is so much happening. We are, like I said, something is happening, and it is literally, we are growing in an exponential way fast. And there are so many amazing people coming on board. So just again, everyone has said such incredible things, and I just want to chapeau to every one of you. I'm so amazed. It's amazing to work with you all, and let's just have some fun too. We gotta remember fun is there. All right, back to you, Kurt.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we got about 6 minutes or so left, and I really want a chance for you to engage each other because it's very seldom we're all together. So, Steve, we're in your house. You're kind of sitting at the head of the table. So why don't you start with who you might like to ask or prod or, throw the ball to in a question that you might have to further prod the conversation. So, Steve.
So, yeah, I mean, there's so much that's thought provoking here, and maybe we can popcorn a little. But I think that that we're talking about, we've brought in this whole higher self, right, bigger self, which is so we brought in that it's exquisite. It's where we live this way instead of in that smaller self, and most of us grew up that way. I don't know any Sufis that grow up in a Sufi household, but maybe they grew up that way. I didn't. So I love. I'll come over to you, Ben. With the engaging the churches, the other theologies, the other belief systems. Boy, I've never wanted to feel like we're separate or better than, or something transcending, or boy, because the love of God is right in the middle of this whole thing. That is the universal consciousness animating all of life, as you all know. I came in from the spiritual side, so I love that, and I love the thought of, boy, just being with religious leaders and hugging them and saying, man, we are one. The Jesus I know, man, we are one. The Buddha I know, we are one.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, so there's a lot there, and it's an ongoing challenge, I think, for all of us to deeply listen. We can come at a conversation with what we want to say, but I think there's also a humility for all of us in the movement, in the community, in the family, to also deeply listen. Maybe there are definitely such an incredible wealth of spiritual tradition on this planet. It's amazing. I mean, the family jewels are very rich. So I think taking the time to listen and understand what really makes Hindus and their lineage tick, and Islam and Muslim tradition, Sufi tradition, Christian tradition, you name it, indigenous wisdom. We got a lot of listening to do, and we got a lot of learning to do. I think what's important is that when we build these platforms, whether they're the broadcast platform or the movements or using the technology, we've got to find a way that when people of faith turn up, they can see themselves reflected in what they find there. And I think that's a work in progress. And I think part of it is the conversation, the theological perspectives that we need to find. But the other half of that equation is that religion needs to evolve too. And we have something to share about that, about the evolution of getting beyond the crusty, immature stage and breaking out into the broader, consciousness stage where there is no conflict between true science and true religion. They're not overlapping completely either, by the way, but they have no conflict. And so I think that that's a work in progress, and we got to look for those relationships where we can listen and where we can learn, and also where we can offer the wisdom that we're representing and holding to that collective as well. It's dialogue, it's shared experience, it's friendship, and ultimately it's brotherhood and sisterhood.
Yeah, great. So a couple more minutes, Ben. Who would you like to pass the torch to?
Want to throw it to Mariko?
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to just jump on that, Ben. I love that you said listening. And I want to take it further because I know that in the movement itself, a lot of people are coming from religion. I mean, we all know that there is a movement happening out of religion, and people are waking up to more divine intelligence and tuning in. And I think listening internally is going to be huge. And that's where in the movement here, the implicate is so, I just need to just kind of beat that in more with people tuning into the implicate, tuning into what your instructions are in any moment. And we can do this and really trusting, finding the first is the trusting of the self. And, and the guidance, the inner guidance, you can call it whatever you want, but really tuning in is a big thing. We have to start listening to what's really truth for ourselves. And there's so much noise in the world. And so it's so imperative to really tune in internally first. So I just wanted to add that.
Absolutely. So one more person I think you can toss to for a minute who can toss it back to me to close. So Mariko, who would you
Let's
like to
go,
toss?
Deborah. Deborah, I know you've got something juicy there.
Thank you. Well, as an interfaith minister, I'm delighted that the conversation is ending on this note of the deep spiritual impulse that we are all feeling right now, and that the true meaning of oneness that this summit is dedicated to is about including everyone in this movement of, whether you want to call it awakening humanity or just everybody working for a better world. And I also want to salute John for bringing in the concept of indigenous wisdom and connecting us to the land. The earth is our home, it's our mother, and it's so important for us to achieve peace on earth and peace with earth as a conscious living being. John, do you have a couple of words to add?
Well, thank you for that. It's just ironic that we find ourselves here. It's a miracle. And this is, in some ways, religion has given God a bad name. I know that that's a hot issue. And in some ways, there's some healing to be done there. But living the loving way as a way of life, which is an indigenous idea, allows for what you're calling, Mariko, the emptying that we need. We need safe places to heal. Healing is learning, and learning is healing. And now the indigenous world had one thought. They said, can you name one religion that can get the sun to come up other than in the east? And that was a moment of revelation for me. I realized there is a natural order that we all belong to. That is the one human family. That is what unifies us. And how we deal with all this other stuff, we'll have to work that out. But it's good to remember. Yeah. And awaken.
All right. So thanks to all of you as we close out. This has been an incredibly valuable discussion for us. I'm sure it's been for you. So please track all the amazing work of these networks at humanitiesteam.org, unity.earth, evolutionaryleaders.net, oneworld.earth, and holomovement.net. That's HOLO movement.net. And since our Light on Light Press also does so much media for the group, check out all of our work there at Light on Light US. So thanks for joining us, and find an impact network today that you can be part of and be part of making a difference.
All right, I want to welcome everyone to this portion of Humanities Team's Global Oneness Week. I've been looking forward to this moment to interview two luminaries in the film business. Today, as guests, we have Nicole Lieberman. Nicole is working out of London, and she's the co-founder of the Female Film Club. And it's a sisterhood of international filmmakers that support each other in their creative endeavors. And she also has a lot of her own projects that she's working on that we're going to get into. And she also works with acquisition and development in Europe with her flicks. So Nicole, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited for this conversation and to dive deep.
Great. And we also have Alexandra Angelique Leeper, my dear friend, and she's a film producer and director that is dedicated to bringing consciousness to Hollywood. And her vehicle for doing that is Living Light Productions, which is a new film, television, and production company that is really devoted to projects which raise human consciousness around the world. And her current project is the Yogis of Ukraine movie, which we're going to get into. So, Alexandra, I want to thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
I'm Ross Hostetter. I'm the host today, and this panel is entitled "The Power of Film in Elevating Consciousness." So I just want to begin with the fact that in any kind of a change process or transformational process, almost always it involves a story. It's a new story that we begin to live into, and in many ways we live within a house of stories. So I want to begin by hearing your stories, and specifically the story that got you to where you are today, and that it has you so engaged in the work that you're doing. So Nicole, maybe I'll just start with you. Could you just tell us a little bit about the journey that you've taken to get to where you are now?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. And I love that because it's true. Everything starts with a story, and that's what people relate to, individual stories. So a bit more about me. I'm half Israeli, half Italian. I actually grew up in Israel. Um, I left there quite young to go and study in the UK. Well, previously I had a year in Spain just to explore. I learned Spanish. I'm very international, multilingual, and I love exploring just different cultures. That then led me to coming to the UK to study. My background is not actually in film. My background is in humanities. So I started off in anthropology and sociology because I was always so fascinated by different cultures in our society and why the world is the way it is, and just studying the history of what helped us arrive to where we are today and how can we change certain patterns and things. That then led me to studying human rights, actually. And then I completed a master's in human rights law, which was fascinating. I had amazing mentors which guided me through the process. Geraldine Van Buren, which is an incredible human rights activist, change maker. She's one of the original drafters of the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, and she very much inspired me in the process. I worked in academia for a bit, and I was having a lot of interesting conversations, but the conversations were always kind of with the same people, always preaching to the converted, always trying to change things that it seemed to take so long, and so many conversations and a lot of papers and reports. And I was doing a lot of work myself around socioeconomic rights because I always believed for them to be such an important foundation, as they're the most basic rights. And if we don't have the most basic rights, then how can we live on this planet? And then that led me to understanding that actually change doesn't happen when you're preaching to the converted. And I've always been a creative at heart. It's something that's always been part of my personality. I've had an amazing opportunity to work on a feature film as a producer. It was a Ugandan British film production that then opened the door for me into the film industry, which led to me meeting the co-founder from the Female Film Club, Liza, making a short film together that for us was very important to have a majority female crew because we just wanted to explore, and we realized how difficult it is actually to amplify female voices in the film industry because it's not as easy to find a female DP, female editor, female everything. We ended up with an 80% female crew. That then led to a very successful short film. Make a long story short, COVID started, and then we were all just stuck. And what are we doing? And me and Liza thought, at the time we lived a minute away from each other, we thought we cannot just do nothing in this period where the whole industry, the whole world just shut down. We need to inspire and get inspired. So we decided to start small film chats on once a week basis, just finding a female directed film on Netflix or Amazon and just discussing it with our colleagues, friends that we gathered from around the world online. That then became the thing to do on a Thursday. And we saw so many problems, which helped us create the Female Film Club, really, just seeing all these problems that women are facing and the fact that they just need a space to connect, a space to discuss, a space to to celebrate each other. And that was when the Female Film Club was born. And I'll tell you more about it after.
Great. Yeah. Well, thank you. Oh, Alexandra, I know that we all have the long stories, but yeah, tell me a little bit about, your heroine's journey that's got you to this point.
Well, I started out as an actress, and I was training to be on Broadway, and I went to NYU, Tisch School of the Arts. I was accepted into the program, and it was, my whole life and childhood was all geared towards that goal. And I was well on my way. I went through the program. I got out. I got cast in my first show, and then 9/11 happened. And I was all of a sudden living in New York City, to the background of 9/11 as a young 20-something who had intended to start a Broadway career. And I couldn't be in that energy. And I moved to Los Angeles at that point, still intending to continue with my acting career. But it took me on a very different path because I was so impacted by living through that event that I started to get into spiritual exploration, and I became a Kundalini yoga teacher and started doing a lot of yoga in my early 20s and really delved into that way deeper than I think most people ever will. And I realized that I had a bigger purpose, which was to tell stories of awakening and consciousness through the film and television and theater media, which I had been studying my whole life, but from a different vantage point. And while I was in LA in that time period, I also had a really profound exchange with a young teenage rapper who was intending to commit a mass homicide. And he and I crossed paths at this really pivotal moment. And I had this very spiritual experience where I felt guided to get involved with helping him take a different path. And that interchange was the inspiration for Living Light Productions when I was about 24, 25 years old. And it really changed me on both of those events being so intense at such a young age changed me on such a deep level. And I started to have this vision of creating films that really delve into darkness, but then bring us into the light and use elements from spiritual studies and spiritual paths to elevate the film on an energetic level. And then I got really obsessed with that. And, despite my family wondering why I wasn't acting, and, it was a very kind of big shift for me. A few years later, when I turned 30, I met my partner, Bob Degas, my creative partner, who had just left a very big Hollywood producing career. He had produced major movies with like big movie stars and things like that. But he was going through a similar transformation where he felt like he really was here to tell stories of his own. So he walked away from a really high-paying, high-profile producing career to take a chance at writing and directing his own films. And we then went on a 15-year journey together, which has been incredibly challenging, sort of following the vision that we both have to bring our work into the world. And we've now developed many films together, but we are just now introducing them out into the greater world. So the film we're currently working on, The Yogis of Ukraine, kind of just landed in our laps a year ago, and we've been really focused on the impact it can have in bringing it out. So that's my story.
I want to, excuse me, I want to talk about these specific projects here in just a minute.
Okay.
But I'm kind of noting a theme that I want to explore with the two of you. You two are not, let's just say you're not really going down standard paths. You're doing something that is maybe a journey of risk, trust, transformation, maybe doesn't have the money, the security, the certainty that other type of lives or callings have. So was there ever a moment where you kind of made this decision to jump tracks and to do this different thing? And Nicole, tell me about that. If there was one for you.
I think it takes time in life to sometimes know who you really are and what you want. And I think you go through different stages in your journey, exploring. And when I look at my background and the story I've just told you about myself, I think everything is connected and everything brought me to where I am today. So I don't think it was necessarily one pivotal moment, but I think each and every experiences I go through and as I continue to grow, because I feel like it's a never ending journey, every day I'm fascinated to learn new things, to explore new edges, and to just do more energy work to see how far I can go, how much more superhuman I can become. And I just think it's a never ever ending journey. And what I've realized is that actually my core calling in life was in my past, it was to empower myself. And that's why I tried so many different things. That's why I explored so many different things. I think where I am today is to continue to empower myself. But with that, I want to empower others as well. And I want to really give not just our members, but each and every person that I come into contact with, or that we collaborate with, or that we partner with, or that I talk to, just to be able to see things from a different perspective. And I think to be in effect of our lives and not to be in cause, and not to sit there and say life is happening to me. This is so unfortunate. I don't have control. Things are happening all the time. To actually look at it, reframe it, to say, wait a minute, I have control over my life. Like, I choose how to live my life. And it doesn't matter when your life will end, but live it every day as if you're in control. You're able to empower yourself. So through the Female Film Club, we're able to give our members those tools, which of course involve a lot of mindset work, because if you don't believe it, you can say it how much you want, but you need to really believe it inside yourself. And that takes a lot of reprogramming. And I think what I've done, especially since the start of COVID, has been reprogramming myself, of just seeing certain patterns, a lot of limiting beliefs, a lot of things that have held me back. It can be generational. It can be like, I've had an amazing education, but nonetheless, there's so many things that can affect us, as we know, till the age of 7, and things that have just marked me. So I'm always kind of pushing those boundaries, and I'm like, how can I be a better version of myself to then also be able to serve others? Because I am lifting myself up. With that, I can lift others up. And I think even people that sometimes I think there is resistance, but it's really beautiful when you see that even with that resistance, and they might not tell you, and they might not say it's thanks to you, but you see there's a slight different way of talking, slight different way of thinking. And I'm like, okay, that means that even behind the scenes, like, the energy is still getting through. So I think that's, for me, it's not just one thing or another. I think it's just a moment when you realize, actually, I believe in myself, and I want everyone else to believe in themselves. And it's like gaining back that power. And I think power is so important. And I think the word power has been used so negatively in so many cases. But why? To be powerful and to use that power in a positive way, I think that's magic.
Yeah. Well, Nicole, there's so many themes you just brought out there that we could talk for about 4 or 5 hours on.
Like we did when we met.
But one thing I think, just for in my role, people come onto these calls to learn from you, and to learn how to become better people. And there was just 3 or 4 things that just jumped out when you were talking. One is to take on the role of the creator of your own life. Okay. Which is, if you haven't ever done it, it's a big deal to do that. You get out of the victim and you become a creator, and sometimes you get back to the victim.
Yeah, exactly. It's ongoing.
You got to jump yourself back up, and then to be the author of your own story. And the other thing you brought out is that there is a natural thing as we grow and progress, and what we call personal growth or spiritual growth, that you start to live to give instead of live to get, and realize that, there's a flow of energies that you're in, and you're more aware of the energies that you're putting out.
Yes.
I need you, Nicole, to give me some coaching when I get grumpy around the house. And I started getting in my own little pity party, but it happened. But
it happens to all of us. But I think the fact that you notice that it happens,
yes,
that already means that you're on another level. We're still all human, and I think
right.
there's so much noise from outside, but it is really like toning down that noise. And that's like, I think that's the work, when you start to slowly, like, it just kind of fizzles, but you don't really hear it. It's not as strong as it used to be. And slowly it stops affecting you, because at the end you're like, it's just noise. It just goes through me. It doesn't enter me. And I think even when you're cleaning the house, you can reframe that as well. And that is just like, why is it an annoying thing to do? What about the result? Look at the bigger vision. And I think it's like what Alexandra was talking about before, it's the vision as well. And I think sometimes we get stuck on the details, and I think the details hold us back. But if you keep that bigger vision in mind, at the end, like, the details can become a lot more gratifying, because you feel like you're walking towards like a light of something that is in your control, something that you have chosen. So those little details are just minuscule to get you there. Exactly.
Well, if you're in the film business or any sort of creative business, I wrote a novel and all that, you have to love the grind.
Yes.
If you don't. So I want to keep, come back to these themes, and especially the theme of energy, which is running through these stories. But Alexandra, tell me a little bit about, about you. I know that you probably had more than one kind of awakening experience or turning experience. Sometimes you talked about one, sometimes the world turns around you, and the path that you thought you were going to go on closed and another one opens. But have you ever, had an experience where you had a turning, where you kind of jumped tracks and got to where you are now?
I've had many. Yeah. I think it's, I've been blessed to kind of have a spiritual calling and to have explored a lot of different spiritual practices over my life and different spiritual lineages. And I think because I've delved so deeply into that, I've probably had more, of the type of experiences you're talking about than an average person, because there's so much like continuous awakening that happens, when you're on that type of path. I think what's unusual about my work, or perhaps that feels kind of pioneering to what I'm building, is bringing that level of spiritual practice and commitment into the arts and into also a very deep education in film, acting, producing, writing, screenwriting. I mean, I've really I spent a lot of my adult life up to this point studying. And because my path has so many facets to it, I've had to spend many years in kind of refining my tools, I guess. And so I would say the biggest thing is staying the course over time for what I'm doing, because I have so many films in development, and each of them has, we've put years of development work into our biggest screenplay, for instance, the Wild Ones. It's been refined to such a level that it could be the most impactful. And our work has developed also spiritually as we've developed spiritually. I'm talking about my creative partner, Bob, and I, Bob is also on a very spiritual path. So I think finding that balance and continuing to stay committed and going through really the financial challenge of this type of work. If you're not independently wealthy, or you're not coming from a framework of wealth to start, which most producers, or a lot of producers, kind of have that, or they've already had a big career doing something else, and they're, we've kind of just piece things together as we've gone to stay on this path. And that's been the real challenge for us. Over time, you get, you do have like feeling worn down by how long things take to actually get to a point where you're being paid for your work. That's been my experience, because my work is so far outside the box. And, both of us have had other side careers to support ourselves on and off in different ways throughout the 20-year period. But I would say that I feel right now the culmination of all that devotion and work is coming together in a way that couldn't have happened without those foundations being laid. So I'm grateful that we had the grit to keep going.
So I want to talk a little bit about the theme that Alexandra just brought out about energy and how it's sustained in this business. Nicole, you talked about the creative life and becoming a creator in your life. It's been my experience that comes with a little yolk sack of energy, oftentimes an intention or a dream or something like that. And that yolk sack can get used up. and I want to just ask you, both of you, and just kind of like an open discussion of how you find the energy to keep going. And let me just tell a little story. So I was a terrible baseball player when I grew up, and I loved baseball, but I was terrible at it. And at the end of the season, I hit a game-winning home run, walk-off home run, and saw my little sneaker on the plate as unlikely as any little footprint on the moon. And so I got to a reward for this tremendous moment, which was a little 10-cent fudgesicle, which was rapidly melting in my hand. And it was like, okay, well, this is all the reward that the universe or the divine mother or whatever has in mind for this, momentous thing that I just did. So you might as well kind of lick it as you can. So oftentimes, that this is risky. The material rewards are not there, and we maybe are not, married to an investment banker or don't. So how do you sustain yourself? Talk to me about how you sustain your energy. And Alexandra, I'm going to ask you to talk about that first, and Nicole, I'll bring you in.
I think it's ongoing. I think it's daily work. I don't like to use the word work, but it's a daily process, actually, of being consistent with yourself as well, and just really understanding what works for you and what inspires you throughout the day, what helps you raise your frequency. And I think it's like when you start to do the energy work, and when you really, like, I can feel the energy in this room at the moment, and the frequency is like super high. So I think when you become more energy sensitive, you learn how to maneuver it and play with it. And I think it was through a process of, unlike you, Alexandra, I wasn't raised into a family where necessarily energy work was, or, I mean, spirituality has always been part of my my knowing, I suppose. I remember studying Buddhism when I was really young, but it was a lot of like trials and errors and experimenting with like a variety of things as I grew. But I think what it is recently is just really finding the things that work for me on a personal level. And I think it's going back to what you said before as well. It's I see that with my business partner, the co-founder of the Female Film Club, Liza. I see our journeys when we started, and I see where we are today. And she's also doing the work on herself. She pushes herself in different areas. She's very consistent with maintaining that high frequency. And I just see the way we work together, the frequency we're on when we're speaking to each other now, the ideas that we have. And I feel like we are limitless and unstoppable. We have literally shut down the noise. We know that together we are power. And I think just keeping, again, that vision in my head, like I just ignore a lot of day-to-day things, because I'm creating my own life, and I'm so grateful for my life. Like, I literally sat this morning and I was journaling like I do every morning. And I'm so grateful. I just came back from 3 weeks in the south of France. My friend has beautiful place. I had a private beach to myself, like every day, where I could work from. And I just end up in places that I'm like, I'm literally living my best life, and it keeps getting better. And I don't take it for granted. So I think, again, that knowing, and of course not every day is amazing, but then you learn what to do in those moments that you need to, like, I need to raise it higher. Like, for me, exercise is a daily drive. I do yoga on a daily basis. I move my body regularly. I do things that I know will just change your physiology, change your state, like how to improve your state. So I'm learning all these things with myself that now it's just almost become like brushing my teeth. So it's just something, it's normalized, and I don't let myself get into a slump, because I feel like there's just so much that I want to do. There's so much I want to create. I have such a big vision, and there's no time. And also, I love what I do. So it doesn't feel like a struggle to me. It doesn't feel like there's no pain in it. There's so much joy. And it's, even if it's something that I don't enjoy doing, I'm like, okay, let me learn how to do this. Then I learn something new. How can I learn this new trick? How can I learn a new thing? And I think just this attitude and this mentality, I think, again, a lot of it is mindset, because especially in the film industry, as you touched on, it's not easy. It's difficult. We see that with our members. If it was so easy, we would not need the Female Film Club to exist, because everybody would just be enjoying and doing their thing, and the industry would be amazing, and everyone would be earning loads of money and just be able to live off their creative endeavors, tell their stories, and live their most best amazing life. But it's not that easy, and it's not always just about the money. A lot of it is like, you can also have all the money, all the connections, all the talent, everything happening for you. But again, if you don't believe in yourself, especially as women, if we are not able to celebrate our own wins, then we will lose that frequency. We will lose that energy, and we might drop out then. So I think it's like how to raise it, and then it's about how to raise it collectively. So say in the Female Film Club, we celebrate our wins on a regular basis, and we really promote our members to do that. And whatever win it is a win. And it's important, because as women, like, how often do we hold back and say, actually, I'm so proud of myself? And it doesn't mean like, oh, I've just knocked down, I've made millions, but it doesn't matter. It's just something, it's, again, like, it's about doing this. And even if you're not spiking, like, we haven't done this yet, I know we will, I have no doubt, but we've done this. And I think it's regular, consistent steps. Keep the bigger vision in mind and work towards it, and really believe, but believe, don't fake believe. Believe that it's yours, and there's no other way. It's the only way. So that's how I work daily. And I have my vision board as I speak to you just in front of me. And I always keep my vision board in front of me. And I think my vision board is like things, I look at it and I'm like, okay, that happened. This is, and I do them yearly. So keeping that vision in mind is key.
Great. Well, thank you. So, Alexander, I know that you have all kinds of practices, and, I also know that you've been on, a 20 plus year journey to try to get these artifacts out in the world. And tell me how you sustain your energy and your creative drive. I've actually never seen you in a bad mood, but
that's funny.
But I mean, yeah, how do you keep the energy to keep going, on these things? Oftentimes in the face of, a social structure that hasn't accepted them, or not getting the money from them, or, like Nicole said, not having it go like this, the incremental steps.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, I would say in my earlier years, like at this point in time, in my mid 40s, having been on this journey for 20 years, I am very stable. One of the reasons I'm stable is because I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't eat anything that isn't like fully nourishing me. I do 5 hours of yoga and meditation a day, which is extreme, and that's a recent thing.
Amazing.
I didn't used to have that level of practice. But when I was earlier on in the path, I did do drugs, I did drink, I did have really bad relationships. I went through life, as most of us do, exploring things, experiences, and I think what has worked for me now and why I feel like things are starting to come together now is because I have had a lot of time to figure out how I work best and, the choices that make me feel the most vibrant, the most healthy, and the most aligned internally so that I can then have the stamina that you're talking about to keep going with this work. Um, and I think what's unusual about our work is what usually fuels you in the arts, I would say, having been on a traditional artistic path before I did this one, is, you get cast in a play, you do a whole bunch of rehearsing, and then you get to show it to people and they clap and you have reviews and whatever. Or you make a movie, it comes out, you make some money from it, people have a reaction, and then you go on to your next movie. And so each time a project sort of pays back energetically, or however you want to think about it. Whereas with our work, we don't have that. And it hasn't been intentional that we haven't, released movies as we, one after the other as we've developed them. It's just how it's unfolded that we have all these projects developed and are now kind of ready to shoot them all. And that's been the hardest part for us because most people don't even know about our work other than our friends and family and some people that we've shared it with. And you don't get the audience response. We haven't been paid for most everything we've ever worked on at this point, but it's almost feels like it's all this energy we have in the bank, because the quality of the work is so high that I have no doubt that when the universe is ready for it all to, come out into the world, that we're going to have the opposite experience of having sort of a floodgate open. And I think what has kept me going is just every time both of us have felt like giving up, we've just thought, well, what else are we going to do? This is clearly our calling. Bob has taught classes at the university level in filmmaking. I've worked for a lot of different professionals in other industries to sustain myself, as an assistant, or, there's been periods of time that I've had other jobs and careers, and so has he. But we've never stopped our work through the whole 20-year period, mostly because it's just so clear. And I think I feel grateful that I have a clear sense of why I'm here. So there's not really a choice. There is a choice to walk away from it, but we've just never made that choice. Or we have maybe thought about making that choice and then, come back to the realization that, what else are we going to do when we're this clear?
Yeah. Have that clarity. So I know you may have some questions for each other, and I want to get to that. I don't want to be like the question hog here, but there is a couple of things that I want to cover. One of the reasons why I asked you both here is because I admired the work that both of you are doing. But I'm also seeing an evolutionary trend and a trend in creativity and spirituality in the world that is being brought forth by women specifically. Okay, and this is a relatively new thing. I'm kind of an old guy, and I've watched women try to make it in a man's world, doing the man way, and have it not work out for them so well. I coach a lot of them who have to be lawyers and everything like that. But is there something unique to being a woman in this space? Is there a unique challenge or a unique gift? And Alexander, let me have you go first, and then Nicole, I want you to answer that question.
I think, I think there's a very strong intuitive drive. From my experience, I always follow my intuition. I have had some experience with, working in environments where there's some kind of misogynistic element. But that's not too common in my reality because my creative partner and I work mostly together and he's the furthest from that. I think I'll be able to probably answer the question better as we're bringing the work out into the world. And our plan is to bring it out through the Hollywood system. You know, that's the arena Bob worked in, and I didn't actually work in that system as much. I've done some stuff in kind of the traditional Hollywood system. He certainly has dealt with all kinds of difficult, toxic dynamics in that world. But I guess to get back to what you asked me, I don't think of it so much as gender, but I do think because I've cultivated myself over so much time and I've stayed on this path for so long, I do have a very strong self-concept and a strong trust in myself, and my visionary space, my meditative space is a pretty guiding light for me. And then the way that I work is very much kind of in a flow. I don't exhaust myself. I take really good care of myself. You know, I take baths. I take like 2-3 hour baths sometimes. I allow my schedule to work for me in terms of my hours. And I just have like a lot of movement and flexibility to be at my best and to be most nurtured as I continue to develop stuff.
How about you, Nicole? You've created an artifact called the Female Film Club. Okay, so I'm interested in the unique things that women bring.
I think women are more than half the population of this world. And women see the world with their own eyes. They wouldn't be able to see the world through a man's eyes because we're not men. And so the reason we started the Female Film Club is really to just tell these stories through the female gaze, to really empower all our members to be able to know that their story matters and the story should be told from their own eyes. And going back to what you said, Alexandra, it can be a misogynistic industry. It is not the easiest industry. It's still not normalized to see those female stories on screen, even though, again, we're more than half the population, because the man that will be giving you the money is usually sort of middle-aged, white financer guy that is like, why do I want to see a film about your period or your, a menopause, or it's not interesting? They're like, well, yeah, because women want to watch stories about themselves. And I think another thing that is really unique to women that I want and I wish and I hope and I empower members to embrace more is our femininity. I think there's been so much about just having to just be that strong, quite masculine, like we have to make it, we have to be resilient. And resilience has been almost associated negatively with this masculine side. I believe resilience can be very feminine quality. And what me and Liza always mantra and try to show is that you can still be soft. You can still be your feminine self, and you can use it as your power. It doesn't need to be used as a weakness. And I think generationally, we have been kind of almost taught to think that it is a weakness to be a woman. But why is it a weakness? There's so many beautiful qualities about being your true feminine self. And I have to also say that some of our biggest supporters in the Female Film Club have been men. They've been supporting us behind the scenes all along because they really believe in our vision and they see value for it. And it's not like we don't have men in the Female Film Club. We also have men that, again, believe in supporting other women. But it's important that as women, we have that space to connect, to tell our stories, to see that somebody in India doesn't have such different problems to somebody in the UK or to somebody in Tanzania, because at the end, we're all the same and we all want to arrive at similar places, each one's success in her own way. And if we help each other and we empower each other, instead of like fighting against each other because it's a competitive industry, it's difficult because we can't make it. What about if we rise up together and then we normalize this fact that we want to see our own stories being told on screen? Then one by one, we're changing the industry. And instead of doing it from the top down, we're really doing it from the bottom up, one member at a time, each one. And then you empower, and then slowly like that, you change things. So yeah, I think for me, there's so much power that we have as women. And I do believe that if we had more power in this world, we might have seen a bit of a different world, and we will eventually.
Yeah. Well, the idea of building it from the bottom up, one of the things that we emphasize on a lot of humanities teams programs is that we all are these points of light, okay? And we all are mixing in. We're creating this, whether you want to call it the quantum field, the mycelium network, the networks of connections and everything like that, that will form the basis for a new way of proceeding. And it'll be there and be fully built out when it's time to emerge is right. But so yeah, anything else you want to say, Alexandra, about the woman thing?
The woman thing. The woman thing.
Well,
that could be the name of the film.
Yeah, what I might say is actually that our films, many of them are very geared towards the female story because Bob is very naturally gravitates towards female stories. And so our current film, The Yogis of Ukraine, is about all of these women who are living in a war zone and who are practicing Kundalini yoga and meditation as a way to heal themselves, their soldiers, and their country. And I think that as we're evolving as a human race, that women are naturally coming into more prominence and roles of leadership because there's a move towards world peace that I sense. There obviously from the outside in the news, it doesn't appear to look that way, but I do feel like there's a progression towards, I guess, the qualities that women naturally embody. And there's women coming into much more prominence in areas that can have a lot more influence. So this particular film, which is my main focus at this moment in time, is raising the money to finish the music score for this project, is so inspiring because, in the middle of a war, these women have found a way to hold a really high frequency, as you said earlier, Nicole, and it's kind of groundbreaking because this protocol is now being used in other areas that have active wars happening. And I think that type of contrast is something that women bring, that we naturally want healing and, life and peace and, the things that we're all hoping we're moving towards as a human race, as we evolve.
And can I just add on into your Kundalini story as well? I think it's such a powerful tool. Like, I started to do Kundalini activations. It's been less than a year, and it has been it's so life-changing. And I think, as you said, Alexandra, all that trauma that as humans we just accumulate on our bodies, and it's just stored one by one, and it's just like how to find a way to just release. And everyone has traumas, but Kundalini is an amazing tool, and I think, and I've seen your film as well, what you've sent me, and it's incredible.
Thank you.
Is there a particular project that the two of you would like this audience to know about?
Well, I think that is my main role at the moment, actually, founder of the Female Film Club, co-founder of the club, and we're actually opening. We just had a whole reshuffle around where we're able to serve even more women on just different levels of the industry. And I think what I'd really like to amplify is that we're opening our doors soon, so we're able to welcome more women. So if there are creative women out here listening as well who are looking for that space, it's an international community, and I think that's really important for us to tell stories from all different parts of the world, because going back to my human rights background, that's how we open each other's minds. That's how we tell different stories. That's how we connect on a higher level. And that's how we break these borders and boundaries. And the industry, like so many other things in life, is so segmented to different areas and different places. But what if we open those up? What if we start learning what is happening in industries in other parts of the world, how they're operating, what kind of films are they making. What if we create more co-productions where more people can meet each other, collaborate on projects, and tell even more varied and versified stories? And then you have someone who's just choosing a film to watch maybe on Netflix and lands on that film, and that's already changed his life then. And I think, again, like that, we can also raise the consciousness and change the world, because films tell stories. Stories touch on emotions. When somebody feels something, they care about something, they're deeply moved by it, then it affected them. When it affects them, they want to do something about it, and something just changed in their minds. And that's why I lean from academia to creativity, because you touch on emotions, and emotions is the most powerful tool you can play with. And if we have a lot of responsibility, I would say, as filmmakers, to tell the right stories, because it can go here or it can go there. But if we're telling stories like your story, Alexandra, I think we can really help elevate consciousness in that way. And for me personally, and my co-founder Liza, is to empower all these women to keep doing it, because it's not an easy industry, but we don't want anyone to drop out, because we're going to be missing on so many incredible stories that need to be told, because they'll change the lives of so many other people, and it's a ripple effect.
What I'm working on this year, aside from finishing Yogis of Ukraine and getting it out, we're planning to do a world peace tour with it. So we would naturally do like an international film festival run, but we're also talking about having yoga classes that we offer in all the different cities, and having, some press behind it as a way to foster that intention behind the film. So that's the primary focus on the film project level. I'm also feeling really called this year to launch my production company formally, Living Light Productions, which I had the vision for 20 years ago and have been developing material for. But having an actual entity that's based in Hollywood, New York, and London is something that I feel is the right timing for over the next couple of years. And so I'm looking for conscious investors, basically. And I feel like we're in this point of consciousness now where the higher consciousness and the money worlds need to come together. And I know that that's been a big thrust for, various organizations that are trying to get to a level where they have more impact. And I just think that the old model needs to kind of continue to make way for the money to transfer into the hands of people that are using it to better the planet. And so me bringing Living Light Productions out as an actual company is my bigger goal over the next couple of years. And that way, having funding behind the company will allow the projects to now just get made, instead of having, this kind of living in the visionary space, which I've spent enough time in.
I want to just imagine for just a second that there is a person, could be a woman, could be a man, could be some sort of creative, that happened to find this little video on the web. Okay. And are saying, well, I've got an idea, I've got a project, I've got something that's calling me, calling me from my interiors or wherever. There's a story that wants to come through. What would you, from your experience now, what would you tell these folks? And what advice would you give them? Or
I think I would tell them, find your tribe. Find your tribe, find your people. You cannot make a film on your own. You cannot learn the ins and outs on your own. You cannot be inspired necessarily just by yourself. Find the right people to connect with and tell your story, because everybody has a different strength. Like, I'm very lucky to have met Liza, because we're so different. And I always say our differences are a strength, and that's how we run the Female Film Club. We want to have a community of women that are so different, but yet we can learn from each other. So I think it's so important to be surrounded with the right people, with the right kind of energy, to push that project forwards. Because even in those moments that you hold back, what am I doing? Where is this going? There's someone else to come, to inspire, to maybe change the direction a bit, another pair of eyes. So yeah, a film you cannot make on your own. Your story you cannot tell on your own, even if it's yours. So find the right people to start this project with. And then join the Female Film Club, because we're there for all beginners in the industry, and we'll take you all through the ins and outs as well on how to demystify the film industry for you, because it can be an industry that's very isolating. If you're not able to open the right doors, you might get stuck. And as much as maybe we don't like it, it is an industry that you need to know kind of the right people. You need to have the right connections. And that's, again, why we started a community, to be able to open those doors for our members, so they don't need to struggle and do it on their own. And not everybody lives in New York, in London, in Paris, in LA. Some people live in a smaller village in some town, but they still want to make a movie, but they might not be able to connect with the same people. So that's why we're online, to be able to open those doors no matter what, no matter where you're sitting. As long as you have an internet connection, you can still create these connections and connect. And you might end up taking a plane to see someone. You might create a project together, or you might just be so inspired that and you keep going. So that would be my advice.
Great. Alexandra, how about you?
I definitely agree with everything Nicole said. And also, I would say do some journaling and some like inner processing to figure out what the story is that you want to tell. And then learn how to, if you're writing it, really learn how to write, screenwrite, if that was the thing they were interested in, to kind of lay the foundation in the best possible way for whatever your vision is, through education, classes, books, so that you're coming in really strong on the content level, and really spend some time with yourself in meditation or in, self-contemplation about what the story is that you really feel so connected to, that would warrant the amount of time that you're inevitably going to end up putting into it for it to be good, at the end, for it to, because it's, when you first have an idea for something, you have no idea like how much time is actually going to be invested in that piece. And so if the connection is really strong, then that will fuel you to go the full journey and not walk away from it at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a crucial point. And just to maybe summarize some of the stuff that I've learned on this call. I mean, both of you spend an awful lot of time working on your own energy and making sure that it's clean, making sure that it's bright, that it's not it's not exhausted, that it's ready for interaction and involvement. Both of you have, found partners and projects that that help you and sustain you, and you're bringing these ideas out in the world. And Alexandra, to this last point, the stuff does have to be good. I'll say that on my own. I wrote a novel called Keepers of the Field, and I thought this would be some sort of a memoir or something like that I could just kind of knock off in my spare time. 6,000 hours later, I finally finished it because it was crap. It wasn't very good, and I didn't know how to write a sentence, and I didn't know really how to tell a story, and so there's a learning process in any creative endeavor that we have to go through, and I know the two of you are going through it. Nicole, you're especially supporting women in doing it. So we're about out of time, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows how to get in touch with you if they want to talk to you. If they have money or their projects or something like that. So, Nicole, what's the best way to get in touch with you? And
you can just go www.femalefilmclub.com or just info@femalefilmclub.com. So okay. Very easy. Or just Google Female Film Club. We'll be the first to come up.
Okay, great. You got that. And Alexandra, how about you?
I have a couple ways. One is my own website. My producing website is alexandraangelique.com. alexandraangelique.com. If it's about Yogis of Ukraine, my current project, please contact me through our website for that project, yogisofukraine.com. I have, ways to contact me on both of those websites.
Great. And if people want to contact me, I'll filter them for you too before I send them on to you.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you both for coming on this call. Any closing thoughts or anything you think we left out in this short hour?
Thank you so much for this conversation, for this time, for it's so beautiful to mix film creativity with spirituality and all this. And I think, again, that's something we need to demystify more. And I think women like you, Alexandra, are doing an amazing job because, again, the industry is so go, go, go. But sometimes we do just need to be like, let's take a step back so we can take 10 steps further, even more, and reflect and bringing these practices to more productions, to more kind of a normalized way of working rather than just being on set for hours, not sleeping, eating unhealthy food, not exercising and thinking that's a way of life, because that will help you drop out of the industry, be very frustrated. So there's other ways of doing it. So thank you, Ross, for opening this table and this conversation.
Any closing thoughts that you have, Alexandra?
Yeah, I want to two things. One is just thank you, Ross, for being for playing this role in this conversation, and not only today but in our recent encounters. It's hugely life affirming for both Bob and myself, to be in conversations with you and Humanity's team. And also with regard to what you just said, Nicole, I really envision, yoga and meditation being practiced and taught on sets,
Yes.
on movie sets, and having, equilibrium be the new trend in filmmaking. Because I think it's not only impactful for the people working in the industry, but it's impactful for the films, because the energy that's being transmitted through those films is then coming from an equilibrium instead of from exhaustion, which is the old way of doing it. So I appreciate you saying that. That's like the end goal.
It's the end goal. And I'll just have one last comment.
I just said I think our time is up, but go ahead. Record your one last.
If you want to add it after. Yeah, that's why we work with the latest technologies as well. I didn't bring tech much into it, but we work with the latest tech startups in film to really make sure that time is minimized. So you don't need to be on set that many hours. So you're not using programs that take more work rather than reduce the amount of work. And I think today, there's such simpler way of doing things, and everyone is so scared of AI and what's the future of the film industry. But actually, we can work with it and make our life a lot easier, and then be able to have yoga on set and for people to meditate rather than just go 10 hours nonstop. So, yeah.
Well, I know that if I was on set, having you two on set would be a massive improvement. You would just show up and things would change because who you are. And,
Thank you.
So I want to thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Grace and peace, and may your creativity and projects be empowered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good day, and welcome to the 2024 Global Oneness Summit. I'm Steve Farrell, the co-founder of Humanity's Team and the Worldwide Executive Director. Our guest today is Jennifer Drowan, also known as Fasai, a dynamic Thai-Canadian public figure. She's a bilingual MC, actress, voiceover artist, radio and TV host, guest lecturer, pageant coach, and model. After earning her degree in kinesiology with distinction from the University of Calgary, Jennifer rose from being a runner-up in several pageants to being crowned Miss Universe Thailand in 2019. She went on to become a top 5 finalist at Miss Universe that same year. Jennifer's journey has inspired many, especially young women, to believe in themselves and pursue their dreams. Passion about helping the underprivileged and promoting inclusivity, she started the ABLE charity, which supports access to education and health services for disadvantaged communities. Jennifer also founded Better Fly Academy in 2020 and co-founded CI Talks in 2021 with a mission to empower people to build confidence and live to their fullest potential. That's quite a bio there, Jennifer. Great to have you with us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go right into our conversation. And Jennifer, I thought where we might start is, were there specific moments or influences in your childhood that sparked your interest in beauty and a life dedicated to service?
Well, honestly, I have to say that my journey to beauty has been a very interesting journey because growing up, I actually didn't think that I was beautiful because the fact that I kind of aligned the concept of beauty to like, if I were to get asked out on a date was how I thought like, people viewed what that meant as beauty. And I didn't really get asked out by any guys. So I had to like, give myself some confidence boosting by saying, oh no, it's okay. I'm unique. And, I'm just an exotic type of girl with a specific charm. And then when I actually came into the beauty pageantry, I had to face a lot of cyberbullying because people had different perspectives of the definition of beauty. And during that time, I remember that the true beauty definition for me was to believe and see my true worth and to actually believe and have faith in my own beauty, that this is how it's beautiful, like this is what beautiful means to me. And I know that the concept of beauty is seen in different countries at different time zones, like different eras, to have a different meaning of beauty. So definitely for the beauty journey, that's something different. But at the same time, in beauty pageantry, what I've also learned is that the true meaning of beauty is not what you can see on the outside, but what can you truly do and what impact can you have based on what you have at the moment. So that's why beauty definitely means different things to different people.
Oh, I love that definition of beauty. Yeah, what people see, what impact they can have. And unbelievable. I mean, to share, you were in school and you didn't have dates? I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, I was more of a nerd, an introvert, definitely growing up. And I was into sports and music and arts and not really like the cheerleading type. But yeah, that definitely, I had to like become stronger. I had to find my real inner beauty.
Yeah, well, this is, of course, my gosh, boy, you just nailed it here this is the Global Oneness Summit. So this is inner beauty, right? This is this deeply interconnected world where it's an inside out way to live, exactly what you're describing. And even now, as you've blossomed, of course, into a beautiful woman on the exterior, it's still, for all of us, it's really about inner beauty more than anything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I find that, unfortunately, a lot of people don't really see that because with the internet, with the digital era, they really look for the likes and the comments and the shares rather than, living life in the real world. And that's where, unfortunately, people do lose the concept of what real beauty is and what is it that you can do with your life, like what is your purpose? And when they get lost, that's really essentially like they turn to themselves and they ask like, who am I? What am I supposed to be doing here? What's my goal in life? And sometimes people never really discover what it truly is.
Yeah, well, that's what you and your organizations are about. Boy, we're going to take you there or help you get there, right? Mm-hmm. So how did your journey in pageantry and modeling align with your desire to positively impact the world? You've kind of talked to that in a rough way, but there's a whole bridge you built.
So honestly, as I said, like coming from an introverted nerd kind of background, definitely my journey to beauty pageantry was a very interesting one where I never actually thought I would get into this path. My Thai teacher actually sent my picture and my application form to this one beauty pageant, and I passed the first round of auditions, and that's why she called me and she was like, "Hey, Fasai, are you interested in joining pageantry?" And in the back of my head, I was like, well, in the back of my mind, I was kind of like, is it like where you walk on stage, you have a swimming suit and a crown and waving and smiling? And I'm like, that's totally not me. But she actually said these, she was saying, you get to meet new friends, eat free food, and you get to travel for free. And I'm like, okay, sign me up. It's like a girl camp. And during that first pageant, there was a partner called Plan Thailand, Plan International. And at that time, that's when I realized that there's a lot more to beauty pageantry than what meets the eye. A lot of people just only see the stage, the performance, the glam, but you never really see that there's a lot more that you could do with the spotlight that you are given. And that's really what drew me to pageantry, because just your voice alone can be a voice to the voiceless, the people who need to have a spotlight, the people who want to raise awareness on their organizations, on what we could help them, what we can offer. And sometimes there's not someone who can do that. And that's where people in the spotlight, or people of celebrities or beauty pageant queens, comes in, and that for me is making an impact on a larger scale.
Yeah, no kidding. So let's go down into it, because
Okay.
of course, I love what you're sharing. This is what Humanities Team, we are all one. We're aspects of each other, which means then we help each other. We're in service to each other. We're compassionate with each other. You could even use the term love, for each other.
Definitely.
But how do you? Okay, so you shared how things were extremely challenging for you growing up when describing yourself the way you did. But then you've grown into this, empowered, and all of these things. So how do you take people where you're doing this virtually in many cases? I know you mentioned Thailand, maybe you're doing physical live events too, but how do you take people from where they are, where this is their experience of themselves, of I'm not beautiful, I'm disempowered, I'm a geek, to helping them get to this place of contribution and empowerment and stuff?
Well, I think what really helps when I give these viral sessions, or when I'm there in person, is I actually use my experiences as a guide. And in order for me to become who I am today, I needed to go through, I went through a lot of failures. I will say that I went through a lot of obstacles, and a lot of disappointments in order to get where I was. And the main thing was to overcome that, and to see yourself for your strengths and love yourself for your flaws enough to be able to accept and improve those to get to your goal. And for me, the first thing that I would always ask the people is, how well do you know yourself? Because people have a different definition or a different concept of who you think you are as a person. And a lot of people actually give more value to what others define them, or what their community defines them as, who they are as a person. And that's where they eventually get lost, unfortunately. Like, for example, they listen to their parents about what they should be taking in university, or they go according to their friends because they want to be in the same department as them, or they go to a school depending on, you know what I mean? The list keeps going on and on. But the thing is, there's also another definition, which is your own definition of who you believe you are. And sometimes this definition is only known to yourself. And for me, that's why I always ask, so can you just define 5 things about, define yourself? What are 5 things that really tell you, this is who I am? It could be good, it could be bad, just define yourself. And when they do define themselves, you can tell if they have a lot of confidence based on if the majority of the 5 things that they've written down are actually positive things that they view themselves as, or if it's more what they see as their flaws. And I remember when I started this back in 2018, when I was the runner-up girl, I saw myself more as my flaws rather than the strengths that I had. And I had to really rediscover myself. So this is when I went and asked the people who are really closest to me and asked them to give an honest, a truthful definition of who or of how they viewed me as. And then a lot of times when I actually asked them, they gave me some positive, like surprising concepts of who I was. And I remember like a couple of them was like, I'm strong. And I'm like, how do you see me as strong? And this is the key thing, because, sometimes you don't see, or maybe you don't even understand why people see you as that way. But as long as you like that process of trying to really find out who you are and know what your strengths and weaknesses are, I think that's really important to be able to move forward. It's like that foundation. If you don't have a clear concept of who you are and what your strengths are, then it's kind of a little shaky going from there, and it's easy to get lost.
Yeah, let's just go a little deeper on this, Jennifer. I love your process. Wow, where am I my strengths? Am I my flaws? How well do you know yourself? Kind of starting there. And then go into your friends of how do you see me? I mean, what a beautiful process. I haven't actually heard a process like this before, but I love it. Now, the process that I've used is more a spiritual one of just this whole oneness, that we're an emanation of the one, universe, cosmos, and the divine. Whoa, the divine, that's a biggie. Of course, mystical teachings have shared this down through the ages, that it's true. And now you've got science coming in saying, yes, everything is deeply interdependent. There's a universal consciousness animating all of life. We're all emanations, of this, in this vibrational universe of the one. And that takes you to this really beautiful place of, oh my God, if I'm an emanation of the one, universe, cosmos, divine, well, that's love, light, life, that's all of these beautiful things. And I must be that too. But your process, so for people that are the tough cases, I'll call it, where they're going to their flaws and they're saying, oh God, Jennifer, I mean, I love your message. I want to be there. I'm just having trouble, going there. Do you create classes and things to help people get there? How, where you actually take their journey?
There's many different classes or workshops that I do offer, and one of them is called a self-confidence booster course. So in that course, obviously it starts with that activity that I mentioned earlier, and then I also get into the ways of how you can boost your self-confidence depending on what I believe. Like I give them like a variety of different activities, and then I see which one connects with them more, because obviously like it's not a one thing fits all kind of activity. You have to find out what best relates to them and connects with them and makes and allows them to see. And sometimes that can be it takes time. It does take time, definitely, but as long as they promise that they want to do it every day, or if they promise that they are going to be doing it consistently, then they will definitely see a process within a matter of just even 3 or 5 days. But usually at the end of the workshop, the 2-hour workshop itself, they usually, they add to the little board that I begin in the beginning. What are your strengths? What is it that is uniquely to you that, nobody else has, or maybe you see somebody else might have, but you feel like this is what you have to offer. And I remember at the end, they always think about like something that pops up because they don't remember. And sometimes that's really the process of remembering and rediscovering yourself. That's really important during the workshop as well.
So how this is very much coming from this place where you're really helping people, looking at them from where they are, and then just assisting them in climbing that hill to full self-empowerment. Was it your process growing up that allowed you to be so empathetic? I'll use the word caring, loving, and service. So as you know, we don't have all of the role models, and influencers that we might like to see, right, that are really here for other people, that see ourselves as aspects of each other. You clearly have this. So, and you've talked about your story where you had to yourself kind of climb from in a ditch, sort of, so to speak, geek into this. Is that how you've created this teaching and how you have this empathy and this level of service?
Well, honestly, I think I want to break it into 2 aspects. So the empathy and the service aspect. So for empathy, I believe that I was really lucky to be born in a family where I get to see both sides of how it gets run. Like, for example, my dad is Catholic, my mom's Buddhist, my dad is Western, like he's French Canadian, and my mom's Asian, half Thai, half Chinese, different teachings, different values, different experiences. And it allows me to grow up in a way where I guess we grew up in a compromising way. So I'm taught really to see things from both sides and to really find the middle ground and to learn why is it that they see things that way, and try and meet them halfway, or maybe try to understand. And my dad always told me that sometimes when he listens, he doesn't listen to argue, but he listens to understand. And it's all right to agree to disagree, and
Right.
pretty much that has been the golden rule for me, is that, as well as to treat others the way that you want to be treated. And growing up, that pretty much really led me to really allow me to try to understand people and see things from their perspectives before, I don't really judge people. I try to listen and try to understand. That's really a huge thing for empathy, is the background that I grew up in. And especially being an immigrant as well, that also allows me firsthand by experience to really, understand the whole concept of how hard it is to move from one place to another. And you have to relearn everything, the language, the way to make friends, how to fit in and everything. So I guess that for me really helps me to understand how it feels. And on the other hand, for service, I guess when I actually joined pageantry, or when I was volunteering, I took kinesiology. So one of my courses was adaptive physical activity for those with a disability. And that's when I really, when you do these activities, or when you volunteer, when you go for charity, that's when you really see things from a different perspective than when you're growing up. Because when you're growing up, for me, I get to experience, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I'm an immigrant, and I had to, overcome the language barrier, and I had to learn how to fit in. And, there was a lot of trials and errors, definitely. But then in terms of, the charity, I really had to see that I actually was grateful for a lot of opportunities that I had in my life that maybe sometimes others never had in the first place. So I really understood the term of opportunity when I was helping out, and I really understood the term of being a helping hand and trying to give people that push for that first step, because a lot of the times the first step can be hard in order to go towards a goal.
Yes, it can. Boy, those first steps are everything, because you have to believe, and not feel like that, I'm going to be the one that's not going to quite get there. I'm more challenged than others. And many of us can come in. I remember as a young kid, when my guidance counselor said, "You're average, Steve. You're just average." That really kind of puts you in the wrong box there.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, let me ask you this, just to go deeper. I mean, clearly everything you're describing, first of all, wow. I mean, the home you were born into with your parents, this whole immigrant situation and your own personal geekhood thing. It just was what fertile ground, to grow into who you become, so thank you for being so personal in your sharing. And clearly what you're talking about is going to take people to this self-identification and this self-empowerment that's going to be fantastic. But let me bring in the elevated consciousness thing, which is where you are, in these nonprofits that you've started. They're helping these communities that are disadvantaged. So where aspects of each other is, so now we've left kind of the me, getting me right, into getting we right. Where in many ways, we maybe even self-identify as kind of the higher self, if you want to call it that, or the bigger self, that's a part of this world and that wants to be sort of a healthy cell in this body, if you want to call it that. So do your programs, go all the way to sort of elevating consciousness like that? And I'm not sure everybody necessarily would get there from the starting point, but is that something you consider in these programs you've created?
Interestingly, actually, most of my workshops is more towards helping the person themselves who are taking the workshop to become a better version of themselves, or to help gain confidence, to discover what it is that they want to do in life, to, it's more of a personal development. And in terms of the charity organization, on the other hand, that's different because I'm able to, round up a group of volunteers to help to help be of service, to help create a change, an opportunity, and that's different. But the thing is, from what I recognize myself through the journey, it's hard to lend a helping hand, especially if it's something big, when you yourself are not ready to do so. So, for example, if financially you're not ready, you might not be able to do a charity, or you might not be able to donate as much as you want. But a lot of the times, what people tend to forget is that sometimes it's not about how much money you have to offer. It's not about the financial aspect, but it's about being there in person. And, sometimes it does help to create a smile. It helps in the mental aspect, or it helps in a physical way that you might not understand. And the time that you give can actually create as much, if not sometimes actually more, of an impact than finance itself. And as I said, like it really depends on the situation, but I'm just saying that as long as you're ready, you yourself are ready, and you yourself, you have enough confidence, you have enough happiness, you have enough to be able to offer help, then that's why, like, my workshops itself really focuses more on the personal development, and then the people who are willing and who are ready to give a helping hand, those are the charity. So it's completely different.
Yeah, makes sense. So let me, can you share any personal experiences where beauty has played a pivotal role in raising awareness and fostering a deeper sense of connection among people?
Among people, well, I think simply, like, even I'm just going to use the term beauty pageantry because it's a lot easier to be able to visualize. But beauty pageantry are able to create idols, or to create people who, yeah, I think idols is the best way to put it. Idols, in a sense where if you're able to have a spotlight and you go to different organizations or charities that really need help, really need someone to be a spokesperson for, that's one thing. But at the same time, when you're doing activities with people who, they idolize someone, but they're not able to meet them, that in itself is able to drive people together. So one, in a sense where you're a spokesperson, you're able to gather investors, sponsors, you're able to gather volunteers to come and do these activities. But at the same time, other than the financial aspect, you're able to do the activities, and you're able to, create a smile. You're able to have the happiness aspect. You're able to perhaps, raise awareness, educational aspect. You're able, like for me in Able, I remember that actually during my Miss Universe Thailand pageant, once I won the crown, I did a project called We Are One. And I was able to have different painters from across of Thailand, not just painters, sculptures, newspapers, like different people from different areas of art come together, and was able to teach the underprivileged students, youths, whether it's in terms of, okay, this is how you can do a sculpture, or for those people who have physical disabilities, what would you like? Would you like to learn how to paint? Would you like to learn how to draw? Would you like to create, it's like different areas. I think there was 7 different areas of arts, and we had experts from around Thailand who actually came in, and they were willing to create dreams and to give an opportunity to underprivileged people who didn't have the opportunity to follow the dreams, essentially. So that's where I would say beauty does come in, and it does help in that area.
Yeah. Wow. So that's beautiful. Love that. So, okay. So we're kind of nearing our wrap up. So what message would you like to share with individuals striving to elevate their consciousness and contribute to a more beautiful, united world? And how can each of us play a role in this transformative journey?
Well, I believe, I know that it may sound or it may feel hard when you feel like you're trying to do something by yourself. And essentially that, I understand that it's going to really feel hard, but I'd rather you look at it one step at a time. If you're able to do something by yourself and you're ready, just go for it. Or if you want to gather some close friends, close families, and create a charity, a program, or just do something to make an impact, then it depends on what you want to do. And I just feel like regardless of what you choose to do and how you choose to get to that journey, I just feel like it's already an amazing goal. It's an amazing idea. It's an amazing first step, and it's definitely going to make an impact, even though it's not going to help change the world just within one day. But at least if you're able to impact just one person during that journey, that's already a lot. That's a shoot.
Yes, it is. So no, I love, this is why we're doing a panel with you, Jennifer, is I love this whole philosophy. You're really going down into the person and starting with who do you see yourself as?
Yeah.
What a beautiful place. And what are the strengths and flaws? And then friends, coming in with this, and then sort of taking them by the hand. I'll use that term, is kind of what I see you doing, where you're just inviting them along, especially on those first steps, really holding them tight.
Yeah, I remember when I started Able, I remember I only had one close friend, and then it gradually grew from there and evolved from there. And that friend told a friend, and I was able to gather fans. And now my latest Able project, I have yet to post it yet, but there was 19 volunteers. So from just me and my friend, we've already increased it in a matter of just 2 or 3 times of getting together. So it's huge. It's amazing, definitely. So I'm saying that sometimes just look at it as baby steps, and then just go from there, whatever makes you comfortable at your own speed.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you keep bringing it back to the person, what they want, their own speed, their self-image, where they want to go. I love it. Because, it really isn't, we're just here as an aid, to offer assistance.
Just don't compare yourself to others out there. Don't compare yourself to big organizations. Just only think about what it is that you're comfortable with and what it is you're happy doing.
Right. Yeah. All aces. Beautiful. And Jennifer, I think we're the largest global streaming platform for consciousness raising masterclasses and transformational education in the whole world. Humanities Plus, our streaming platform, with hundreds of masterclasses and things. And so I'm going to probably come back to you. You might just be a perfect program, a perfect masterclass here for women and men.
Oh, I'd love that.
I'm going to talk to you about that for sure. So try a string around your finger. I'm coming back to you. Yeah. So Jennifer, this has been so wonderful. I met Jennifer. We were both at an impact event. There are more and more of these around the world where investors with return on investment, real capital type investment, and also these same people are interested in philanthropy. Hey, let's create a better world. We have kids, it's a challenged world. Let's start channeling more of our resources, including our funds, into impact investments. This is where I met Jennifer, and in fact, she was kind of is supporting that really, really beautiful nonprofit. So glad we met then, and thank you for being here on our Global Oneness Summit, 2024 Global Oneness Summit, and looking forward to doing more with you. You've got just a beautiful way of inspiring, supporting, empowering young women, and I'm sure young men too.
Thank you so much for having me. And definitely I'm looking forward to any future projects that we may have together and collaborate.
Yeah. Here we go. Absolutely. Yeah. So thanks for being here. And you're coming in from Thailand right now, right, Jennifer?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So the other side of the world. So thank you for being here. Yeah. Great to have you with us, and looking forward to being in touch soon. And viewers, thank you for being here with us for this program. Wow. Been just real exciting, a very fresh perspective here on how we can reach out to people, support people, empower people in today's world. Okay, so thank you, viewers. Thanks, everybody. And on to the next program here in our 2024 Global Oneness Summit.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ross Hostetter, and it's my great pleasure and privilege to be with you here tonight in a live event in which we are going to be showcasing one of the most profound and timely films that is about to come into our collective awareness. We are here with the creators live of the movie Yogis of Ukraine, who are going to be talking about the film. And we have an opportunity to meet all of them in person here on Zoom. So we've got a unique opportunity. This event is capping the first day of Humanities Team's 2024 Global Oneness Summit. And it's a live event. Since it is live, there are going to be a number of people that are joining us from all around the world, including a number of people from Ukraine. And if you have a moment, I would appreciate it if you just introduce yourself in the chat, say what your name is and where you're coming from, anything else you want to share with folks, so we can begin to build a little bit of a community and see and be seen and know that we are not alone in this big adventure that we're taking towards expanded consciousness and in this world. So I hope you do that. And I want to just express my deep gratitude for everyone that is on this call. And I just want to welcome you into this space. We have some folks that are going to be introduced here in just a second. On our panel, we have Bob Degas, Alexandria Angelique Leeper, Lori Laney Shanks, Sandrine Ruiz. We have Adeline Jones and Lecia Sachanova. And if she's able to join us, they're coming in along with a number of people that are coming in from Ukraine, where I think it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So I welcome you for the effort that this is taking. But before we get into the introductions, just to talk a little bit about our format. Tonight, we have the privilege of having all the creators of this project, or most of them at least, live. And we're going to be showing 7 short pre-release clips of the film, and have then a brief discussion from one of the producers and directors of the film about that clip, and also to be getting into not only the movie, but the larger global peace movement that this movie is inspiring, the book that it's inspiring, and the opportunities that all of you are going to have to participate in this awakening of peace around the world. So with that bit of introduction, I would just like to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. And maybe, Bob, I'll start with you, and maybe you could just say who you are, a little brief background, and your relationship with the film.
Unmute. Sure. My name is Bob Degas, and I'm the director of the film and one of the producers. My background is I worked in Hollywood for over 30 years producing feature films. And when I heard of the story of what these amazingly powerful and heroic women were doing in Ukraine, I said, this is a documentary. And that was sort of how it started.
Alexandra?
Hi, I'm Alexandra Angelique Leeper. I'm a film producer. I've been working in film for the past 20 years, and mostly I work in narrative features, write screenplays. I'm also an actress. This project came into my life by act of grace, and both Bob and I had a decision to make over a couple of day period whether we were going to jump on this train. And he was on a plane to Ukraine 2 days after we heard about what these amazing yogis are doing healing their military and working to inspire the world in the middle of an active war zone. It's been a great privilege to work on this project for the past 15 months, and I'm super excited for everything that we're about to do with the takeoff of it.
Great. So, Lori, you're up next. I think you're coming in from London or somewhere in the UK. Is that right?
Yeah. Hi. I'm Laurie Laney Shanks, and it is 1 a.m. here. Big up. It's not as bad as Alacia. Hi, I'm an actress, singer, and now a producer, which I did not see happening. I have been in the industry for 7 years. I have a degree in acting, and I've always had a fascination with spirituality. So when I was with Bob and Alexandra in America a month or two ago, I watched the documentary and was blown away. Absolutely in awe of these women that you're about to see. And so I'm lucky enough, and unbelievably, they asked me to come on and work with them. So I'm here. So I'm so grateful, and thank you for having me.
Great. Okay. So is Sandrine with us? Did she? Yeah. Sandrine, unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can.
You can?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so yeah, I'm Sandrine. Hi. I'm the music composer of the documentary. Originally, I'm from Switzerland, from the French part, but now I live and work in Los Angeles, in California. I've known Bob for a couple of years now, so when he came to me and told me about this project, I knew right away that I wanted to be part of it. I knew it was very meaningful, very important, and this is the reason why I chose this job. So I was very pleased and honored to be part of it.
Great, Sandrine. Well, we're going to get into your music here before the end of this, so we're looking forward to that. Okay, Adeline.
Hi, my name is Adeline Jones. I am an executive producer of the Yogis of Ukraine. It's such an incredible honor to be involved with this amazing team. When I saw the film, I was completely blown away. I thought these yogis have found the truth of who we are. They are the spiritual leaders of the world, and I absolutely wanted to get involved right away. I love their message. It's very powerful. I have produced and hosted radio shows and thought that it would be a great idea that we could have a podcast. So I'm going to be producing the podcast for the world tour, and really just, as I said, a huge honor and so much fun to be part of this team.
Great. And last but not least, Lucia, can you introduce yourself?
Hi. Yes. Hi. My name is Alicia Stoyanova. I live in Ukraine, in Kiev. I'm a yoga teacher and my yoga therapist. I'm doing my job with military guy, and I'm in this film too. I'm happy to be here, and thank you.
Great. All right. Well, I want to get right into the meat of our program. I'll just say to our listeners, we're saving some of the best of this for the end, which is the Q&A, where you're all going to have an opportunity to come in and also to meet some of the women that are featured in the film, in addition to the one that's on the screen right now, who is featured very prominently in the film. So I hope you stay to the end. We have about 90 minutes planned, and we have a little time to go after that if we need to, since we do have a live event. So with that, Alexandra, I want to turn it over to you to talk about this project.
Yes, so Bob and I, 15 months ago, last summer, at the beginning of last summer, were proposed to go do some social media in Ukraine. And we heard about Lacia and the other women and the Kundalini yoga training that was happening over there. And I'm a Kundalini yoga teacher, so I'm very familiar with the practices. and with the community. But I had never seen or heard of anything quite as inspiring as what is happening over there right now. And I'm also launching a film production company called Living Light Productions, which is something I've been working on for the past 20 years. And it's all about telling stories that move from darkness into light. So this story, although I've never done a documentary, all my other projects are scripted, fell right into the category of the type of work that I feel I'm here to bring to the world, which is, really getting into our spiritual journey on the planet at this time, and providing inspiration for people, in a world where our media can be so negative and violent, but not negating the darkness that we have, but showing how that darkness can be transformed and transmuted. And having experienced so much Kundalini yoga myself, I am aware that these tools are extremely effective. And so everything sort of came together for me with this project, and it's been a real labor of love. Initially, we were expecting that there would be financing for it right from the beginning. That didn't end up happening. So we've kind of been on this journey of faith, just walking along, working and working and working on it, knowing that at some point we would get to a place where the funding would start to come in. And then it did start to come in. And it's, things are starting to really open up now, but it's been a challenging and also really growth inspiring process. So I feel like a better person having gone through this last year, and I'm so honored to share this clips from this movie with you, with everyone who's here right now. So thank you.
So Bob, over to you.
Let's start, if we can, with what is called clip number 2, if that's possible. And clip number 2 is from the opening of the movie. I think it really sets up what's going on in Ukraine, and it also sets up the feeling of what they're doing in Ukraine, and I think it'll give us a good context for looking at the rest of the clips and kind of talking about the unfolding of the movie. But I think it would be good for you all to see something of the movie. So if it's possible to start with what is called clip 2, that would be really good.
Зараз в Україні проходить найбільший вчительський тренінг за всю історію існування кундаліні-йоги в світі. My name is Lesia Stoyanova. I'm a Kundalini yoga teacher. I'm a Satnamrasayan healer. I'm organizer Academy Kundalini Yoga of Ukraine and organizer Satnamrasayan in Ukraine. Я дуже пишаюся цим, що посеред хаосу, посеред війни стільки людей захотіло вчитися на вчителів кундаліні-йоги. It's really hard for me to speak English. My English is horrible. I totally understand it. but I try. Usually my husband loses a job. Translate my words to English. Можна думати, о Боже, як серед війни можна навчатися йозі? Дуже просто, тому що йога рятує. І нам дуже важливо отримати стільки студентів, стільки вчителів кундаліні-йоги, стільки ми тільки зможемо. Тому що перед нами стає дуже важливий виклик. Це рятувати людей від ПТСР, рятувати людей, їх психіку від травми. Це наші військові, це наші цивільні, це наші діти, це біженці. І тому нам потрібно продовжувати наші вчительські тренінги, продовжувати вчити наших людей, давати їм ці протоколи, які ми отримуємо від Інституту Гуру Рамдаса. Це кундаліні-йога терапія. І навчати якомога більше людей, щоб вони в свою чергу навчали вже і зцілювали психіку всіх наших людей. А це мільйони людей, які потребують цього зцілення.
So that gives you a sense of kind of the opening of the movie and what I encountered when I first went to Ukraine. And the thing that, it was a very quick thing from hearing about this project and then a couple days later being on a plane to Ukraine and arriving there and not speaking the language and encountering these buildings and the destruction, which is just a tremendous amount of destruction to residential apartment buildings and houses and seeing people's lives destroyed. And my feeling with the beginning of the film was to allow these buildings to speak their story in kind of almost in silence of what had happened and how many people's lives were destroyed and uprooted and the trauma of that. And then that was contrasted with these Ukrainian women and the way in which they lived such a passionate, joyful, immediate life, like they lived very much in the present moment. And so I knew right away that part of the journey of the film was trying to understand what they had figured out in Ukraine that the rest of the world, in my experience, hadn't figured out. And there's a really good example of that in this next clip that we're going to look at. One of the decisions I made in conducting these interviews is I didn't want to use real-time translation because I felt if I'm talking to someone and they're speaking Ukrainian and then we have to stop every sentence or two to translate for me, that would break the intimacy of the moment and that would break the storytelling of it. And so I just wanted these women to be able to tell their stories without interruption. And so for me, it wasn't until I got back in the United States with the footage and Roma, who you will meet shortly, diligently worked to translate these interviews from Ukrainian into English that I understood the impact and the importance of the stories these women tell. And I think this next clip that we're going to look at, which should be clip number 3, will give you a real sense of this combination of really horrific situations and being able to find a way to live harmoniously and happily in them. So let's take a look now at clip number 2, or clip number 3, sorry.
Ну, сьогодні в мене перший день повноцінної відпустки. Я служу в Збройних силах України, того, що раніше мене не брали, скільки я не просилась. Я ходила 2 місяці, просилася в військкомат, а тут, так як я така дівчина вже ніби для них, їм так здається, поважного віку, хоча мені так не здається зовсім. 53. То вони вирішили, що мені треба йти там десь вареники ліпити, там, чи сітки плести, таке. Але я ходила 2 місяці, просилась. І отак вийшло, і ходила, стукала, і мені двері відкрили. Я поїхала на одні курси, на другі курси. В мене немає освіти медичної, але там її не треба. От бойовий медик – це не треба освіти медичної, тому що ти тут поруч з військовими, там, де вони, і ти надаєш суто першу медичну допомогу. І все. А там, нічого такого вже. Остання моя до війни, я останніх 5 років була вчителем кундаліні-йоги. І я вже ніде більш не працювала. У мене було 2 групи, ранішня і вечірня. Я все-таки думаю, може всі так казали, що мені дійсно допомагає кундаліні-йога. Тому що коли в якихось в таких дуже важких періодах, наприклад, таких, що ти сидиш в окопі, там в тій ще в одній такій дирці в окопі, і на тебе артата накидає все, що тільки можна там, і це близько, це отако дуже близько, це так голосно, це особливо танк, це так голосно, це так, А ти просто, от воно саме тобі адгурейнамейджук, адгурейнамейс, адгурейнамей, і ти кричиш таку в голос, оце все, і тобі взагалі не страшно.
Зараз потрібно єднання всіх сердець. Зараз потрібно єднання всіх йогів, тому що йоги є в дуже потужних інстанціях на всіх рівнях, і нам потрібна допомога всіх, щоб зупинити цю війну, щоб зупинити кровопролиття, щоб зупинити вбивства людей, дітей, тварин. Нам потрібен мир. Так, нам потрібен мир, але нам потрібно єднання всіх.
So that gives you a sense of sort of this immediacy and just when I met her and I learned that she's on the front lines, literally on the front lines of the war, and she's working as a medic, and she still is using yoga as a way, when she says it works because love is not scary. That kind of stopped me in my tracks. Is the genesis of what the story of the film was about. And I think all of these women who are there in Ukraine have made this discovery in a really powerful way. So Alexandra, do you want to?
Yeah, so Lauren and I were just going to share a bit about what our plan is with this movie, because we have a unique opportunity with this project to take it beyond just a normal film festival journey or distribution journey, and actually cultivate a world peace tour, which is what we're planning to do with this. So the idea is that we will take it on an international circuit of film festivals next year, hopefully starting with the Berlin Film Festival in February, which is a really poignant place to start, a world peace tour, I think, given the history and also the current amazing state of Berlin now, in contrast to its history. And we're planning to offer Kundalini yoga classes as we go along this journey and provide these tools that these women have used to create this high vibration that you'll see as you watch more of the film clips, and allow people to actually experience this tool because it's so extremely effective and fast. And, our world is in need of these teachings and of this particular lineage, which, many people have experienced, but a lot of people haven't, or maybe don't even know how effective these teachings are. And then we also have a plan to, to spread the message of world peace. Lori, do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah. So when I was over in the States with Bob and Alexandra, they had a very intense practice of a 5-hour practice. And I dived right into that with them. And we saw an elk and a moose, and we then were having a discussion in the car talking about the differences. And I rang my husband and asked him to give me all the differences. And normally I've got a terrible memory. I can't remember information. And I was shocked to my core about the fact that I could remember all these differences between an elk and a moose. And I spoke to Alexandra and Bob and said, I've got my memory's improved. I don't get it. And they said, well, that is in keeping with the practice you've been doing. And I was like, oh, because I feel more energy too. And they were like, yeah, that's the practice. So I'm a great case study, because I had no idea about all these benefits of this Kundalini yoga, and I felt them within 3 days. It's quick. So yeah, doing the yoga throughout the tour is a really exciting concept.
Yeah, and so our idea is that, we'll tour it both in the film festival circuit and then also in the yoga festival circuit, which is, also a very international community. But it's exciting to me because these are both my passions in life, and they're very different worlds in some ways. But I think we're at a time on the planet now where integrating the Hollywood film industry and the yoga industry, not only Kundalini yoga, but other forms of yoga, and bringing together different lineages to kind of culminate the whole thing with a big world peace concert where we have kirtan artists from Kundalini yoga, from Jivamukti yoga, from, all over the map, also Amazonian music. Like, I've been really blessed in my life to have a deep dive into multiple spiritual lineages, and they all kind of share the same ultimate intention, which is to bring peace and oneness to the planet. And this is an opportunity for us to cultivate that in real time. And we're just really excited about the prospect of using this movie to magnify this, to this intention, and then to see how we can raise money to send back to Ukraine, also to other war zones in the world, and see if we can, just create some world peace, and then we'll be finished with the work here. Thank you.
So the next clip we're going to look at really gives you, again, the same sense that the movie has kind of three sections to it. One is where you're looking at the war and you're hearing war, the impact of war. The second aspect of the movie is how impactful the yoga is. And then the third part of the movie gets into the lessons that these women have learned. And one of the things for me is I was in Ukraine. It wasn't the missiles that were frightening. It wasn't the air alarms that were frightening. It was, as I conducted more and more of these interviews, I realized how really special they were and how important it was for me to carry them safely from this area of trauma and war and bring them out into a way that the world could hear them. And this next clip that we're going to look at, which is clip 4, will give you a sense of that. And I want to also really emphasize that just this idea of being in the middle of a war and having the brilliance to think about using yoga as a way to deal with the trauma in real time. And that is so much of the vision of Lesia and many of these women in Ukraine. And this next clip is going to speak to that. So why don't we take a look and watch that?
Для меня Леся была большим примером. Для меня главное люди. Не упражнения, а люди. И Леся вот в своем спокойствии, да, хотя я знала, в каких условиях она здесь оставалась, и что происходило, и как взрывались возле нее дома ракеты. И вот то, что она в этот момент начала помогать людям, для меня было главным.
Я вас вітаю на нашому другому тренінгу вчителів кундаліні-йоги України.
Мягко, причем она же была в Киеве. Она в Киеве говорит, вот сейчас бомбит. Слышите, она еще тогда тоже русский язык. Она говорит, слышите, вот бомбит совсем близко, 6 километров от моего дома. Но я знаю, я здесь держу поле. Я смотрю в Инстаграме, 40 человек ее смотрит, или 25 человек ее смотрит, или 15 человек ее смотрит. Но я понимаю, что сейчас в прямом эфире мы все с ней делаем вот эту мантру. И вот я хотела вот это рассказать, что как меня это поддержало. Очень поддержало просто.
Україна може навчити світ, тому що життя продовжується навіть в дуже жахливих умовах, що ми можемо бути щасливі навіть за часів війни. Ми можемо знаходити радість в якихось маленьких речах і втративши дуже багато, але залишаючись собою, ми можемо бути щасливі.
Очень что-то светлое украинцы, вероятно, очень сильные и очень добрые и открытые. И в сравнении с тем, я пожила немножко в другой стране, когда случилась война, и я поняла, что я больше нигде не хочу жить никогда, только здесь. И больше, если тут будут ракеты и ядерные бомбы, я буду жить здесь, несмотря на то, что То есть вот так я чувствую, что для меня Украина в какой-то степени очень сильно проявила людей. Кто есть кто, то есть вы вышли все какие-то, да, подводные у людей свои тараканы, и не знаю, как это будет переводиться, но проявила и очень показала. То есть сейчас невозможно, как и Йоги Бхаджан написал, невозможно будет скрыть, да, то, что внутри ложь, и вот война как-то это так проявила. Да, в эту ночь, когда прилетела ракета, мы спали, и я проснулась от очень сильного взрыва, от того, что тряслась наша кровать, стены, и в непонимании, в сонном состоянии я просто стала тащить за руку сонного ребенка, тащить куда-то, непонятно, что делать. И, ну, первая мысль — это какое-то укрытие, 2 стены. И в этот момент я не осознавала, что это мой дом, куда это был прилет. Поднялась очень сильная тревожность, сильное сердцебиение, затуманенный разум. Ты не понимаешь, что происходит и что делать. И я спрятала ребенка, а сама стала бегать, просто смотреть по окнам. И в этот момент я смотрю в окна и вижу, как летят дальше ракеты возле нас, одна за одной, то есть это либо ПВОшные. И с другого окна идет сильный дым, сильный запах дыма. Мы начинаем быстро закрывать окна и понимаем, что там что-то горит. И в этот момент мы понимаем, что это в наш дом прилет. И мы заблокированы. Тут ракеты, а здесь пожар. Я понимаю, что если мы сейчас спустимся, там сильный дым, и мы можем задохнуться. И вот мы на 25 этаже сидим заблокированные. Мой ребенок читал мантру защитную от Джгурейна Мэй, сидел, плакала она, стояла раздетая и читала эту мантру, а я просто бегала по квартире от окна к окну и не понимала, что мне делать, и куда бежать и как спасаться. Мы спустились, и уже как бы пожар начали тушить. То есть мы увидели, что приезжает скорая. Мы спустились, мы вышли из подъезда и увидели этот ужас. Просто все было в цементе, все было покрыто пеплом, все машины были разбиты, лежали диваны, батареи на машинах, люди были в шоке. И это было очень страшно. И мы стояли, мы не могли в это поверить. Просто в полном оцепенении, шоке. Мой ребенок кричал, мне страшно, что мы будем делать, поехали отсюда, я не хочу жить. Когда я проснулась, мое тело было словно побитое, вот как будто меня били, и я понимаю, какой сейчас у меня был стресс, потому что в тот момент я его не осознавала. После сна у меня болела каждая мышца, меня ломали кости. И я поняла, что уровень стресса очень сильный. Я сделала практики кундалини-йоги от стресса все, и мне стало легче. То есть по дороге во Львов я их делала, мне становилось легче, и мы только об этом. И я подумала, какая вероятность того, что ракета прилетит в твой дом. Я стала сильнее после этого. Намного сильнее, чем я была до войны. То есть мой дух очень окреп, и у меня ушло очень много страхов, те, которые были раньше. Я не знаю, я теперь, наверное, мало чего боюсь. То есть это полное переосмысление всей твоей жизни. Больше нет этих страхов, которые были раньше. Нет страха умереть. Нет страха потерять близких. Он, конечно, есть, но он очень приглушился. То есть ты принимаешь вещи такими, какие они сейчас есть, и принимаешь эту реальность.
So that gives you a sense of how this movie sculpts together going into the horrors of the war and at the same time finding this awakening moment within it. And the strength I found in all of these Ukrainian women was really inspiring to me and to the other Americans that I was traveling with. We often would have tears like in our eyes because what they were doing was so powerful and moving. And I often think that they looked at us Americans as, why are these men crying? But what they're doing is so moving, and they're living through such a very difficult period in their country and in their lives. And they're really turning it into something quite extraordinary. And it's really inspiring to me and to audiences who have seen our test screenings of this movie. So Alexandra, do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what we have kind of come to discover in our journey with this project is, a lot of people are skeptical about when you say, that you envision world peace. It seems like this really like over the top and unrealistic goal, given the current state of our planet and also the long history of war that we all have learned about growing up, that we've always had, and it's such a natural part of what has been part of reality. But I want to say that I feel that things are really at a place on the planet right now where we're moving towards a big shift in consciousness as these tools and these ancient practices are coming into more mainstream awareness. And this, for us, the transformation is really about addressing the war within ourselves, which is the peace that needs to be cultivated in order to actually have a potential for world peace to unfold. And I feel that this project really beautifully brings together all the elements that would be required to foster more and more world peace. Adeline and I are going to discuss for a moment some of our other ideas about the World Peace Tour that have to do with, having podcasts as we go, teaming up with Humanity's team who's hosting this event, who has, representation all over the world, and really having conversations with people in local areas where we're showing the film and doing the yoga classes about efforts that they're making towards peace. Adeline, do you want to say anything about that?
Well, I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to say thank you to Steve and Humanities team so much, because this is exactly the community that we want to expand into. This is the community that is going to support the yogis in bringing peace to the world. I mean, and I want to really emphasize that it's up to each one of us. Each of these yogis has chosen on her or his own to do the yoga and then become a community of spiritual leaders. And when we create a podcast, we can engage and expand the community even further. And each person listening right now is so important to this whole project, to getting the awareness out into the world and being the light in the world. And that's why we wanted to do a podcast and have some local people on and just create a larger circle of awareness and a larger community.
And our sense is that as we go, that this is just it's already building a lot of momentum, even in this phase of us finishing up the movie. We're almost finished with the last phase of the film, and then we're planning this tour. And there's so much energy building around this project that we weren't even anticipating really when we started, that it's clear to me that we're all conduits for some larger mission that this has the potential to create on the planet. And it's a huge honor for us, and we all feel that way. And we welcome everybody to join us in this mission. And anybody who feels compelled, at the end of this, we're going to explain how you can get involved with us. But the more we can cultivate this and focus on it, the more we move away from the old fear paradigm and towards the light, the more we're going to see those changes in real time. So thanks. We're really excited to share this whole process and this unfolding with you.
Yeah, we want everybody to get involved.
So So the next clip that I want to run is, there's an echo. The next clip I want to run for you guys gets into how they're using the yoga in with the military. And this is it turns out is everybody's favorite section of the movie. And I'm just going to run a small piece of it here so that when you actually see the movie, you get the experience of how this is revealed. But it's so powerful to think about in the middle of all of the chaos and violence of war, bringing inner peace through yoga to these soldiers who are fighting so that they can recover their humanity. And this clip that we're running here will give you a sense of what that looks like and feels like from the film. So this should be clip, I think it's clip 5.
Я побачив оце все вперше. Були на невеличкій ротації в Києві, нас вивели і приїхала Леся. 5 людей, там, склади список, вони йдуть там на йогу. Кажу, черкес, ти, в своєму розумі? Кого? А от, каже, там, того. Я кажу, та люди не знають, що це. По-перше, мені треба 2 дні їм пояснювати. І в ітогі вони пішли, і для мене це було дуже так, цікаво, коли я на наступний день з ними зустрівся, вони всі з листочками читають якісь мантри. Кажу, Таран, ви там щось курили чи що? В общем, і їм зайшло це.
Грізлі, це позивний одного з військових, сказав, а давай ти приїдеш до нас на фронт. Я тоді така, добре, а вже ж. І вони через декілька місяців мене запросили до себе на фронт. Я одразу ж написала, що да, я буду. Я не спитала у свого чоловіка, а чи можна мені, а чи не проти він, щоб я поїхала на фронт. Я просто поставила його перед фактом, що Рома, я їду на фронт. Це було цікаво дивитися на реакцію мого чоловіка, тому що, я розумію, що там 20 чи 30 кілометрів до лінії фронту, і це достатньо небезпечно. І таке інше, але по-перше, я розуміла, що мене запросили, я повинна їхати. По-друге, я розуміла, що я дійсно потрібна їм, і в мене є що їм дати. І тому в мене не було жодних вагань з цього приводу. Я купила білети і поїхала до них на фронт. Ви підтримуєте себе достатньо активним диханням. Дих вперед, видих назад.
Okay, so that gives you a sense of them working with the military. And next we want to bring on Lecia and talk about, how did what was your inspiration really to to think about using yoga to heal the military, and actually the larger vision is to heal everyone in your country. Where did that idea come from for you? And you can speak in Ukrainian if that's easier, and Roma can translate, or you can speak in English.
I will. Yes, I hope Roma will translate me. Перш за все, що саме для мене йога-терапія, яку ми проводимо для військових. Для мене це спосіб протистояння та опір російській агресії, і в той же самий час це прояв вдячності нашим військовим за їх мужність, за їх пожертву своїм здоров'ям та життям.
First of all, what is yoga therapy for militaries? What is it for me? It's a way of resisting and counteracting Russian aggression, and at the same time, it's a manifestation of gratitude to our military for their courage and sacrifice of their health and lives.
Якби вони не встали на захист нашої країни, мене б вже точно не було в живих, як і мільйонів українців.
If they hadn't stood up to defend our country, I would definitely not be alive, just like millions of Ukrainians.
З самого початку війни колона з сотнями російських танків стояли всього лише в 7 кілометрах від мого дому на підступах до Києва.
From the beginning of the war, we had a convoy of hundreds of Russian tanks. It was 7 kilometers from our home on the outskirts of Kyiv.
І війна була і є не десь там, вона зовсім поруч.
The war was and is not somewhere else. It's very close to us.
І ідея залучення йоги для допомоги військовим народжувалась поступово.
And the idea of using yoga to help the military was born gradually.
Спочатку ми цілили військових.
First of all, we healed the wounded militaries.
Потім ми почали допомагати окремо військовим відновлюватись.
Then we started to help for individual soldiers to recover.
Потім до мене звернувся командир одного з підрозділів з пропозицією провести класи для військових, поки вони були на ротації.
Then I was approached by the commander of one of the units with a proposal to hold yoga classes for military while they were on short rotation in Kyiv.
Потім я почала їздити на фронт до цих військових і проводити для них класи.
Then I started going to the front line to these militaries with visits and give yoga classes there.
Потім поступово один за одним почали додаватися реабілітаційні центри для військових.
And gradually, one by one, we started to work in different rehabilitation centers for the military.
І зараз ми працюємо в 4 реабілітаційних центрах Києва і 2 реабілітаційних центрах в іншому місті для відновлення військових.
So now we are working in 4 rehabilitation centers in Kyiv and 2 in other city for military rehabilitation.
І зараз це волонтерський проєкт Military Yoga, який ми розвиваємо.
And now we call it Military Yoga Project, and we develop it.
Це реабілітація військових від контузії, від гострого стресу, це зменшення фантомних болей при ампутаціях, це допомога в їх фізичному, ментальному, емоційному відновленні.
We work with people rehabilitation from traumatic brain injuries, phantom pain in amputations, recovery of women and children after violence.
Це військові, які повернуться на поле бою, так і ті, хто по стану здоров'я вже не зможуть йти воювати.
We work with both with militaries who will return to the battlefield and those who will no longer be able to fight for health reasons.
Тому так, для мене це опір російської агресії, так як я можу це зробити.
So yes, for me, it's the resistance to Russian aggression, the way I can do it.
Також я дуже хочу подякувати Сімран Сінгу, який запропонував звернутися до гуру Рамдас центра і доктора Шанті Шанті для навчання нас саме йоги-терапії та викладання йоги терапевтичним чином, бо це інше.
And we are very grateful to Simran Singh for his help because he suggested our contact with Guru Ramdas Center and Dr. Shanti Shanti to teach us yoga therapy and to teach yoga in therapeutic way because it's really different from regular yoga.
Також Гуру Рамдас Центр розробляє для нас протоколи для відновлення від травм для різних груп населення.
Guru Ramdas Center also develops protocols for us to recover from trauma for different groups of people.
Це і реабілітація військових від контузії, фантомні болі, відновлення жінок та дітей після перенесених насильств та втрат близьких.
As I told, it's rehabilitation of military people from different injuries and recovery of women and children after violence and loss of loved ones.
Те, що ми бачимо за ці 3 роки, що стан цивільних людей, стан військових надзвичайно складний, жахіття війни і вплив травматичних подій на психіку є суттєвим.
And what we can see for the last 3 years that horrors of war make a tremendous impact to people's psyche and health condition.
Йога-терапія допомагає відновитися, і ми бачимо, що йога-терапія потрібна все більше і більше.
And yoga therapy helps to recover, and we see it, and yoga therapy is needed more and more.
Йога зменшує відчуття тривоги. Вона відновлює життєві сили та бажання жити.
Yoga reduces anxiety, it restores vitality and desire to live.
І йога розвиває впевненість в собі і безстрашність. Вона розвиває волю та силу духа.
Yoga develops self-confidence and fearlessness, develops the will and strength of people's spirit.
Ми вже майже 3 роки живемо в умовах нескінченної війни. Ракетні обстріли дронами. Сьогодні вночі, як вже, напевно, більше 60 днів, кожної ночі в Київ прилітають дрони по цивільному населенню. Це і окупація, і насилля.
We've been living in the endless war for almost 3 years now, and it's everyday missile attack, drone attacks on civilians, its occupation and violence. And this night, just before our meeting started, air alert and drone attack to Kiev. It ended just 1 hour ago, I think.
І ця трагічність ситуації, і в тому, і поряд з цим героїчні вчинки наших військових на лінії фронту.
And we see this tragic situation, and with that, heroic deeds of our military on the front line.
Тому нам потрібна вся світова підтримка саме зараз, щоб вистояти проти Росії і зберегти нашу ідентичність та незалежність України і принести мир в Україну.
That's why we need all the world support now to stand up to Russia and preserve our identity and independence of Ukraine, to bring peace to Ukraine.
Дякую вам.
Thank you.
Thank you both. You know, there's something Lacia said to me in one of the interviews. She said, I want to feel everything, fear, joy, happiness, and love. The war will not take away that from me. The war will not take away my opportunity to live. And it's in that dichotomy, I guess is the word, between what you've just heard about the reality of what living in that situation there is, and also wanting to be able to live your life fully. And that is really the power of all of these women that I met in Ukraine that makes their story so important to share with the world. So thank you, Lacia, for getting up at 3 a.m. And we're going to now look at another clip from the film. This is a little bit later on in the film, and it speaks to, again, this dichotomy that I've been sharing with you. This is going to be should be clip 6.
Как правильно жить. Правильно, конечно, для каждого свое, но есть та истина, которая божественная. И нужно идти туда, потому что все должны пройти трансформацию, эволюцию, которая началась к просветлению. Поэтому не нужно ждать. Это не значит, что у кого-то наступит война. Эта война будет внутри, и она будет разрушать людей, которые не хотят идти вперед.
Какие-то ощущения просто внутри себя, чтобы быть здесь. И поняла, что нужно что-то делать. Вот. Тогда я вернулась в свою практику, причем я сознательно, то есть я довела практику до 2 часов в день, ежедневно. И мне это помогало. Это было моим спасением таким.
Внутрішню основу і внутрішній стержень, щоб я дійсно жила життям, щоб я їм насолоджувалась, і при цим, і з цим допомагала не тільки собі, а й своєму чоловіку і ближчим, кому я можу допомогти, і далі вже оточуючим, котрі до мене звертаються.
И жизнь начала меняться. Я как-то все по-другому воспринимаю, все с улыбкой, все хочется делать добро, не хочется сидеть дома, бояться всего, а хочется кому-то позвонить, приехать что-то сделать, поехать себе что-то сделать. Прям начала жизнь меняться.
Насправді, я от завжди, коли думаю, я навіть не знаю, в якому б я стані була, якщо б не було кундаліні-йоги в моєму житті. Я просто неймовірно вдячна собі, що я почала до війни, і що коли вона прийшла, ця війна, то я вже знала хоча б, як себе підтримати, може.
И очень быстро я изменилась. То есть человек до курса, до глубоких практик кундалини-йоги и после — это совсем два разных человека, и это видят.
Потом я познакомилась с кундалини, и все. И для меня это стало таким моим спасением во всем. То есть, когда у людей есть какие-то сложности, неприятности, кто-то там идет в бар, кто-то там идет посидеть, кто-то там идет выпить, я садилась на коврик. Мне было так легче.
Мы медитировали. Фактически. Прошло там, может быть, неделя или 2, и мы понимаем, что мы все равно остаемся, мы здесь, и мы хотим продолжать заниматься практикой.
Я могу объяснить, потому что завтра может не настать, и нужно жить сейчас, и вот эта вот какая-то любовь к жизни, наверное, проснулась только после войны, такая тотальная, всеобъемлющая, и что вот мы живем сейчас, а завтра прилетает ракета, и тебя нет. И смысл вот эту жизнь и свое счастье откладывать на завтра.
Можно понять с помощью йоги, почему война, как она произошла. И что война — это тоже для сознания людей, чтобы они просыпались, чтобы они раскрылись глаза и поняли, где они, что они.
Bob, you're muted. There you go.
I'm muted. Okay.
Okay.
So that gives you a feeling of, again, this contrast that I've been talking about, and about the power of the yoga to transform people's lives. The next section we want to talk about is about sort of where the movie is and about the music for the movie. And for many years, I was a film instructor at the university level, so I want to give a little film class just briefly, because it's important for our discussion. One of the things when you go and see a movie, a big part of the reason that you have an emotional connection to the movie is because of the music. And I would say that boy, 30 to 40% of our emotional reactions when we see a film comes from the music. And I want to share that with you to underscore how important the music is. And then I want to explain that film music composers are an extremely rare group of people. There's a very small number of people worldwide who can do it well. And historically, many of them, or all of them, almost all of them, are men. And it's a very hard career to break into. Breaking into the movies is hard. Being an actor is hard. Getting to be a cinematographer is hard. But I really think one of the most difficult professions in the film industry to break into is composing, because the reason for that is if a studio has a $50 or $100 million movie, they are going to be very reluctant to take a chance on somebody who is starting out, even if they're very talented. And it's even more rare to have women who are composers. And it's even more rare to have women who are composers who can conduct orchestras. And one of the things when I did my first trip to Ukraine and I understood how powerful the movie was, when I got back to the United States, literally the very first person I reached out to was Sandrine. I had met Sandrine a couple years before on another project. And Sandrine is extraordinarily gifted, her sensitivity in being able to write music, because she has to get inside the head of the director and inside the movie and create really the soul of the movie. And so I called her up to see if she would be interested in doing the project, and she was. And I want to run it'll be the last clip we're going to look at. It's clip 7, and it's going to give you an overview kind of what the process of the movie and working with the music. So where we are now is Sandrine has been working with the movie for a number of months now. She's written the score for the movie, but we have to record it with the orchestra. And this clip that we're about to see will give you some background on that. And then Sandrine and I will have a conversation.
And the winner is, let's see, we got Sandrine Rudaz. Sandrine, are you here? All right. Oh, your stuff is beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. I'm so honored to hold this tonight. I'm very thankful to everybody who believes in my music, and I have to say I come from a very tiny country in the middle of Europe, Switzerland, and there the film music is almost inexistent. So being here in the United States, living here now for a few years, taught me so many things, and I have to say it has been tough sometimes, but being here tonight in that kind of moment just reminds me that we have to keep going, whatever happened, and just do our best. So thank you very much.
Hi, Sandrine.
Hi.
So maybe we can start off just talking about how you approach coming up with the score and the different themes that you thought about doing.
Yeah. So I really like what you said before, and actually the music is a universal language. So that's also why it's so important to have music in this documentary, just to tell the stories and give the right emotions, and even more to give a better connection, because it's in the language of the movie is Ukrainian, so music can really touch and tell the right story. So the way we approached the documentary, we wanted to underline the very different and specific themes that the movie wanted to express. So we got four very important thematic out of this. It was obviously the war, which has a more heavy or dark tones. But we also wanted to have all the other themes that are very important, which is so the yoga, which is meditative, more intimate. We also have the awakening theme, which is a very positive theme. It's everything that all these women learned through the war, and just the strength that they have inside them, just to show that this is a very terrible moment, but despite of that, they are very positive and they learn so many things, and we had to express this in music too. And obviously the theme, that's the Ukrainian theme, which is more powerful, with a large string orchestra. And yeah, so we had to express those thematics in music, and we really can clearly have different themes in music to express that.
And can you talk a little bit about I think it's the bandura idea?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we wanted to pay tribute the best we could to Ukraine, and we decided to incorporate a very important instrument for Ukraine is the bandura. The bandura is Ukraine's national instrument, and it's a symbol of resilience and resistance. And to give a context about why it is so important, historically it's very important because the Soviets, like 100 years ago approximately, they wanted to reshape the Ukrainian culture. So they attempted to suppress the bandura, and everybody who played or built the bandura were arrested, executed, or sent into labor camps. And their instruments were destroyed. So this is a very, very powerful symbol. It's a resistance symbol, and it's important to use this in this documentary to pay tribute to this beautiful country and to preserve their culture.
Great, thank you. So on to Alexandra next. Thank you, Sandrine.
Thank you.
So we are now going to just talk about how you can get involved with the movement that we're creating around this process. And basically, our next step is to finish the music, because the movie is pretty much done except for recording the orchestra. And we've been raising money from various sources, but we have many ways that you can get involved in supporting this. As you can see by my hat here and this cup here, we've created a product line for Yogis of Ukraine, not only to raise money, but also to spread this message into real time, and to create a mission and to have people join that mission. So on our website, yogisofukraine.com, you can purchase items that will go directly to finishing this movie, and then we'll also be funding our efforts to create world peace. And we will also be sending a lot of the funds directly to Ukraine, to Lacia and her program, to the Guru Ram Dass Center, whose mission is to spread these protocols to other war areas in the world as well. So we were looking to create a whole big, vibrant family of light, and an action from those of us who are privileged here in wherever you, I'm saying here in the US, but I know people are watching from all over the world tonight. I know that I live a very privileged life. And even though I've struggled working on this project without compensation for over a year, my life is extremely privileged. And I think that we can all band together to help. So there's the product line. We also have a GoFundMe campaign, which is on our website as well. We have a Just Giving, which is a British version of GoFundMe. We're seeking partnership as an investor, executive producer. We have like 1 or 2 positions for that, which you can contact us through our website if you really feel like, deeply compelled to get involved, not only with the financing, but with coming with us on this journey. And we have, we want to collect you. We want you to sign up for our newsletter even, or just follow us on social media. That's a way you can get involved. And I would encourage anyone who's feeling moved by this to take one action right now that could help us spread this faster, because the more people we have to engage with us on this, the faster this message will spread, the more this energy will spread. And I know a lot of us who live in peaceful countries feel really powerless about what's happening in war zones, but devastated about it. And this is a way you can actually tangibly get involved with a movement that's going to grow and move towards ending war and providing tools to people that are in very dark situations currently. So please visit our website. Please pick it up right now. Take some kind of action, even if you're just signing up for our newsletter so we can keep you informed of what is happening. We just want to build a family around this. And we also want to hear from you. If you have questions, we're going to do a Q&A, Ross, I believe, just to find out what you're thinking, how this is impacting you. And if we can answer any questions, we're happy to do that.
All right. So thank you for that, Alexandra. I'll just add, before we get into the Q&A, how important personally I feel that this project is, and this, along with many other projects, and I know the people listening here and viewing this tonight, we all have our own projects, whether it's just working on ourselves, our families, our communities, or a larger mission like the Yogis of Ukraine movie and the peace movement. But all of these are just little bits of cultural DNA. They're the things that get inside of people and transform us from the inside out. So it's a kind of a bottom-up, inside-out type job that we're doing here to build this interconnected field of higher consciousness. So that's our job. So thank you all for being here tonight. So I've been noticing some folks in the chat. We've got Regina Clark from the Hudson River Valley, Connie Baxter Marlowe from our backyard in Loveland, Colorado. Hi, Connie. How are you doing? Lisa Carroll. Michelle is here from Las Vegas. Susan from Santa Cruz. Ashley from Boulder, Colorado. Lisa, and a bunch of other people. So I don't know, Jim, how we can start to take questions and things like that. But at a minimum, we should just maybe open up the panel and see if there's anything that the panelists themselves want to ask or share after they've seen these clips. So let's start with you, Lucia. Do you have a number of your yogis watching this right now from Ukraine? Or has everybody gotten up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be with us here?
I don't know exactly if somebody joined, but I think that many people will watch this video in record. And I saw that here is Satwant Singh. It's our yoga teacher. He was in Ukraine this summer. And I want to say him hello and thank you for support.
Yeah.
I saw him in chat, Satwant Singh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was here.
Yeah, many of the yogis in the film don't speak English. So as we were talking about inviting them, and we are going to share this with them, but only a few of them actually, is that correct, Lacey? Only a few of them actually speak English well enough that they would know what we were saying. So we are involving them in this next phase and getting them, there's 35 women who were interviewed. And Bob, do you want to show your book? Bob has written a book about his journey. In addition to making the film. Maybe you should talk about that really quick.
I'd love to hear about that. And I also want to hear a little bit about the cover, because we've got the cover artist right here on our call.
Yeah, so there is a book, which is right here. It has pages and everything in it. But the book came about when we did these test screenings. One of the things that was really shocking to me, and I've worked in movies my whole life, is that you do a test screening and usually the audience stays for 5 or 10 minutes and then everybody leaves. Every time we've shown this film, the audience stays for 2 hours, and there's a really very lengthy conversation that's about the things that were awakened in them from seeing the movie, questions about what they can get involved with, questions wanting to know more about these women. And one of the things in making the movie's a little over 90 minutes. And so I was only able to use small pieces of everything each woman said to make the arc of the movie. And I have 35 hours of interviews with these different women. And so the book came out of a way to give each person a more expanded space to really tell their stories of what has happened to them in the war, what they've learned from it. And it's a way to kind of answer the question that we kept seeing in screening after screening of our test screenings of how do I find out more about these women? I want to hear more. And so that was sort of the genesis of the book. And I'm really happy about the book because I really struggled with having to leave things out of the film that were really powerful, and they get to be in the book, so people get to read them and really have the experience. So that's the genesis of the book.
And also hear about your journey, right, Bob?
Yes, you can hear about my journey. It's interspersed in just hearing about sort of an American coming and landing in the middle of this war, and what that experience was like for me, and and to try to translate it for maybe a Western audience that isn't able to understand what that feels like and what they're living every single day. If you remember from the very first clip that we showed, the air raid sirens that are at the beginning of the movie, it was really important to me to start the movie with those air raid sirens because they live with them every day, multiple times a day, and they're haunting. They're very eerie is the only way I can describe it, in that sense of really impending doom, and you hear it in these sirens. That was where the opening of the movie came from. So interspersed with all the women and the interviews with them are journal entries of my experience of going through Ukraine and realizations I had on the journey.
Great. Yeah, if you hold it up again, Lori did the artwork. Do you want to tell us about that, Lori?
Yeah. Wait, can I just say one thing about this before she tells the story? So I designed a cover for the book that I thought was very nice. And Lori, who's producing the film with us, said very, very tactfully, do you mind if I just tweak it a little bit? And so nothing that I did on the cover exists anymore, but anyway.
Oh, that's so funny. So I again, when I was over with them, Bob was kind enough to let me read the first bit of the book that was nearly finished, and wow, it's the I think Bob's arcing journal entries are really integral in it, because the women's stories are incredible and powerful, but it really delves into their experience of what it's like living in an active war zone, which is really hard for, I think, if you haven't lived in that, to comprehend what that is and what that looks like. So I read the book, and Bob showed me the cover, and I had a vision in my head of what I saw. And you'll notice there's a lighthouse on the book cover. And yeah, I did, I think, thank you, tactfully it was. I said, yeah, can I have a go at designing something? And yeah, came up with that. And I have never designed a book cover. And I did have some help from the interweb, but I knew I knew that kind of what I wanted it to look kind of mainstream, but not. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm what I'm saying is, yeah, confusing, but yeah, I really enjoyed designing it. It was a challenge, because I've never done anything like that before. So kind of took myself out of my comfort zone, and thankfully they liked it.
Well, great. You know, we're about at the end of our 90 minutes. Bob, there is one question from Lisa Carroll. She wants to know where she can buy the book.
The book she can the book she can buy on the website.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's the answer to that.
Yeah.
And I'll say that's actually the first printed copy of the book has just arrived a couple of days ago. And so you might be the first one to purchase it, because we've really literally just released it. And it's really exciting, because it's everybody, the few people that have read it in our world have said it's even more amazing than the film, and that it's going to change the world. So please do buy the book, and it will be really great to see it get out there.
Great.
And then one quick thing, because I know we're at the end of our time, that I do want to just bring up is Lacia and all of these women who are doing this yoga healing work in Ukraine, in the hospitals and in the rehabilitation centers and on the front line. This is entirely a volunteer thing that they're doing. And one of the, I think, responsibilities and privileges of this movie is to be able to ultimately support them in those efforts, so that their real costs, which are train travel and and just all of the costs that go along with doing this sort of thing, can be funded and supported. So if that's something that you're interested in helping with, also please contact us through the website, and we can figure out how to connect people to support their work.
All right. Well, I just want to close by thanking all of you for coming on this call live tonight, and bringing your gifts and your talents and your energetic presence to this. It's been a privilege for me to take this ride for the last year or so with you all. And just for those that are listening and watching, what happens is that this field of interconnection grows. And what starts at the right place with the right motives to bring peace inside of us, peace between us, we all get to a point where we say, we're all one. I mean, what's the big deal? I think the movie kind of ends with that statement. What's the big deal? Why do we have to keep, doing all this division and separateness and fighting and everything like that? And so we're sowing a seed here. And I just want to thank everybody for being a part of it. I hope that it's inspired you as much as it's inspired me. So thank you all. Grace and peace to all of you. right, y'all. I think we might still be in a room.